So I'm less efficient because I have screens that I'm constantly looking at. I'm looking for data coming in so I can make sure that what I'm writing is correct versus what people are seeing on the shop floor.
Yeah, man. Kizaru just joined in. I think he said something, but
Hello.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
We're doing pretty good, just chatting, chilling.
Nice. I'm just gonna listen for a bit.
Cool.
Talking about boring stuff.
We're discussing the wonders of technology. Well, at least that's one way to put it. Actually, I think that everything that you're talking about is pretty cool. Like, I have no idea what kind of machines you're talking about. I have a bit more. I have a vague idea of what machines you're talking about, and then everything else is just imagination.
What are these machines?
Well, what I was talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So CNC machines.
That's what I was thinking.
CNC machines?
Creating tools and stuff you had mentioned.
Well, we have our own tool company also. So you know how CNC machines require tooling that goes in? You can buy inserts from all these companies that just make tools. We bought one of those companies too. See, we have a tendency to buy companies who do good work for us. We just buy them, brand our name on it, hire the people in, vet them in, invested, and they become part of us and they get stock.
Interesting.
So we have one in China. So our plant in China, we put there because of the trade between China and the United States. For us to send parts to China, it cost them ridiculous amounts of money, both directions. So we just built a plant in China, hired everybody in China, and now all the parts they need are made in China. We don't have to do anything.
Interesting.
And then Europe, basically the same thing. Isle of Man, they make everything there for Europe. We send stuff there too, but basically they make everything there. If they get backed up, we make it here, but they're pretty good.
Ava Maria pulled off her song. You know, so there's a color.
Apologies if you can hear my partner in the background.
No
worries.
Back to the issue.
I haven't been in the server for a really long time.
I've noticed a lot of people who were here a while ago are returning, and they haven't been here in a while, but now they are.
Yeah, do you have
like everybody's coming back.
Yeah, I just the debates in here were quite intense, or they used to be.
But I'm making that judgment based off of just reading people's accounts, like knowing when they join the server and when they join Discord. Because I actually joined like 6 months ago, 5 months ago. I don't know. I knew about this place a long time ago, but
I don't even know what account I'm on now. I don't know what age this account is, but this is like my 5th account because I was on here a long time ago when it was the other server. And I don't even remember what my name was then.
I don't know. It doesn't say on your thing. And I can't send you a friend request.
Are there even any mods in here? Probably not.
Not at the moment. There's Godrockin's a gold plus, which he's like mod light, and Radwin's also gold plus, so.
Yeah, true. Remember there used to always be one mod in here at all times.
Yeah. They both have access to certain things to help maintain order.
The only thing we can't do is give out tags. We can ban you. We can mute you, all that stuff.
Sure. Interesting.
It just helps maintain order in the lobby.
Yeah, no, of course. So I'm guessing everyone is an FE then?
For gold and mod, yeah. But we have silver globe earthers. That means they can swear, they don't get booted, all that stuff.
Oh, really?
Yep. Matthew is a silver valued. Matthew learned.
A silver glober?
Yep.
Is he still here? Or did he come back?
I don't. Why did he leave us again?
I think Helio might have banned him.
We're gonna kill
Heliocentric?
Helioskeptic, yeah.
Oh, okay, so skeptical. True. Well, there
It's
you
not in the
go. Too funny.
They're here.
It's just like, I don't know. It's kind of just so amazing how there's so much secrecy around all of this stuff. At the same time, there's not, but you know, I don't know.
Honestly, one thing I've noticed is a lot of it is not actually. Yeah, there's some secrecy, but a lot of it isn't even that.
On the yellow tag.
People just don't want to hear it. They don't want to see it. They're not paying attention to it. They don't want to read about it. They just want to be entertained. So it's not so much that it's hidden. We have the internet. Everybody can access everything. Nobody's looking. Very, very few.
I guess you're right. But like some people just find it without looking as well.
Yeah.
It's just a mystery.
Stumble across it. Yep.
Just a mystery. I mean, I guess I was one of those people that stumbled across it. I mean,
flip a coin, but it is God who decides the outcome.
Very true, I guess. So that I guess you mean I guess you sort of think predestination is thing like.
I'm saying that I could flip a coin in the air, but I can't control how it lands if I let it just fall on the floor. Like I have no control over what happens to it.
This strong.
Yeah.
Stop.
So I wrote that program that you just mentioned, flipping a coin.
Yeah.
So, and no matter how you do it, it comes out 50-50, 49.49 to 50 whatever. It's 50-50 no matter how you do it, no matter how many times, no matter what you do.
Yeah, of course.
I had to write it just because I had to. I had to see it done myself. So I probably wrote that program probably 20 times in my life, different languages. Just that's also a good programming skill warmer upper when you're learning a new language. Pick something you have to do. That way you start learning the variables right away. But that's a good one.
Over there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that'd be really good for teaching children programming language. Just something simple.
I also use an example. Write me a lottery number picker out of a possible 45 numbers, 6 numbers, and that's how I teach people. And then they come back and they show me, and I'll say, "Yep, that's how I taught myself." I would always just pick something, and then Matt, do it on this language, do it in that language. When they all look the same, you know, I know a bunch of different languages. That's why, but I have to know them because so many different things I work with. But to learn them, it's easy to pick something, write it, you know, take a day or two, write something, then you understand the syntax and everything in that language, and it's just a breeze then when you're teaching people or you want to give them an idea of how you do things.
Go up there, there's one hiding in there.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm officially at work. One of my guys just messaged me. So I'm done for the day.
Gotta put the superhero cape on and go make sure that the world is in order.
We'll come back and get you, buddy. Just keep waving. The one that chased you. We're gonna have to replay that back here with a black armor. The guys I just killed have some pretty good guns on them. I'll bring you to them. I'll grab this guy's snap.
Sorry, everyone, I'm hot micing.
Yeah, you're good. I'm sorry. I'm not thinking. Hey, Jedi, how's it going, man?
Yeah. Super fly. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd pop in, say hello. See what was
shooting
going
down
on.
here.
Hey, Jedi, check this out. Oh, well,
Here's another gold plus. He can smack people around too.
I'm definitely a gold plus. That's definitely true. Recent promotion. Yep. Oh, Ethergrass.
Yeah, 1 sec.
I wanted to shout out.
Just
Yes, thank you. I saw that you posted that this morning, and I wanted to say thank you.
yeah, man.
It's the Jedi card I like. Much appreciated, man. I saw you made a few, yeah?
Yeah.
Made
We kind of got a digital card game going on here.
Okay, so there's a reason behind this, yeah?
Well, it started out as just kind of me playing around with there's a red card that people were using to flag people, and then I started kind of playing with it, just flagging people every time that they did a logical fallacy type thing. Then I realized I could edit that. Well, I remembered then I remembered I know graphic design, so I downloaded the thing and started adding in cards into it.
What is the toolbox fallacy again? If you know.
The what?
The toolbox fallacy. What's that again?
We're good. We just played.
He wants to know what a logical fallacy is.
Toolbox fallacy.
The toolbox fallacy. There's hundreds of fallacies.
This guy's in this building.
That sounds like a specific one.
It is, yeah.
Because I know all the general ones, kind of like the categories of them, but then there's a bunch of like logical fallacies.
So what I use, instead of saying that's a fallacy, what I say is, you're a liar, and that's how I do it.
Where is it?
I'll see what Google has to say. I actually asked ChatGPT first, and it said that there's not a toolbox fallacy. But I'll see what Google says.
Yeah, I gotcha.
The toolbox fallacy is a belief that you would be doing something if only this or that was in place, even though you haven't done it.
Self-deception disguised as excuses or a lack of tools. Like, oh, if I had this, I could do this. And then just don't do anything because you don't have it.
Can't do X until I have Y. Once I have gym membership, tablet, camera, laptop time, then I'll be able to.
This is more of a self-destructive one, like a internal, like a self-fallacy.
Right.
That's probably why I haven't heard that, because I'm always talking about debate and discussion like formal fallacies and stuff. This one's dangerous. You have people lying to themselves thinking that they can't do anything.
Right.
Yeah, I'm having that too.
So I've got to ask, guys. Sorry, I'm sitting here thinking to myself. Looking at your roles, my friend. Trying to remember what your name is, Kizaru. You haven't got any Earth determining roles, but you do have the Ladies' Night role, and you are obviously voice verified. Is there a reason why you haven't got? Am I late to the party? Could you just, help me out as to why that role hasn't been applied to you?
I don't know. I mean, people just assign roles to me randomly. Oh, yeah. So Timey, I guess. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've got 3 roles. I don't know why I don't have an FE role, but I don't come in here too often, to be honest. I mean, I used to. I mean, I was in here for a bit, at one point in time, and I did attend a few ladies' nights, but I don't come in here regularly. I guess maybe why.
Okay, but just to make sure that I'm clear, that you understand the Earth is flat, or you still think you're on a ball, or there's something that you're still unsure.
No, we're not on a ball. I don't believe that. I haven't believed that for several years.
Awesome stuff. Why? How did you come to that understanding?
I mean, it was several years ago, and it started with sacred geometry,
That's the last team.
and the Fibonacci spiral, and then
Right.
Yeah.
some other things happened, and
Yeah.
I learned about Antarctica and looked at some ancient maps. I tried to.
Last team extracted, so no one's.
I looked at the horizon. I bought a camera. A lot of things happened. I couldn't find the. Yeah, I couldn't find the curvature. A lot of stuff happened that I just realized. I come to the realization after a while that I couldn't sort of debunk the globe Earth, and that was like several years ago. And then
Yeah, we just killed everybody.
back then, I just sort of figured, okay, this is my new reality, and then sort of left it at that for a while, and then, yeah, I just come to accept it. It's not become I guess, a whole life-changing thing, although I suppose at the time, it was a while ago, but I guess at the time it was, but I mean, I've accepted it for some time now, so it's not like a big deal to me now.
It's all yours, man. Go for it.
If you know what I mean.
Is it something that you talk about with those that are close to you, or is it something that you kind of keep to yourself and
no,
just carry on with your life?
No, I don't talk about it with people. No, I mean that would be. I mean, it's not exactly. Yeah. I mean, I suspect that people in my workplace, because I've had a lot of intelligent people in my workplace, and I suspect, there's possibly this person and that person who may be awake and are logical enough to see truth, but at the same time, I'm not going to ask them. I mean, if you're wrong, you would be painted as crazy.
Yeah, so you got to watch that, because you can be wrong, and I've seen it myself where I've given hints and then I've seen weird looks, like not the kind of looks like you want to see. And just kind of played it off as a joke, thinking that they were all aware of everything. And totally wrong. Some people are just, yeah.
Some people can be awake in other areas and asleep in other areas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's hard to explain. Yeah, it's a tough one, because we're very much, I guess, a minority.
Yeah, they send Russell through like a Stargate to go check what's going on over there.
Apologies, my partner's playing Call of Duty in the background.
That was going on. Fair enough.
Yeah, he's playing Call of Duty. Loves that game. But anyway.
Is it something you speak about with your partner? Are you together?
No. Well, no. He knows, like, I go down. Well, I look into things, and I'm a truther. That's what I like to call
Yeah,
it.
get us in.
But no,
You're
he
stuck in this black screen?
he understands some things, but not everything. No, this is not something I can talk to him about.
So he doesn't understand that the Earth's flat, for example.
No, none of my
No.
family does.
Have you tried speaking to him about it? Or is it something that he just stonewalled in the face, doesn't want to talk about, or does he
I
get it?
breached it briefly, but no, no,
Okay,
it's not something. Yeah.
fair.
I don't know. What's your experience? Have you found anyone? I mean, I found someone at my old workplace who was an ex-pilot.
Okay. Yeah,
He
no,
was a pilot
I'm lucky.
all his life, and he knew the truth.
Okay.
But he's the only one I think I've met in person.
Why?
What
about you?
I meet a few people around, so like in general that are kind of awake to some certain kind of truths, but nothing that will really go too deep into. Maybe a friend who's, I'd say, kind of religious more than anything else, and kind of carries on with his life in that type of way. My partner's a flat earther. I'm lucky enough to have met, found that, because it's kind of important. Whereas you're in a situation where I think when you're looking for a relationship, it's important that you can have common understandings. If you can't have understandings between yourself about what life is about and so on, and especially if you can't talk to each other and there's a barrier, and there's then after a barrier then friction. If that's, if you're in a relationship, that's potentially not going to heal. So
Back to the
people start looking around, I guess. So there's this pilot who's a bit. Go on.
I mean, personally, particularly in Australia, I think the media sort of rules everything, and it's like, I don't know how to put this. Yeah. I mean, there's not a lot of truthers, and you're not going to find too many people who think outside the box or would even explore this idea.
Yeah.
I know that sounds sounds crazy, but I've tried many times, even on different sort of medias, to find people in Oz who think similarly or on the same sort of wavelength as me, but it's very hard. It's not like, I think America, there's probably quite a few FEs out there, but yeah, I don't
Without
know.
being rude,
sorry,
without being rude, can I ask you how old you are, please?
Yeah, I'm 30. I just turned 30 not too long ago.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe. Hey, look, I just want to be positive, and there's always potential for opportunities to meet people, right? It all depends on the circles that you put yourself in. If you keep yourself hidden away, then you're not going to find, people to speak to. So maybe, I don't know. It's hard to find people that are on a similar wavelength next door to you or in the workplace. There's other ways to do it. The world is a smaller place now because of the internet and so on. So there's always somebody around somewhere. You just got to be out there to be seen, I guess. Somebody see you for who you are eventually. But then, it's going to be down to you. If your partner at the moment isn't, maybe as switched on as maybe you'd like him to be, if you can't get through to him, maybe his life is on a different path.
Of me. So he's supportive of no matter what I think or believe or
As long
like
as
what.
you don't think
Yeah, he's very supportive,
it's
but
hard. Yeah.
It's true.
Absolutely. Things take time.
It's hard though.
Yeah.
Be about wherever you are. Just think
I got an
positive.
armor box.
I'll recircle about this with him at a later time and see what happens, but I don't know.
Just because he's background playing Call of Duty doesn't mean not going to try and build a stereotype out of him. Do you know what I mean? I get it. I do understand. I do understand. It's fine.
Sharing something to it.
Yeah,
But yeah,
no.
relationships with anybody are complicated, especially when you're speaking about truth. If you care about someone, you want them to understand that with you, right? Of course, that's important. If it's important to you, then you want it to be important to the people that you're around and that you love. No matter what type of love it is, family love, relationship love for your co-workers, for your friends. You understand. So just think about what's important to you and live your life as that is your truth. Just go forward with that. People will see you for what you are. They'll love you for what you are. Doesn't matter who it is. Just be brave enough to do it. Speak your truth. You'll be fine. You're only
Yeah,
30.
probably. I mean, at some point, I will be more open about it, I guess, but not at this stage. I mean,
What
you
do you
understand.
talk
Like, I mean, I wouldn't say. I mean, I know the truth in my heart, and that, for me, that's enough. Do I try to plant seeds? Yes. But am I going
Here's
to?
a good question. What seeds do you plant?
I'll get to that after.
When you speak to people, what seeds do you say? When you talk
One
about the
thing I
earth,
try.
like flat earth.
One thing I try to talk about with people is Antarctica, because that's an important concept to try and understand, for one. And I tried to say, like, or I try to bring up older sort of maps, or if I, like, for example, when I found out my one of my ex-colleague was a pilot, I sort of asked, how do you navigate? Do you tip the plane? All this kind of stuff. And that's how I sort of could tell that, he knew straight away that it was a flat. But I don't know. One of the things I try to bring up is, Antarctica and the declassified documents of, high jump and fishbowl and all those kind of declassified things. And then that's where you can sort of start. But other than that, if you go out and say,
So in my house, how you break the ice, how you have starters, is I have 9 maps on my walls, all framed real nice, like $100 frames now, all flat Earth maps, or what we want to call flat Earth maps, old ones.
Yeah.
And when they say, why does this map look like this? I say, because that's how they mapped it. That's what it looks like. And then that starts the conversation. So my wife is a flat earther. She's never talked about it in her life. The only thing she said to me was the earth is flat. I said, how do you know this? She said, because I've been listening to you for 5 years talk about it, and it has to be flat because anything that you talk about is true. So she only knows it because she knows it. She's been with me when I take pictures and I show them. See? Yep, I see. I don't even question it anymore. She thinks globe is bullshit. NASA's bullshit. She can't even watch TV anymore like me. We watch TV, but dumb shit. Because it doesn't really affect us. Because TV can't affect you once you know that what's going on. It doesn't make sense. They can try all the magic spells in the world, but it's just a joke. It looks funny.
Yeah, you can easily see through the deception once you know. And I mean the maps that you have certainly would help but at the same time, there's this dogma around people back in the day.
You can like to
Ancient
collect.
civilizations
I know, but you can
weren't
like to collect old
exactly.
maps. You just tell people you collect old maps. You just think they're fascinating.
Yeah, I know, but like people at the same time will just argue, they don't have the technology we do now, sort of thing. It's really difficult, especially if people worship NASA. It's like very difficult.
Because I know I would not be able to be in this house with her if she didn't agree with me. Because then I would think she thinks I'm a nut. If that makes any sense. I don't want people thinking I'm crazy. So especially my wife. So she has to either agree with me or we would have been gone a long time ago. But she just totally gets it. She doesn't even question it anymore. I'll walk out. I'll walk out of the room that I'm in. She'll say, "Who you yelling at now?" I'll say, "Oh, one of the Globers that just doesn't get it." "Oh, I understand." Or I'll say, "Oh, I'm just talking to Matthew Learn." She even knows who that is because she's heard him talking. She listens in because it's wide open. I'm not on headphones. She doesn't listen in like sneaky. She's in the other room, but she'll turn it down when she hears me talking, like getting into something. She already understands that water is level argument. She understands there's no rotation because you can't detect it. She also understands air pressure needs a container, and she does not. She's not into science, but she understands that. She's heard it enough.
I know it's quite logical, really, but still, trying to deprogram someone is not it's not easy. It's yeah, and I mean I get what you're saying and all that, but I think it's enough that for now my partner just supports whatever I believe and think, and I'm free to do as I wish, and even though we might not be on the same page with everything, it's enough for now. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, one of those
So
things
now you need to start flat smacking people on here so he can hear you flat smacking people. Then he's going to say, "How do you know this stuff?"
Over there, what's a 5-minute squat?
That'd be awesome.
I'm not really into debating and stuff. I just like listening, really. Yeah, I find this server therapeutic at times, but I'm not really one to argue something. I feel like
There's 5.
If you don't already know, or like there's like I don't know, there's enough people out here spreading truth that I feel like if you're, some people are just not interested and they're just gonna shut it down. Like, I don't know. It's just
There's a little crate right here. Yeah, they're inside the building, and there's 2 of them just outside of it. Yeah, they're all over it.
Sorry, you can probably hear my partner playing Call of Duty.
He's just so casually killing his opponents.
I'm just watching him. He just loves this game.
Might be 2 groups.
Anyways. No, he I should get him onto one of these. I should get him onto this server. He enjoys Discord, so.
Oh, I can get him VC verified right now.
I've been once.
One day I'll get him on here. It's
Ready for me to pop the other UV?
I'll get him on.
I don't know if that's a good idea because he might ask questions and then you guys are going to be in an argument in your living room.
I mean, not really. Whatever he thinks. I'm not gonna push. I'm not prepared to argue about something like this. Like, if you're not open to the truth or willing to do your own research, there's not much I can do to help you. Like, unless people want to do their own research, you can argue all day and night. Do you know what I mean? Like, people are going to come to their own conclusions, and like, maybe you'll have success with some people. But a lot of the time, unless they want to know, they just simply will ignore it or leave the server or do whatever, you know. I think it's a gradual process for some people.
There's still one left because this guy's still pleading.
Do you know what I mean?
Just one left, someone. Yeah.
Especially because, like, you know, you're fighting a lot. You're fighting the education system. You're fighting the media. You're fighting NASA. You're fighting a lot.
Yeah.
When you think about it.
Fighting AI algorithms for the attention of our friends and family.
That's going to fail. Don't worry.
It will.
It's going to fail. It has to fail because it's not going to work like people think.
It'll
we're gonna use AI at our work, but we already know what we're gonna give it. It only needs to give information that people need for our work and facts, not made up things. It's gonna pull actual engineering documents and know it. We already have it in design.
It'll backfire when applied to the mind control that they normally.
So instead of being able to go and ask a quality, control person, you've got to go find them and ask them a question. We should be able to just type in and get our answer back, and it should be accurate. And that's how we look at it.
Well, I hope that happens soon. I mean, I don't know.
Just ignore AI. That's what I do. I don't even listen. I'm like super technology, and if you've ever heard the term that shoemakers' children have no shoes, well, that's my lifestyle. Everything in my house, the only thing that's technology is my computer from work that I'm on right now with my 4 screens. That's it. Because I design the stuff, I put it in, I can make my own Alexa if I want to. I understand that much of programming and AI, and I have no desire to even have that shit in my house. I don't even have cameras anywhere. We have one Alexa in the front room for weather, just for knowing when our packages are here. It goes ding ding, or we can get it on our phone, but that's about it. It can't hear me.
That's good, though. Yeah, it's amazing how so much is controlled and so much is gathering information on us. It's a bit scary. But yeah, if we can control the algorithms in the future, that'd be ideal. But even still, like, it's still so hard to break that programming.
Well, it really depends, because what's going to happen is you're going to have factions of AI breaking out. You're going to have like a Google one where you ask it things and it's just going to give you all bullshit answers that people want to hear. And then you're going to have people creating real ones that are going to give you only facts. And the people that write the bullshit ones aren't going to like that. So you're going to have wars on the AI.
I hope that's true.
AI versus AI.
AI is open source. It's not something hidden. I can write my own and get it out there. And if enough people use it, it'll start being used.
Well, everyone needs to start doing that. Everyone. Yeah.
Well, we've been programming Chat GTP. We just go in there and keep correcting it. Everybody goes in there all the time and gives it flat earth facts and keeps correcting it. Even when it wants to come back with logical fallacies, we call it out on it and it says, yes, you're right, I'm sorry. And then it has to correct itself. It's built in. Now they can go in there and clean that stuff up, because there's people behind the AI. Believe it or not, somebody has to clean the database up, because that's what it is.
Scary, isn't it? that people are actually doing that.
It is people, and you think don't believe the story that these things can write programs themselves, because it can't write shit for me. It can write how to add two numbers together and dumb shit. How can I get values and do all this crazy math? And anybody can do that. It's nice to have it write a nice formula for you, but I can't tell it to do what I did this past week. That requires a human to interact with it.
Yeah.
So all the scary stuff, it's going to replace this and that. Nope. Might replace dumb things where you have to answer the same question over and over again on websites. That's what it's going to be good for. Because ours that we have that runs our corporate website is stupid. I can't even use it. I won't tell you its name because that might give it away. So, but it's stupid.
You kind of feel like sometimes it's just a constant battle. Like if you're, constantly creating these algorithms or fighting other AI or whatever, like when does it end? It doesn't end. You just have to constantly do these corrections. It's just constant.
Well, it ends when you stop using it. Like, I don't use it. The only reason I ever use it is to go in there and mess with it.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Although we have one guy at work that did use it to solve a timing and date problem, but then it didn't even solve it correctly, because once we got it back, we noticed that it was off by 1 decimal point. We rewrote it. My partner in my work, he rewrote it in about 15 seconds, reposted and said, run this, and it came out correct. And took him, the other guy was working on it for a week with the AI, and they couldn't get it to report the number correctly. And it just took us looking at it. I was going to say something, and then boom, I saw it pop up, and he says, try this. And my dude just said, here's how you do it. So it doesn't know anything, really. It didn't even know how to correct a decimal place. It was giving a 12 when it should have been 012, 0.012 instead of 0.12. And it was because it messed up. It totally messed up. We went back and looked at it. Didn't know how to interpret a date correctly. That's not good when everything we do revolves around timestamps.
Yeah. Wow. Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe in the future, there's the possibility that algorithms are on our side, and I don't know. More people come to the truth. I appreciate what, everyone does to, come to this channel and debate and stuff. But, I mean, I don't know. To me, in my life, it's just enough to know that I know the truth and I know what is real. I live my life.
Just keep up with it, because you're going to need it.
You better hurry.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Do you think the truth will come out eventually? In mainstream knowledge?
I don't know about mainstream, but it's going to be more people looking at mainstream like it's all bullshit like we do now. That's going to happen more and more every day. Every single day we get new flat earthers requesting to be flat earthers in this server. We have 30,000 people or something now. So people that come in here trolling us become flat earthers. So that happens in reality. We create flat earthers every day in here. This is our job. We just create flat earthers over and over.
Pretty much.
We are a flat earth creating machine. That's what this.
We killed one player.
That's what this company does.
Nice. It's good that you have, like, you know, you're passionate and you have a sense of purpose in this.
All right.
Yeah, it's inspiring.
Well, this rolls out into real life where I don't have to tell people anything about flat earth or anything like that, because the way I just do things revolves around the fact that I know that I'm not going to be hit by an asteroid. So I know everything is bullshit. So when I see things on TV where maybe a bunch of people are doing something, I don't have to worry about that because I already know what's going on TV. So once you start, like I said, once you that spell is broken, nothing makes sense. So I just do what I want to do, and people can follow me or not. That's the way I look at it. Generally, people follow me. I mean, I'm where I'm at now because people followed me. They went with my ideas. I'm one of the creators of this whole system at my company. There's 6 of us. I'm the first one. And everybody came behind, and we are just rolling like a freight train, taking things off pen and paper, making life easy for everybody at work instead of worrying about the other person. They just worry about themselves now. And that's what people want to do. They don't want to worry about other people at work. What did you do wrong? Now it affects me. Now it's all on them. That's how we want it. That's how they want it.
Yeah. So what happens, like, when someone in your workplace is like, oh, you know, NASA just launched another rocket into space?
If I know the person, I just laugh at them and call bullshit on them. I'll say, prove it. Oh, absolutely. I'm famous for calling bullshit on people. People think that I'm mean at work. As I tell the truth.
That's awesome.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
Respect. That's awesome.
I go into our corporate meetings as an eye from the shop floor, from the operator's point of view. So when I speak and I rat out exactly how we sneak around the system, I tell the truth. I don't even lie about it. I say, this is how these guys can get around the system because I created it 8 years ago. So I cover up my own holes now because I'm tightening up the system. I need it to be tighter for our data to be correct. So all that stuff that I did, bullshit stuff, long time ago at work, now it's coming around in a circle to say, now we're fixing it. Because I created the chaos way back when. How to backdate stuff without backdating it. Just enter a negative number into the system and it removes the time. That blew their minds when I showed them that. I don't have to backdate anything. I'll just add a negative 300 minutes to my time and it'll just make my 400 minutes 100 minutes. They could not believe that bug was in the system the whole time. I said, that's why my numbers were 120% versus other people running at 80%.
Yeah. That's how fun.
You know what was... Sorry, just to veer off for a little bit. I just... recently there was Women's International... it was International Women's Day in March. Don't know if you know that, but in... like, I work in an organization that's very, very large.
Why would you do that?
Very, very large. And we had our own... Women's Day seminar just for our organization. There was like over 1,000 women that attended this seminar thing. It was like a speaker, and her talk was on it was on her mission to Mars. So basically in Australia we had this Mars mission that we sort of did, which basically saw 25 applicants train for like over 3 years to prepare for living on Mars, and they were going to send them to Mars. And then in 2022, they canned the mission. They canned the mission and they never went to Mars, even though they'd been training for like 3 years. And that's what the talk was on.
Dude, I don't know
I was
which.
so disappointed. I was like, prepared.
What a waste of time, huh?
I was like,
Waste
prepared
of
for
time
this.
and energy. Waste of time, energy, and money.
I was pretty, yeah,
Oh, it
it's
ain't.
funny because all these women were like, as a woman, as one of the only females on this mission to Mars, how did you cope? Blah, blah, blah. I was like, in the back of my mind, I was like, what mission to Mars? Of course, they were never going to Mars. That was just so funny. Like, I just couldn't believe that was actually a talk. Like, that was the Women's Day thing, not that, women across the world are, subjected to awful things, and how far we've come in Australia, and how, far we've hit. It's all about this mission to Mars. I was just like, are you serious? I was cracking up laughing.
Australia isn't even a major player in the space race.
I know.
The idea that Australia would send a mission to Mars is just propaganda. It's like, yeah, we're a great country, yeah.
I know.
Anybody who's doing anything like in the system would know that there's no way that Australia as a nation is sending anybody to anywhere.
I know. But you know what? She was talking about the application process and the grueling interviews she had to go through, and, being the only woman in her team of 4 out of the 5 groups or whatever. And I'm just like, oh my God, this is all BS. Like, you were never going to Mars. And she's like, how she had to overcome, finding out that she wasn't going to Mars and now she's going to sail around the world. It's like, yes, all right, sail around the world in a sailboat. Sweet, but the fact that she thought she was going to Mars just because she had video footage and photos of her practicing walking out in a spacesuit in like the desert and living in like this igloo type thing, and I was just like, this is insane.
Weren't you embarrassed for her? Weren't you embarrassed for those people?
But you know what? She's got like 2 PhDs, and she's very, very accomplished, exceptionally smart woman. Done a lot in her career, worked in many industries, and just has no idea. Just fully believed she was going to Mars.
Dude, like maybe if she lived in the United States or like Russia, right?
No, she was an Australian woman.
I know, but I mean, it's like Russia and maybe China, maybe the United States and a few others have a space program that's sufficient to even have the plausible deniability of making it to Mars. But if like you're in Australia, I mean, the country's got to be embarrassed to believe the idea that their country's going to send anybody to Mars. It's a joke.
Well, her belief was that because there was a change of government, the new government didn't support the program. But obviously, I mean, they didn't support the program because it was entirely unrealistic. And it was, you're not going anywhere because the Earth is flat. Like, and I don't know, it was just completely absurd. But it's propaganda, I think. I don't know, like at the corporation level, which is like, because I work in government as well, right? It's just, I felt like it was more propaganda than anything.
Well, yeah, like space is considered to be the pinnacle of human achievement. So if your nation is on the precipice of doing anything important in space, then you've made it. You know, like you're somebody now.
Yeah. That was pretty funny. Anyways, I'm gonna head off. Have a good night, all.
Stay blessed.
I'll catch you later. Bye.
Bye.
going on in the lobby?
Nothing. Nobody's waking up yet. They haven't realized they don't have to go to work today.
They don't know how good this Friday is.
It is Good Friday, isn't it?
That's what you said earlier, so I'm just going with that.
Oh, that's right. It's Good Friday.
All Fridays are good.
Yeah, but you guys need to brace yourselves for all the butthurt people that want to come around and make sure everybody understands that Easter is pagan and you're evil.
I forgot about that part too. That we should be getting the religious nuts in today. The anti-religious nuts.
I prefer to be against mindless consumerism in general, because that's kind of the bigger point of what's going on Easter which is also the point of the dang scriptures. But okay, let's get hyperfixated on evil. It's evil. Everything's evil.
Yeah.
Buy the chocolate after the holidays, and it's cheaper because it goes on sale.
That's right. Look, everybody knows that throughout history, people have reinvented new calendars. So all you got to do is reinvent your calendar like a lagging calendar to where all the holidays are after the holidays, so everything's cheaper for your family. Just raise your family like that, and then they'll never know the difference. Think about it. All the decorations are still around, right? Nobody's gonna know. They're like, why do we celebrate Christmas on the 30th?
That reminds me of
Shut up, Timmy!
No one's gonna know. How would they know? Oh man.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I just figured it out, dude. This is so brilliant. You're gonna love this. So not only do you get everything cheaper, but you get the privilege of looking at everyone who celebrates the holiday on the day it normally is and tell them that they're not as good as you because you're doing it on the right day and they're not. It just gets better and better.
You just ask them how it makes sense when what you're doing is cheaper, and then make them think about how much it costs.
Exactly. Frugalness is a moral good, right? And so they are clearly the spawn of Satan.
Yes. So, there you go.
Man, dude, self-righteous people are like the most annoying. They're like Karen multiplied, raised to the power of a Googleplex.
Like, here's my thought when it comes to stuff like that. If you know something's the right thing to do, you don't have to tell other people to do it. You just do it, and they'll see you doing something that's obviously right, and they're going to copy you because they notice that it is better than the mistakes they're making. So that your actions will speak for themselves, and you don't actually have to go, hey, you should be doing this, because that's micromanaging somebody else. But if you're doing something that can learn from your behaviors, that's something else entirely.
Oh, well, that belies their true heart's intention. They don't actually care about what's right or wrong. What they care about is the contrast between them and others. So in order for them to be good, they have to put others below them so that they can be risen above. So you don't actually have to rise above, you just put others down. And then all of a sudden you're higher than them. And that's pretty much the self-righteous pride kind of thing that, to be fair, a lot of humans fall into at various times in their life.
Crabs in a bucket mentality, no matter where it's at.
Dude, it's the same thing that Flat Earth experiences, right? Mm-hmm. Flat Earth is like the poster child for an inferior human being that you put up as a straw man so that you can step on its head and stand on top of it and be like, look at me, I'm so much better. I'm more evolved, more intelligent, more modern than these archaic flat earther retards.
Sometimes it'll go on both sides, though, because then they'll be, all right, I don't like it when, Because I won't jump into debate and discussion about things that are outside of my understanding, because that would be stupid. But when people try and jump into something, especially a lot of new flat earthers will make this mistake. They'll jump into something outside of their depth of understanding and try and get into a debate and discussion about it, and all of a sudden they start spiraling instead of what should be happening. Because they're unlearned and they need to come hang around you guys and listen.
Yeah, look, flat Earth doesn't cure the human condition. Right?
Yeah.
You're still proud. You're still a liar. You're still whatever moral defects you had before, you still have now.
We lie to ourselves accidentally, don't we?
Yeah. You gotta
All the
fight.
time.
You gotta fight human nature, no matter what your worldview is.
That's why I like it when you guys talk about things like ego death. Like you basically put yourself down and you pay more attention to the bigger picture of what's going on. Ego is kind of like a zombie, wants to take control. It's the carnal flesh. It's worldly. Doesn't care about anything beyond this. Just now. And me, I. And then doesn't give a crap about anybody else. It has to be put away. There are certain aspects of that, though, that is good. Like, how can you take care of somebody else if you don't know how to take care of yourself? And how can you cook a good meal? You cook a good meal for yourself, you can cook the same exact thing and give it to somebody else. But you let ego take over, it'll be a monster. Easily. And whether it's a globe Earth server or a flat Earth server, ego is a monster that can take over very easily. I like that this place we keep each other in check. Like it's like the brothers and the sisters hanging out, and we're just somebody starts getting out of hand. All right, now we're more like a bunch of cousins.
Man, there's a joke in there somewhere.
Please don't. No.
Oh, I'm gonna do it. Flat Earthers, they say they're a family and they only want to marry other flat Earthers. Aha, they're inbred losers.
Then CB just shows up and plays like a soundbite that goes, Alabama!
Yeah, but Globers would marry a fucking AI program.
Yeah, for real. You're not even kidding.
If they could, they could.
And Einstein married his literal actual cousin.
It'll be March of the Machines, bro.
Oh, jeez, yeah. They'll order him from Japan, and they'll have all the features.
Dude, for real, there are people in the advent of AI girlfriends and robotic
Pleasure devices.
Yeah, pleasure devices that they basically said that it's immoral to interact with these things unless you program a capacity to not consent and therefore have the contrast of consent. So you have to get consent from an inanimate object.
Oh,
This is how retarded these people are. They don't understand the difference between objects and agents. Like they think that because they're so indoctrinated by materialism and the scientific paradigm that pushed materialism for centuries, they can't even understand the difference between a living thing that has a mind and a rock. Michelle Thaler, ba-dum-bum. Now, when Michelle Thaler picked up the rock, how does she know she wasn't fondling its genitals?
Ooh.
Did she ask for consent?
Maybe she actually did go over before, anybody saw her and said, listen, may I pick you up?
Dude, somebody needs to do a parody on that. Because, like, normally what you would do is you'd pick up a rock, you show people, you turn it around, you touch it here and there. So you have to do that whole consent nonsense, like, can I touch you here? Can I turn you around? Can I then touch you here? And then have someone off screen, like, do a little, one of them voices, like from one of those dummies, ventriloquist dummies. And so Michelle Thaur's like, "Oh, you're a good little rock. Can I pick you up?" "Sure, you can." Oh man,
We'll just get Tolly from South Park.
Yeah, but it sounds ridiculous the way we're lampooning this, but this is how retarded these people are.
They don't even know that they're being lampooned right now. They think we're stupid.
Yeah. Well, you flat earthers are so dumb. You think that the earth is exactly as it presents itself to be, when you should be more astute like us and realize that you're just a complicated rock.
And AI will be taking over because eventually it's smarter than us as it is right now. It knows more than we do. Yeah, well, it knows everything retarded-wise because everything I ask it, I have to correct it.
Yeah, but it doesn't know anything. That's the problem. See, it's so hard. It's so hard to divorce yourself from using language that belongs to agents when you're talking about an inanimate object that mimics an agent.
Well, it's 4:20 somewhere.
Dude, just make your own time zones to go along with your own holidays.
I have my own time zones, and they're temperature controlled. I haven't changed the clocks in my bedroom yet. So it's an hour earlier if I'm in my bedroom than if I'm in the rest of the house. It's on its own time zone.
Well, it can be like only one explanation, right? Your house is obviously a globe.
That's right. Well, it has to be. I have time zones.
And seasons.
Well, they're temperature controlled, of course. Yeah, they're zoned out. So, like I say, for where I'm at, it's a top of a mountain. If you're by Lake Erie, if you're not near that water level for most of wherever you're at, you're on top of a mountain, right? So I'm 1,200 feet in the air. And so every day when I drive, because it's fall, I can see through the tree lines where I normally can't see through. And it's just almost 360 degrees around me is the same horizon all the way around me. It doesn't bend down anywhere. What do you think of that crazy shit? I just noticed that again yesterday because I normally don't drive that direction. I get on the highway the opposite direction because I live opposite of that. But I got there and I'm like, shit, I can see through the trees. That's right. I looked all the way around. I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah, I got a meme for that. Hold on, let me put it here.
I just didn't realize I had that view. I just need to be able to get that with my camera sometime. Maybe I can do that before trees fill up.
Man, check out this meme right here, friends. This is our resident Glober sympathizer, Mr. Caddy. No, he wasn't a flat earther. So that means that what he says is obviously true. So here's what he says. The horizon cannot curve on a globe. Well, it can't. Look at the horizon. Now turn to the right. Did it drop? Now turn more to the right. Did it drop? Continue turning to the right. After turning 360 degrees, what happens? It meets up where it started. How could it have possibly curved down? Anyone who thinks the horizon curves on a globe is nuts. It's true.
So
if it appears to you, like, think about it. If it appears to you that the edges in your periphery are curving down, but you do a 360 degree and they appear back exactly where they started, so everywhere where you're focused straight ahead is at the same level, then those dips or apparent dips can't possibly be geometry. Do you know why? Anyone? Any Globers out there? Do you know why that's the case? I'll tell you why, since you clearly don't know. Since you always come in here and say, I saw the curve in the horizon. So the correct answer is, in your worldview, the horizon is equidistant, right? So all points are at the same range. So it's 100, let's just say it's 3 miles in front of you. You turn to the right, it's 3 miles, 3 miles, 3 miles. If you trace 3 miles around, it's a circle. But then you say, oh, well, what about the dip angle? Well, it just so happens that the dip angle is also the same. You're the same height, you didn't change height, and the ball didn't change shape spontaneously. So that means that the angle to the horizon is the same. So you have the same angle of entry of the light, and you have the same distance. So there's no differential. No matter which way you look, there's absolutely zero difference. So all the light's entering in the same exact way. There's way that being said, there's no differentiation of curvature. In order to see curvature on a ball the size that the Earth is claimed to be, you have to be, depending on the way you do the math, greater than 700 miles from the surface. Now, for anybody worth their salt who's been paying attention, they would recognize, wait a minute, the ISS claims to be at like 250 miles, but they show us a bunch of curve from the little video that they claim to be taking. Yeah, look at that curve that they show. Trace it out to what the Earth would be. The Earth would be smaller. Clearly, the curve they're showing you is not legitimate curve of the Earth. It's just a curved image. It's really not that hard to comprehend. That's why Neil deGrasse Tyson, right, had to do damage control when the Red Bull jump occurred. People were looking at Felix Baumgartner jumping out of the Red Bull capsule and looking at the video that he had and saying, oh, look, it's the curve of the Earth, everybody. And then you look at the video and you're like, wait a minute, if that's the curve of the Earth, then New Mexico takes up like half the Earth. That can't possibly be the curve of the Earth. And so Neil deGrasse Tyson was like, wow, y'all are retards. I'm going to have to go out and make a public announcement to damage control your retarded globe asses. So what he did is he went out and he said, look, friends, there's absolutely no geometrically possible way that you could see the curve of the Earth from the height that Felix Baumgartner was at. Can't be done for the principles I just outlined. Now, since Neil deGrasse Tyson is famous, right, he gets to go out and say all that. But then you got other people who are also in the same similar field, that being planetarium directors, astronomers, astrophysicists, etc., that realize that some people might still be so dumb to think that if you went a little bit higher than Felix Baumgartner, you might be able to see the curve of the Earth. And so he doubled down and said, no. Did a whole lecture on why the ISS can't see the curve of the Earth, and that all the images that the ISS shows you of a curved Earth are photo effect curved, not geometric curved. And that's being, I can't remember his name, Dave Larson, I think, planetarium director. We have it in here. But the principles are the same. You have an equidistant horizon, you have the same angle. All the angles of entry are the same, all of that. There's no differentiation. You have to get much, much further away. You have to be a certain distance of the diameter away. And I can't remember the exact thing, but I know it's greater than 700 miles. So all these people going out there, they see any curve in an image and they immediately say, oh, that's Earth curve. Did absolutely no scrutiny to determine whether it was optical curve in the image or actual geometric curve in the object they're looking at. But that's the problem with the globe from the beginning. You go out in the world, you look at optical phenomenon, and then you derive geometric relationships from it without having validated the locations of the things in free space relative to each other. And then you make an entire worldview based on your assed out assumption that things that I see are exactly the size they are and exactly where I see them physically, as opposed to optically. Yeah, it's just a big confusion with what we see with what actually is in free space. Then you make a whole religion about it, right? Even burn a couple people at the stake, in good old religion fashion. Then, create an apparatus that indoctrinates the children in the public schools till everybody believes your nonsense. Excuse me. All right, what's new? Anything new? Anything happening? Anything pressing? Any moon missions announced that aren't going to happen? Any moon missions canceled that were announced 6 months ago?
I cancel them as soon as they announce them. We should just play like cancellation date in here. As soon as they announce one, we should get a pool together for a cancellation date. We'll figure out what the prize is. Special tags.
So, yeah, that'd actually be fun. If people can kind of place bets on, I think it's going to be this one.
They're like, well, in 2023, they're going to be walking out, or 2024, going to the moon. All that ain't happening. So NASA just asked for a bunch of money last month or a month and a half ago when I saw it.
Yeah. Get it down to the day and time. If somebody actually calls the time when the announcement's made, then they can get some kind of other special role that's next level.
Like those crowdfunding websites and stuff, some of them allow the person who the crowdfund is for to keep the money even though they don't follow through on the product, because they offer the product or the endeavor as it might happen, right? So this is actually a genius business strategy, right? We should it wouldn't be that dumb to do it ourselves. Like have
oh my God, why can't us flat earthers do a moon mission?
Exactly. So we raise all the money, right?
Oh my God.
We were totally seriously going to do it, but then we realized we can't go to the moon. So now we're just keeping all the money. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Yeah, we through our research, we found out we can't go there.
That would be awesome. Let's go. Where are we going to build the stage for the rocket?
Dude, you're not even getting it.
You said you're a graphics artist. You make the stage.
I got you.
Exactly. There.
Yeah. Okay, but I need a location for me to set it. So where are we going to build this?
Dude. Man.
In the middle of the desert where nobody knows.
Okay, I'll go to Google
No.
Nah.
You go onto the metaverse and you buy a plot of metaverse desert and you make your rocket there to send to the moon.
Oh my God, that's where we put the design at.
There you go.
Yep. And now our excuse for not going is that we haven't yet developed the technology to transpose digital objects into the real world, like in Tron the movie. So once that technology catches up, then we'll send our moon mission. And until then, we're just going to spend the money. You know, it'll be all right, everyone.
Okay, I have a question. This metaverse, since I have no idea what it is, can I import SolidWorks objects, 3D objects into it?
I don't see why not.
Yeah.
So how do I get to it? Do I have to have VR stuff, or is it also 2D like Second Life?
It's mostly surrounded by the VR type thing. That's the direction they're headed.
I mean, you'll be able to interface with it on a regular computer screen, especially if you're doing creative stuff.
All right, so I got to figure out how to get an account. I have to be a Facebook user.
Yeah, but the moral of the story is that they're creating entire virtual constructs in there that are entities that exist in the real world, like countries, corporations, territories, land, deeds, all of this stuff. So you could actually create your own country, your own space agency, and send rockets in the metaverse to the metaverse moon and claim your country landed on the moon.
Well,
hilarious.
If nobody's done it, I'm going to make an account and figure out how to get to the moon there. Are you guys with me?
Let's go.
Because I got SolidWorks. I'll draw whatever we need, texturize it and everything.
Yeah, see, think about it this way. You could actually offer trips to space, right? And so what it is, they put on their VR goggles, they pay you $17,000, and then they experience going up into space and looking back at the Earth.
And
as you can say, see, I proved the Earth was a globe.
You get the 3D models for everything.
That'll be $17,000. All right, I'm out, friends. Take it easy.
Stay blessed, man. Peace out. I was just going to say you could get the NASA parts, the 3D models from the website. Like they have actual astronaut, whatever. You download all the assets and be like, yeah, you can be a NASA astronaut and go to the moon. NASA has assets that can be down like 3D models and stuff. And like applying it to that metaverse thing would save time on creating stuff. You just use the official NASA models that they have already. They've even got the texture thing for the moon, like high resolution stuff.
I need that so I can wrap it around the ball in SolidWorks.
Yeah. I can link it. I'll go ahead and grab it for you and link you to it. Not that it matters, because it's not like you're going to do it right now.
I have SolidWorks open.
You get CGI moon kit.
I'm always drawing something. Usually a bracket or something for engineering that we need the special whatever for.
They have the height elevation maps apparently for their projection of what the moon is. You could probably like create an actual 3D object using your stuff. Like here it's a moon. But then I guess that would be an idol. And another cartoon. If you were to put that in a 3D model of that, it'd be heavy as hell.
That's perfect. I have one of those of Earth. I don't have it anymore. I'll have to find a new one, but I made an Earth, but that's what I need right there. Oh, I'll just take the highest resolution one they've got.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've already done all the work, man.
450 meg.
Wait a minute, I don't know if that's the one you can down. Yeah, it is. ITF file, 12 megabytes.
Man, I might have to put that spinning globe on something at work.
I got one for you.
No, we don't have globes in there or anything like that at our place.
The ISS. It'd be funny to build a drone that looks like the ISS and fly it over.
Man, if I can figure out how to open this up, we're going to be having, all right, we're going to be doing all kinds of stuff with this in my green screen.
The model for the astronaut is so low resolution. It's horrible. It's useful, I guess, if you wanted to play around with space fantasy, but it's still a horrible model.
Wow. I should be able to open this up and do what I want with it.
Yeah. This one looks interesting, though.
Yeah, they give you the tools to fool people already.
Yeah.
I got to download these before I can't download them anymore.
There's a lot of weird ones on here, too. It has an astronaut glove, so you can do the 3D, whatever, metaverse stuff, and you'd see your own hand or, you know.
Oh, I want to go in there to see how to make money like I did in Second Life. I figured it out right away. I went in, made real money, cashed out thousands monthly, and then I got out of it. Would sell my shit on eBay.
There's one that I'm looking for specifically that's some kind of robotic. It's a robonaut. It's a robotic astronaut. And they only have Robonaut 2 up there, of course. Funny. Martov said. A lot of the video games are at a higher resolution and quality than the bullcrap that they put out there and try and pretend is an actual live stream. The NASA's mainstream live stream isn't even a freaking live stream. You want to see the real stuff from their devices that are recording data, you have to go to the website itself, not YouTube. Freaking loop. Watch it for a week straight.
Hello.
Okay, I got the Metaverse Developers Kit. That's all I need.
Nice. I mean, cool. God, I don't like using that word anymore now that I know what it means. And it means something different to me. So every time I use it, like, now that I know, I have to correct myself. Awesome, man.
So I guess what I'll do is have my work order me some of this VR crap. Since I'm sure they're going to want us to play around with this eventually, may as well do it now.
Yeah.
That's the cool thing. Like, we got a $5,000 Microsoft HoloLens because they wanted us to see what it does, and it just sits on a shelf.
I feel like Cave Johnson runs your company. Do you work for Aperture? Who's ready to make some science?
Oh, we work for ourselves. We own our own company.
It's a Portal joke. There's a game called Portal. It's like, science isn't about why. It's about why not. And then he just does random crap. Because it's science. Just find out how it works. Put it back on the shelf when you're done with it. But when you said that about that, it just made me laugh because it reminded me of Aperture Science and how they do things. I'm like, that probably is exactly how most science actually works. They'll just figure something out, put it on the shelf, go for the next project. Of course, you know much more about that than I do. I'm just kind of looking from the outside in and basing something off of a video game meta reference. I'm still looking at these 3D models, though, because I'm interested in what you're doing. That's cool. Maybe I can learn something.
You might be able to download SolidWorks and use it. I'm not sure if they have a free trial or not. Ours is a very expensive version. It's got everything in it.
Yeah. And then now the way that they do things, you can't just download the software. You have to connect directly to their whatever. Like, there's kind of a subscription for the new Adobe stuff. You can't just buy it.
I can develop in Unity in here. I can make shit for Metaverse. All kinds of stuff. I can make programs, all kinds of shit now I see.
So I can use Unity 3D for it, and yeah, that works. I look forward to seeing what you do with it, man. This conversation's definitely going to draw a lot of attention to Flat Earth because a lot of people are going to be like, okay, well, checkmate, Flat Earthers. We're going to Moon and Mars and stuff. So there's going to be a lot of more people who join in and want to.
The flat earthers are going to go to the moon
talk
first.
about it. Yeah. Shrink down, build a giant level plane, and then just have it so that there's a bunch of like cosmonauts standing on the dark side of the moon, looking down over the edge of it. There's this drop, and then it just goes down, and there's just the moon's hovering over the plane. Either way, that's the funny part, is either way, that's exactly what you would see, whether it's round or flat. Like, that's why the freaking moon landing pictures don't make sense. To show you, like, a freaking moon photobombing the Earth, and then on the other hand, you got the freaking Earthrise thing. It's like, okay, which Earth do you live on? Tiny Earth, big moon, or big Earth, tiny moon? I actually did a thing where I zoomed in and made it, like, I lined up that picture with that one so that if you were standing there where the Earthrise picture is, then you would, like, what it would look like from that perspective on the other picture. You see nothing but Earth. It's just Earth. The edges of the corners of the pictures are filled with just more Earth. It's all blue and white. So based off of the moon photobombs the Earth picture, if anybody did actually land on, you would still see nothing but Earth, and it would look flat. Whether it's a freaking ball or it's level, you would still see Earth. At least according to these pictures that they show us. I just made a little emoji meme out of it because these pictures are funny to me. You can get them off of NASA. That's where they come from. Go Google them. Talking out into the live stream. Break the fourth wall and start talking to the live stream of people who may or may not be watching right now. Radwin's all into the metaverse, like piecing together what's next inside of his mind. Like, he knows exactly what he's going to build now.
I'm logging in. I'm just trying to figure out how somebody has my name taken already.
You might have a fan club. People keep track and follow you.
I do have a fan club. That's why I have to have my direct messages turned off.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried to add you, by the way, man, but I understand why you got it deactivated. You probably get a ton of them all the time. I was a mod on another server and I got friend requests from random people. I had to disable it myself. There's some weird things here. In this list of 3D models, I mean. This one looks kind of weird. It's a 3D model of an experimental aircraft. Oh, okay, I guess this one has multiple pieces. It's split off or something, or be constructed differently. I was just thinking it'd be cool to 3D print one of these and then just go get one of the model rocket components, set it off, see what happens. Experimental rocket. Let's experiment. I mean, it's not rocket science or anything. Oh, shit. You create a 24/7 flat Earth metaverse area.
Do you guys like NASA?
It's my favorite show. My favorite sci-fi. It's a great comedy too. There's a lot of drama as well.
Especially when you drive across the country in a diaper.
Yeah, that season was hilarious.
That was season 6, episode 6, I think.
Season 6, episode 6 was a 6-part special. That did get way too much media coverage for a freaking diaper astronaut.
They're trolling people.
I know.
They're just making fun of everybody. Doesn't anybody get that yet?
Keep on trolling, baby. You know what time it is. It's just a show. That's why they have the best studios in the world. Oh, he's gone. I guess that answers his question.
Hello, my brother.
I didn't see who was talking. I was looking somewhere else.
Hello?
What's up, me try?
Call me Mishu, if you remember.
Mishu.
Yeah. Hey, I wanted, at least I'm talking to you, but anyone who's listening, to make aware that tomorrow, on the level team, they will go to the Bedford Canal and do an observation over 6 miles, one end of the canal to the other. It will be. So I'm no expert. I'm just what I understand and what I know is good info. This is what I'm saying. So I cannot give details.
Yes, my brother.
They will place one auto level on one end and one auto level on the other hand. And it will be all done live on Discord. They will point cameras, which this is what they say will invalidate, will not be an experiment, right? It's gonna just be an optical observation. People can draw their conclusions. And I think it's important people know because nobody is doing stuff like this.
Dmitry,
Yeah,
are you Russian?
no, Romanian.
You're Romanian?
Yeah, man.
Ce faci?
Bine. Pronunția
Alright, bro.
mai bună.
Alright, bro.
I said your pronunciation could be better, but it's good enough.
I worked with a Romanian guy once. I know how to say some numbers and, say Cifaci.
Uh, uh, didn't he learn you like a joke, the bad words first?
Oh yeah, of course. But I can say bad words in every language.
I remember on a military base, and we had Afghani people employed there for different functions, right? And these fucking Romanians taught them only curse words and told them it's greetings and stuff like that.
Really? That's fucked.
And all day, every day, you would just hear "fuck this," "fuck you" in Romanian, "suck my this," "eat my that," with a smile on their face, waving.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Hey, let me just, I don't know, maybe uh, do justice what I wanted to tell. Like, nobody is doing this kind of stuff. And it can be seen live tomorrow on their Discord. And people can draw their conclusions. And I'm just trying to spread the word because it's a larger community. It's a shame if people can be involved, from what I understand. You can ask on Discord, get active and tell him, move the camera like this in your auto level, move the camera like that, see what the reticle does, see what's what, I guess. Okay.
They're recording it, right?
From what I understand, I guess they have someone. I would record if I could for myself, but I have a shitty laptop I'm working. But I think they have someone that will record. But
I would think they would. Okay, so yeah, hopefully they'll record it and we can post it because I don't know where they are, where the link is at, or anything.
I can provide you it if people don't mind putting it on this channel or another channel. It's on the level crew. Their server is on the level on Discord, and on YouTube it's Try Thinking. I think some people might know about Bev Try Thinking. It's those guys. But I'll drop a link if a mod wants to take them down or something. If it's not for this live stream voice text, it's okay. So the disc, I can't post Discord links. It got taken down. I'll post the original message.
Can anyone see the moon?
Wait a minute. I'll go check. Probably not. I'm actually going to be right back, though. If you...
Can anyone see the moon?
How's it going, man?
Yeah, good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Hanging in there. I'm about to step inside, though, and grab something to drink, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, cool. Go for it.
All right, man. What's up? This guy should get VC verified. See what he says. Or ask him that. If nobody wants to talk, I should probably just play music or something.
"24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified."
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final
not winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat then we'll fall off the edge, but if it is a spinning ball we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Shells, dollar bills, pharma kills to keep you ill. It's like this. It's like this. Tainted blood, no one's flood, pyramids.
part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe,
Got the heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lines and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got the heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat. and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassau's got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Light things rise up, heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow the spinning ball. It makes us think. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow the spinning ball. It makes us stick. Gravity is magic. Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow the spinning ball. It makes us think. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic.
truth. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth. Yeah. You know he ain't gonna lie. No, no, no. You know he ain't gonna lie. Yeah, they come to snuff the truth. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth. Yeah. You know he ain't gonna lie. No, no, no. You know he ain't gonna lie. We ain't spinning on no globe, man. We see for miles in our homeland. NASA sends us pictures photoshopped. They feed us pills, can't see ourselves. Turn TVs off, seek bookshelves. Oh God, please, won't you help them see the truth? Yeah, they come to snuff the truth. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth. Yeah. You know he ain't gonna lie. No, no, no. You know he ain't gonna
lie. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know it's part of the show. Then they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like
like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can't save the lost, in love with the on. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight in a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, I said. Welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show, if you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated ache makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate. Forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I got to liberate and fight the living gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late. And rockets don't work in space. It's all fake. The show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone. It won't be long. Pepe's beak is strong. We have our sun and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said. Welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show, if you don't know, you don't know. Welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show, if you don't know, it's part of the show. Then they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Impossible truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost, in love with the on. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight in a new hand of cards. Been so long, it seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, that's it.
Clearing away stumbling blocks. Yeah, we moving down obstacles. Water seeks to find level and stopping it is impossible. May as well say this is just like where's Waldo? Being born until the last night your fault though. You still think you're living on a ball with your friends. Meanwhile 1,000 miles an hour. Never felt the earth spin. Space wizards claim that they landed on that moon, then destroyed the technology like a congress of baboons. Mankind became tools. Now everyone is oppressed. Took God out of schools. Now these fools need some new vests. Why do you think there are so many churches? When you make some things common, they start to become worthless. Why would they lie? So you would pay for your sins. So crazy for eternity is what devil's stealing. About their father's business, still destroying, killing, and stealing. Now there's hidden knowledge, and you're living by your feelings. Reaction's just a product of external stimuli, but action's always something that you get to decide. Every action leads to reaction, and you can't even lie. Speaking of lies, did you know that's a means to deceive? Propagating the faith and orchestrating belief. Predictive programming on perpetual repeat. With scribing me with signals as you walk down the street. If the earth is a sphere, then where's the drop over distance? Without a fishing lens, Earth's curve has never been witnessed. Scientific means that this thing must produce knowledge. And models require measurements you won't find in your college. Always begging for a model like you needed to live. Meanwhile, scientific role models don't even exist. You keep watching cartoons and thinking this is what real is.
Without measurements that produce knowledge, there is not a scientific model. The word modulus means measure. Scientificus means producing knowledge. The scientificus modulus of Earth does not exist.
The not from where I'm sad, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just want to scream at this light. Open my eyes, no going back. It's what a surprise. The earth is flat. And now it feels so good to me. I'm working every day with this mind full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally found to be true what my senses always knew. I just wanna scream at this black. Open my eyes, 'cause it's a fight. It's what schoolmasters rise. The earth is flat. Find out for yourself. No one's telling the truth. It's all there online. Now it's down to you. You stop with every debate. You can trust in what he says. Spends the time with ODD, Mark's Cruz, EOB. And if you take the time, you simply cannot fail to see that it's flat. We don't live on a spinning slaves to death. More lab coats they found from somewhere. Here they come to snuff the truth out. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth out. Yeah. You know he ain't gonna lie. No, no, no. You know he ain't gonna lie. Yeah, they come to snuff the truth out. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth out. Yeah. You know he ain't gonna lie. No, no, no. You know he ain't gonna lie. We ain't spinning on no globe, man. We see for miles in our homeland. NASA sends us pictures photoshopped. They feed us pills, can't see ourselves. Turn TVs off, seek bookshelves. Oh God, please, won't you help them see the truth? Yeah, they come to snuff the truth out. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth out. Yeah. You know he ain't gonna lie. No, no, no. You know he ain't gonna
wonder if you would recommend locking down schools if you had to do it all over again.
you're okay. You're not gonna get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
First of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down.
Hello, Dave Inkle.
I thought if it was music, it was okay. My bad.
No, it was talking. Yeah. Thanks, Ether, Chris, for stopping.
My fault. I thought everything was cool if it was in the song. So
Yeah.
my bad. I won't do that anymore.
No problem.
A little too close. No, you're good. It's just a little too close to the fire.
Yeah.
But yeah.
The strike.
We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. Didn't you know that, Ether Grant?
Yeah, man. I was just said it. We just got a little bit close to that fire. I'll be right back, though, guys.
If we can ever figure out if the world's actually turning, then maybe we'll get somewhere, right? As far as I can tell, we don't know that the Earth is turning, but everybody says it is. But anyway, is it okay to put that in the voice text in case somebody wants to hear it, or just leave it out? Never mind.
Yeah. I'm gonna post anyway. Not.
Anyway, here we are at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, the best place on Earth to talk about Earth. We've been joined by Miguel Sosa, FE Batman, Sheepdog Legend, Ether Grass, Systems is on Deafin. And if I missed anybody, I'm sorry. Wave Mixer is here also.
Yeah.
And the audience is listening. There's a few people out there. Somebody's got curiosity, questions. Why are these people sitting around here on a Flat Earth Discord server? You might be asking yourself. Come in and click the link, come in, discuss. We'll be glad to have a civil discussion with you. Even Miguel can be civil when he tries to be, right, Miguel?
Yeah.
But hey, Dave, I just wanted to say, I love the parody songs. I really do. I think they're awesome. When people change the words up and everything like that. It's not just the lyrics that are an issue. It's the tune. The tune will get you like, oh, that's DMCA. And I'm like, oh my gosh, dude, really?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that stuff works. I know it's on Conspiracy Music Guru's channel, and he's got like 50,000 views on it. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
No, I mean, like you can play it until somebody says something. I was just making it. I was just bringing it to light.
Better safe than sorry. Ether Grass was correct. We shouldn't dance along the fire line too much.
And don't get me wrong, I don't like playing rap music all the time. It just seems like rap music's easier to make for some of the music that's out there and everything like that. So that's why I'll play it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like being instrumental and everything like that, like that's a lot more difficult to be genuine.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
So kudos to all you flat earth music makers out there. Keep making the music. Let us know where you are so we can find you. Back to flat earth.
Yeah, how about this globe that everybody thinks they live on? Isn't that hilarious? Sheepdog.
Yeah, did you see the news article I posted earlier?
No, what was it?
That there's a black hole like moving through space. A runaway black hole.
Well, NASA will probe that black hole pretty quick if they're. I mean, we're paying them enough, so they'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. NASA's got this.
Oh yeah.
Let's see what the latest NASA news is here. I'm gonna look it up real quick.
All right, I like NASA. Today at NASA News. We need one of those playlist things where like that news sound.
Just coming across the wire, the latest NASA news, April 7th, 2023. NASA's high-resolution air quality control instrument launches. I know everybody was waiting for that. So it has launched.
They need those CGI pictures to look better.
They have launched the instrument that everybody was waiting for, so you can breathe again. I just posted it in the chat there. A NASA instrument to provide unprecedented resolution of monitoring major air pollutants down to 4 square miles lifted off on its way to geostationary orbit at 12:30 a.m. Friday. Yay, NASA, way to go.
Man.
I love to see they're spending our tax money wisely, man. They're always frugal and they're always responsible with everything they do there. So NASA is my favorite place. They are so cool.
And you know what's funny? I'll talk to Globers online, and they'll say, "Why do you keep pointing at NASA? There's more evidence than NASA." And I'm like, "Okay, show me." And then what do? They show me a NASA article or a NASA photo, and I'm like, "Dude."
I know you're curious, Gizbo, so I'm gonna fill you in here real quick.
All right.
A NASA instrument to provide unprecedented resolution of monitoring major air pollutants. I already read that part. Blah blah blah. The Tropospheric Emissions Monitoring of Pollution, or TEMPO for short, TEMPO, instrument will improve life on Earth by revolutionizing the way scientists observe air quality from space. I was wondering when they were going to do that, and now they've finally done it. Thank you, NASA.
I know.
The TEMPO mission is about more than just studying pollution. It's about improving life on Earth for all. By monitoring the effects of everything from rush hour traffic to pollution from forest fires and volcanoes, NASA data will improve air quality across North America and protect our planet, said NASA Administrator Bill Nelson.
Do you think they're going to monitor our chemtrails also?
Yeah, they've got it all in control, man. They know what they're doing. You got to trust NASA, man. You just got to trust the experts. Come on.
All right.
NASA's TEMPO launched from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida atop a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. That's good to know. The instrument is a payload on the satellite Intelsat 40E. In case anybody was keeping score, that's 40E Intelsat. Okay, which separated from the rocket approximately 32 minutes after the launch. Man, I had the over-under at 30 minutes.
33?
I had the over-under at 30 minutes. I lost, my bad.
Signal acquisition. 31 minutes and 31 seconds.
Yeah. Signal acquisition occurred at 1:14 a.m. Thank you. Valuable information. I was wondering when they had it.
Are they going to live feed that?
Yeah. TEMPO commissioning activities will begin in late May or early June. So it's going to take them a couple months to actually get it online and get it going and everything. But it's up there. But it's just going to chill until they figure out how to get it into their stationary orbit. And, you got to calculate the orbital mechanics and the three-body problem and blah, blah, blah. And
got to wait for the nanobots to get in place.
Yeah. If you're NASA, you got it all figured out, so you don't have to worry about it.
They've done the math.
From a fixed geostationary orbit above the equator, TEMPO will be the first space-based instrument to measure air quality over North America. Hourly, during the daytime. America? Yes, over North America.
What happens if the wind blows from China into North America? Does that count?
Its geostationary orbit is going to be fixed, It's almost like the Earth's not moving, and they put it up there on the helium balloon, and it's not moving. But really, in reality, they're both moving, so that one's locked into whatever the Earth's doing, even though you can't feel the Earth doing it. So there you go. You just got to trust NASA, man. What's wrong with you?
I saw this from yesterday from Japan space company. So now they have this project Sky Canvas, shooting stars, making artificial shooting stars.
That's what we need. I wonder if they'll make those come up from the horizon like we never see. You know?
Never.
Maybe they'll start doing the fake ones up from the horizon, so we'll quit saying that.
And this the link from this starale.com, they say this between quotes, make space closer for all of us together.
So I saw an article just a little while ago. Somebody deleted it.
It's nice to see that NASA is still adding value to everybody's everyday life every day. They're working hard over there at NASA. Got to give them kudos.
Here we go. The Navy. Yeah, U.S. Naval History just launched their virtual library tour. And my response was, pretty soon we'll be doing virtual tours of the solar system.
National Library Day. A virtual tour of the Navy Department. Cool.
It's almost like they're setting you up for that virtual tour of the galaxy.
I'm sure NASA will have that covered here next 4 or 5 years. And then 4 or 5 years from now, they'll say it'll be another 4 or 5 years. So that seems to be how they work, though. But we're going back to the moon. Don't worry about it. They've already announced the crew and everything. So
is it the all-female crew?
No, it's and let's see if I can find that article. There's one African American guy. There's a white guy. I think a Hispanic and a female. I could be wrong though.
All right. I'm glad we got all the bases covered on it, though.
The female's going to enjoy hanging with the guys in the cubicle for 3 or 4 days on the trip to the moon, isn't she? That should be interesting.
Well, it's worth noting. You can look this up too, Dave. There's been studies that like being out in space for too long can like reactivate herpes. If you have
herpes, there you go.
Yeah. I did a Google search on space herpes one time just to see what it would say. And I kid you not, that's what was going on. There was like article after article. NASA's had a problem with herpes with astronauts coming back from space. Oh my gosh, it is a thing.
Man, NASA never stops adding value. I don't think we'll give them enough money. They need to up their budget, don't you think?
No, we just can't cut their budget. That's the only problem. They've got enough budget. It's just we got to keep paying. This is gold.
They're doing so much to add value to everybody's life. It's amazing.
I'm so happy for GoPro.
They have to have money to go to Devon Island to fake Mars.
Well, they have to have a practice facility so when they actually go, they know what it looks like, right? So that's all explained. Of course, they're going to practice on Devon Island because they've already looked at Mars and it pretty much looks exactly like that. So it's a great place to practice. So
and
what's your problem?
They like to practice on water pools, the ESS outside, at space pool.
Yeah.
Water coming to these suits, astronaut suits.
Yeah.
If that ISS really existed as they portray it, after like a week, that whole place would reek of every kind of smell you could think of. Unless they got some kind of ventilation system, all their farts are in there with them and everything. You know, just floating around.
Did you hear about the new spacesuit? The new spacesuit that they created? They can survive 6 days in space.
Sweet.
They recycle farts now.
They recycle farts and poop and pee and all that stuff. Man.
Do you have a picture of those
upgrades?
Because there were some suits that the guy that made the suits for the movie Tron Legacy. They contract this guy to make those suits. I don't know if you are talking about the same ones. And these ones are not allowed to go into between space because it doesn't work. It doesn't, isolate.
Yeah, space is hard sometimes. You got to understand.
It's so dense.
Like many people said on here many times that even if everything is exactly like they're telling us, why would anybody actually want to go there? Why would you want to go live on Mars where you go, it's totally barren. There's nothing. You can find Matt Damon and grow up some potatoes or whatever, but y'all know what I mean. You gotta wear a suit the whole time or you're gonna die. So who the hell would actually want to go there? I wouldn't.
And we don't see this. Oops, he's playing the music, and we don't see these actual astronauts in a vacuum chamber.
No, I've never seen it. Still waiting on that one for sure.
Yeah.
The one time they did it, they almost killed the guy, and his tongue started boiling or whatever.
I did post it.
Wonder he drew the short straw that day. Okay, we're going to test somebody in the vacuum chamber. You got it, buddy. Oh, thanks. After 2 minutes, I'm dying in here. Get me out.
Houston, we have a problem.
Right.
Can any of you guys name anything that they present about space that actually you sort of understand why people believe it? I can't think of anything.
When I was a little kid, boy, I saw these things, and today we know what they are. They are faking. I saw this guy behind the space shuttle. I mean, I was thinking, what is that guy doing at the back of this space shuttle in space? There were, more. Okay, so the solar panels, when you see this live stream from space station, I saw these solar panels always curving. I mean, I was asking to myself, why is this curve? Because in reality they are flat, straight. So yeah, fisheye lens.
Yep.
And there was let me see, a leaf. Let me see, rare moon leaf. So I saw this, and I didn't understand at that time when they go from high vertical in the moon, and I see this video. Actually, it's a lift, like the Canadian flag. So I did post. Oops. Okay. Yeah. So you can see it like something. I saw something, flying by, and that. But when you still the image, you see a lift.
Rare moon leaf. That's cool. They came off the moon tree.
And when they are landing, you see like wind, going sideways. So when you landing a helicopter, It's doing the same thing. The helicopter Eagle has landed on Earth, not Moon, and they're shooting in this with this. At that time they had good quality cameras, but they decide to use the worst ones and in black and white and black. So maybe two people don't figure out they are inside the studio, or here in our.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. The moon leaf. I just posted the latest from the ISS. I know you're all wondering about that. The next private ISS mission sets Axiom on path to building its own space station. So this private company, Axiom, is practicing, and they're going to build their own little ISS and hook it up there. So
this is interesting. I don't think anybody's going to be here, but
what's that?
I think it's still something that we should all know about. Since we know more about the globe model than they do.
What do you mean nobody's going to be here? Is it way off in the future or something?
No, it's way off in the secluded area.
Oh.
Rare hybrid solar eclipse. A rare hybrid solar eclipse is about to happen in Australia, Timor-Leste, and Indonesia on April 20th, 2020. Bong might be there. We'd have to ask Bong to see if he's in the area. The moon will pass in front of the sun, producing a mixed sequence of eclipses, first annular, then total, then annular again.
Okay, I can look it up, but explain what an annular eclipse is.
I don't know. That's a good question. Let's see what an annular eclipse is.
I know what total means. It's when it totally covers it, right?
Right.
Annular.
I think annular eclipse might be like when it's like there's a dark hole in the center, but you can see a ring around the outside.
Yeah.
And the only reason why I think that is because in the oil field, when you have a drill string pipe, the hole between the edge of the wall and the drill string is called the annulus. The annular or the annular.
What's the Google answer? Or I'll look it up if you want me to.
Time and day. An annular solar eclipse happens when the moon covers the sun's center, leaving the sun's visible outer edges.
So like the sun has like a little light ring around the moon. That's annular, right?
Or what they say the moon is. The moon's in the middle, and there's a ring of light around the moon.
Yeah, okay. I don't remember seeing one of those in nature. Have y'all?
I've never seen one. I've seen a video that someone had where like it was an annular eclipse, and then the fucking whatever was eclipsing the moon blew up and covered the whole sun. And I'm like, that's fucking weird.
Was that a real video, or how do you tell these days? And when did you see it?
Right? It was just a video that somebody was recording. So,
well, at least I learned something today. I didn't know what an annular eclipse was. So appreciate that, Gizbo.
Yeah.
I have this video. Rob Skiba is talking in this video.
All right.
Someone did shoot in an airplane, and there was some kind of orbs.
You say orbs?
I've seen that.
Orbs,
Yeah.
dark sphere, dark things.
Hey Dave, that's what an annular eclipse looks like.
Okay, yeah. That's pretty cool. I mean, I may have seen that before. I don't know. I can't remember. Another one in 2017 didn't look like that. That was a total eclipse, the one I looked at.
Yeah.
And I think there's another one going to happen next year around here. I could be wrong. Depends on which way the globe spins, right, guys?
That's right.
Since we're randomly zipping around space, there's no way that eclipse patterns would repeat consistently, right? You couldn't make a chart of that or anything, could you?
No, not at all. Not at all. And it's not like it's ever happened before.
Thousands of years ago, humans charted that. Wait a second. How'd that happen? We're randomly zipping around through infinite space in random, chaotic directions. So
it can't be.
There's no way the eclipses would line up consistently every 18 years or whatever it is, right?
Yeah, no, that can't be.
Yeah. It's a good thing we're on this spinning ball zipping around through nothing. It makes no sense, but smart guys say that's the case, so who are we to say they're wrong? I mean, the Earth's curving, but you can't see it. It's moving, but you can't feel it. It's all good. They're in space, but you can't go there. Just gotta believe us. All sounds legit. What else you got there? Alaska Airlines, Great American Eclipse Flight. I'll have to check that one out.
So this one was cool. This was my globe Earth debunking video because, like when they go into the eclipse, you don't have the brightness of the sun bouncing off the gases of the Earth and everything, so you can see the horizon, and it's amazing because the horizon is flat, right? I'm like, oh, cool, like this debunks the globe right here, right in the middle of an eclipse. Like everybody is looking at a flat Earth and nobody knows what's going on. They're just in such wow that they're watching an eclipse from 35,000 feet up, which is, in my opinion, the dumbest thing ever. But
what you were seeing there was a mirage,
right? But
refraction. It's a refracted mirage.
Miguel posted a video of Rob Skiba talking about these like orbs that eclipse. Well, I cut out a piece of the video a long time ago, and it's true. Like if you look in any eclipse video, there's multiple orbs that eclipse all at the same time. Almost like something is optical. Like the sun is optical. It's not an actual physical thing. It's really weird.
Well, I'm no way of proving it, but from what my observations from here, I don't think there's rocks and stuff in the sky. I don't think there's physical shit in the sky. I think it's all optical. Yeah. Somehow. It's right. It's some kind of metaphysical stuff that we may never know the answer to, obviously.
But so a long time ago, somebody showed me a video, like 30-minute video talking about the orbs and everything like that. So I went through all my old eclipse videos, and sure enough, they're in all the videos.
Can you describe what you mean by the orbs? What do they look like?
So let me see if I can do a screenshot. I have a screenshot of it somewhere.
They're like small pieces of light flying around.
There's like 4 or 5 stars that are next to the sun that are all shining at the same time, and all of them eclipse at the same time. It's really weird. I'm gonna find the screenshots. You can watch the video and see the video yourself.
How do we know it's not a camera effect or something?
Because those orbs don't move with the lens. Like when the lens moves or wobbles or bobbles or whatever, all of the other orbs in the video move. These orbs stay consistent with the sun. And so it's similar to this flag right here. The orbs are similar to that flag.
Like little dots of light around the sun. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Do they flash, or how can you see them if they're that close to the sun, I guess?
Just watch the video over and over again, and you'll see like these orbs. There's like 4 or 5 orbs around the sun.
Okay. I'll check it out for sure.
It was just a really intriguing observation. Makes you wonder, like, when you look at the sun, are you really looking at the sun, or are you just seeing some kind of an optical effect?
Well, all we can do is look at it, but Like
here you go.
We're
Dave.
seeing the apparent position of the sun. Whatever we're seeing is not physically where we think it is. If that makes any sense.
If you look in this video,
Total
Dave,
speculation. I'm not stating any facts. But go ahead.
if you look in this picture, Dave, I've cropped a picture out. You can see the orbs around the sun. Now, as if the lens moves in the video, those orbs stay in the same spot. They don't move. And you know how light would like refract or like if you've ever looked through a camera and you change and you see like a halo effect going on and you change the direction of the camera, that halo effect will move across your camera, right? Across the field of view.
Yeah, Miguel just posted the same thing or a similar one. Yeah, I see what you're talking.
These orbs, they don't move. They're in the same spot.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. The shit in the sky sure is interesting, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
We may never know what the hell it is, but it's interesting to look at. I was out in the backyard last night looking at the moon again, as I've done hundreds of times, like just asking, what are you? Why are you up there? It didn't answer. But anyway, let's see if we got anybody else who wants to join here. I've got a few more minutes. I can play Dead Air Dave on Discord.
Right.
Or I got to go to work and pay for my existence. Looks like a whole panel full of globe deniers. So, it's okay. I heard that Quetzalcoatl was thinking about going back to the spinning ball, zipping around through nothing.
He can't make up his own mind at all, dude.
He must not be near his mic, or he would have opened it up for that.
Quetzal, how are you?
I can't even fathom that thought of believing all that bullshit again. That's just me. At this point, 8 years down the road since I woke up to this, I look back, I was like, how did I believe that? Why did I never check that? Especially the curvature thing. It's such a simple thing. Ball, curvy ball. Measure the curve.
You know how many times? You know how many times I'll ask people when they say you're not high enough to see the curve. I'm like, well, how high do you have to be? And the answer is every single time 35,000 feet. That's their answer, 35,000 feet.
Yeah.
I'm like, really?
So everybody thinks they saw it from an airplane. So that's all you need is 35 grand.
Oh.
But yeah, it just seems like such a silly belief I had at that for 52 years of my life. So I'm here to try to help other people think for themselves. I don't want to tell you what to do. I'm not going to convince you of anything except to think for yourself. Go out to reality. Let nature tell you what it is. And some of the answers you're not going to like, and some answers you'll never get. But at least you're listening to nature instead of men. Back to you guys.
I think that was well said.
Hello, my name is David Crinkleberry. I live in the America, Utah, to be specific, and I do not support the globe Earth theory.
That was a pretty good impression. Who was that?
I like
The thinker.
The thinker. No,
that wasn't too bad, man. You almost nailed it.
I know, right?
Awesome.
So hey, thinker. What have you learned about the globe? What can you tell me about the globe?
The globe is flat. I do not believe in the globe because based on what I've seen, I have not seen any bands or anything curving. Okay. I've only seen flat surfaces, my friend.
Okay. So, like, what can you tell me some knowledge about the globe? Like, what do you know about the globe that would otherwise tell you that it's flat and not a globe? Tell me some dimensions.
What do you mean by dimensions?
Well, what's the circumference of the globe? What's the radius of the globe? How fast is the globe spinning?
I got a question for the thinker. How did you get space herpes? Why do you have space herpes? Go ahead.
One time I tried to go into space, but then I couldn't because the Earth was flat, and then I got space herpes on my return back. That's the whole story. So about the circumference of the Earth, it's about 24 something. I don't remember the exact number, but 24 something. 24 miles. 24 miles.
24 miles?
24 miles and something else. I don't know.
24,000, you mean?
Yes, 24,000 or something.
Okay. Are you being serious or are you playing around, the thinker?
No, I'm being serious.
He's playing around. He hasn't been serious since I've known him here. He wants space herpes removed and he wants to be labeled as a flat earther, but he's not willing to go the extra mile to learn.
What does the label really matter, man? Just think for yourself, and if you think reality is a spinning ball zipping around through nothing, go for it, man. It's not what I believe. So why'd you name yourself the thinker if you don't want to think?
That's a good question.
Because I think.
About not thinking?
No, I think because I can think.
I thought I saw you try.
Yeah, that's a thought too.
Well, buddy, I'm a thinker.
What do you think about children being lied to in school, taught stuff that they say are facts? They give the kids the impression that it's fact, but it's never been proven as a fact. Does that bother you at all?
No.
Got any children in your family?
No.
You want them to be lied to?
No.
Here comes Satoshi Nakamoto. He's got something to say because I got to go. Nice to meet you. That was a pretty good Dave impression. I appreciate that.
I came in here just to say hello to you, Dave Hinkle.
What's up, Satoshi Nakamoto?
I came here just to say hello to you.
Hello. Make sure the Bitcoin keeps going up.
I hope it goes down.
You're betting against it.
You can buy more?
Absolutely.
You still playing the crypto lottery every day, man?
Absolutely.
Sweet. Good luck to you.
Yeah, take the money from the elites. That's all that matters to me.
Myself, I ain't telling anybody else what to do. I got a little bit of some different stuff, and I'm just sitting on it. See what happens here after the apocalypse or whatever, right?
What, crypto?
Yeah.
You have crypto?
Hell yeah, man. I'm not stupid. Might be a boomer, but at least I'm trying to keep some assets away from the government.
Yeah, fuck those guys.
The government always spends your money wisely, so it's always good to pay your taxes. Don't get me wrong.
No, I want to pay more taxes so they can do more wise spending. That's kind of the goal,
tax us enough. They should do like 90% tax rate.
Well, why don't they just take all my money and just give me food?
Just give me food and a place to stay. That's all I need.
And they can make all the decisions for me. They can choose when I eat, what I eat. They can even choose when I sleep, dude.
Well, the thinker bounced. Maybe he'll be back. So is he just a LARPer? That's the first time I met the thinker.
I don't know. He's weird, dude. Like,
yeah,
he's like a weird glober. He. That's on the fence. I don't know, dude. He's fucking weird.
But one of y'all said he won't actually investigate what he's talking about.
It's kind of like half troll arguments.
I mean, all we can do is give people open the door. If they want to walk through it, that's up to them. If they want to stay in fantasy land, why are you here?
I don't know. Maybe they want to take some people away from us.
That's the thing that's got to stick in all the the anti-flat earthers crawl every day.
He's
They know
back.
that
The thinker is back, boys.
All right, welcome back to Thinker. What say you?
Nothing?
You have the right to remain silent. Do you have the ability?
I think he does, bro.
Looks like he does have the ability at the moment. But what I was going to say real quick, it's got to stick in all the anti-flat earthers crawl every day. They know
Dave,
that
I got a question for you.
Their group is losing numbers and our group is gaining numbers. What's the question? Go ahead.
How long have you been looking at Bitcoin for?
Bought my first Bitcoin in 2019, late 2019, I think.
Okay.
But, it's all this crypto stuff is convoluted and we don't need to talk about it on here. But anything that the basic part of it, as long as we have access to computers and we can have these big number theories that protect our privacy, so you have those private keys, you can be your own banker and you can tell the government to F off,
Yeah.
So that's the main thing I'm looking at it for is, I don't know what's going to happen. Of course, if the grid goes down,
I think silver and gold's going to go up a lot too in price.
If the grid goes down, bullets will be the number one commodity, right?
Yep. Or silver.
Yeah.
Yep. Bullets.
Bullets it will be worth more than metals, bro.
Yep.
Because people will be killing each other in the street all day.
Yeah.
Those who can make them, their minds will be worth even more than that.
Yep.
But anyway, we're not trying to bring on a zombie apocalypse.
But I was just thinking more about hunting and going and finding stuff to eat.
How would you live in a situation like that if an apocalypse came and everybody has their land and you're the guy who's looking for food? What would you do?
Then I would go and look for food, buddy.
Yeah, but where's the forest, bro?
Ideally, you would find a group of like-minded, kind people each other and try to fortify a couple acres somehow.
Yeah.
That's all you could do at that point.
Just like on Walking Dead.
Movement is life.
Either
Stay
that or
in
get
one place.
Yeah.
Movement is
Everybody
life.
works. If you don't work, you don't eat.
Right. Everybody's contributing to the livelihood of the whole group, or you need to get on down the road or go away, whatever, right? I mean, there'll be different cases. Some people will be disabled or hurt. You got to roll with the punches in that situation. But anyway, why are we talking about this? What about the Earth? A lot of people still think they live on a globe. Isn't that hilarious? I got to get ready for work here. Y'all continue.
I like that, Miguel. That last GIF that you posted is pretty cool. Gas pressure without a container.
Thanks. I'm waiting for someone to do an experiment where there's this vacuum chamber and they put a ball inside floating because they say space is vacuum.
So then what if they say that in the vacuum chamber there's no air, but once you get closer to the Earth there is air, and then there's something around the Earth keeping the air in? What if they say that?
There's you cannot have 100% vacuum. There's always I have a video actually.
What if they say it's 99% vacuum and 1% organic air? What if they say that?
Then where's the barrier separating the two?
Yeah, you have to have when you have a gas pressure, you have to have a container.
So where's the container? TikTok, brother.
Yes, the container would probably be like the atmosphere or something.
Gases can't contain gases. Where's your proof of that?
I don't know, man. I'm just a thinker. I'm just thinking, dude.
Actually, there's a CIA document. It was declassified, and this was from the Russians in 1950. Let me see. 50. It was 1 year before the NASA creation. 56 or 57. I think NASA was 58. So, and these Russian scientists were there at the Antarctic, and they are talking near Sun and the firmament. So it was classified, no, but I think
that would also be another reason why the firmament can also be true, because if the globe earthers say that we're in a vacuum, and then the religious earthers say that we're in a dome, that could possibly, like, it can explain why the air is all inside, because there's a dome going around the earth.
Closed system.
Weird.
But
it's really weird that the Catholic priests invented the Big Bang Theory, though, and the whole globe Earth stuff comes from.
Well, that's why
a priest.
That's why there are many denominations of the church, because there are people that don't agree with the Catholic Church. There are many denominations,
and pretty much all of them are globers.
Exactly, but not all of them. Like the Hebrews have their own map of the earth, which is flat as well.
Modern ones, globers, though. They bend that map around a ball.
But if you truly read the Bible, you'll know that the earth is flat. Because Jesus went up to a certain point where he could see all of the earth. If the earth was a circle, he wouldn't be able to see all of the earth. Therefore, he went up to that point and he could see everything. So that could also be another reason why the earth is flat.
If the earth was a circle, he could, because there's a thing called the circle of view. But if the earth was a sphere, he could not see all.
The Bible also talks about the firmament dividing God's handiwork as well. So it's all within the Bible. If they just look in it, they'll find it. Even though people like to argue that the Bible lacks evidence, it lacks reasoning as well. It also has reasoning.
So I have this document. I'm gonna post the PDF. Here it is. The actually, if I try to use Google to, about Portuguese people talking about flat Earth, I don't found it. So they are censorship.
Oh, you're Portuguese.
Yeah, but I did use the, the age, the how you call it, the AI shit. And it gave me a few names, and these were some of them. There were priests, Jesuit, some Spanish and some Portuguese, and they talk about there not being a ball. This was from the 1500s until almost the 1700s. So these guys, they didn't follow this globe Earth. They were questioning these new scientists, like Newton, and so on. And they even said it doesn't match with what the Bible says. They were the thinkers of that time, question about this whole Earth idea. But at when I was went to school, they said this to me. The 500 years ago, the Portuguese and Spanish sailors, they talk about flat Earth. It was a normal thing. But sadly, someone decided to talk about this idea ball. And they hide a lot of things from us. But even there's some cards, this Illuminati game, and it says people laugh, but the flat earths know something. And there's a one about NASA studio. Let me get it. So I have the bolt. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna post bolts. So so we know something. So not all, but something. Of course, you don't. This is not. Reality. There's no square in space or circle in space disk. That's the way they mocking with us, ships falling off the edge or water falling off the edge. But I remember that at school they even talked to me that the Portuguese navigators, they found the end of Earth. Yeah, imagine those guys when they found this ice wall.
Yeah, it'd probably trip them out the first time they saw it. Regardless of their expectations, really. Like either way, they'd be kind of astonished.
I had a friend. He did work at the Navy, Portuguese Navy, and I asked to him this question: when you were in the ocean, do you ever saw any curve in the horizon? No, he said. No, I always saw flat horizon. In the year 2000 and 2002, I went to holiday to holidays to Azores Island.
Yeah.
And I did dive with dolphins, but I saw so I see this island, and I go we are going far away, and then we see water surrounding us, but there was some guys, these watchers, with the binoculars, and they could see us because they were in this island. They could see us and dolphins passing by, So, but we couldn't see them, So that was amazing.
Can either directly attack another nation. In the diplomacy menu, you can change your diplomatic, or be declared by tapping on the leftmost icon.
Playing a sound.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm just at war right now. Playing a war game.
So yeah, when when you learn about perspective and how it works, it makes perfect sense. The thinker is thinking.
Back then, science used to think that there were only 111 stars. Actually, no, they only think that it was like 11,000 stars or something. And then the Bible says in Jeremiah 33:22, it says, Jeremiah 33:22. 22, it says here, 33, I will make descendants of David my servant, who ministered before me, as countless as the stars in the skies. And the Bible is basically saying that there are countless stars in the sky. And now, guess what? Science believes that there are countless of stars. Therefore, the Bible goes with science, disproving it back then. Correct. Yes.
Oops. Okay. Yeah. What they cannot explain to us is why we see the same constellations every night there in the same place, distance.
So, what if, right, they say that the Earth is spinning, right? And then the people that live on North America see the same exact constellations and they don't move. Like the Big Dipper, right? It's always there. It doesn't move. We always see it there. The flag of Alaska is the Big Dipper. So they must see it every day. So, I don't know, man.
And at school, now in our days they present this animation with this ball circling, in a spiral way, following the sun. But at school, I never learned about that model, spiral model, and yeah, and they forget about the Polaris,
Polaris actually does move as well.
Yeah.
Polaris does move.
A little bit, but they forget to put Polaris in that model because we can see there every night. And there were this guideline George stones, and there was a hole in the stone. You can see Polaris. You could see Polaris through that hole. Not anymore. They destroyed it. I did post a GIF about that. Of Knodel. And 500 years ago, these sailors sailed the oceans according to the stars at that time. So they knew that they are there, and they could navigate, using sextants, astrolabes, to know where they are and where they want to go. What is interesting, is that NASA is not even tried to debunk us, because the top ones, the top elites there, know about it. And if you see these live streams or photos they claim they took from the ISS, actually they are photos from high altitude airplanes, and you could see it could be an airplane shooting. And then you can put a little model of the ISS or some parts and flying by,
Fun fact, that NASA is actually looking for photo designers as well. So NASA is a space agency. Why are they looking for photo designers? They should be looking for engineers and all those type of stuff. Out of everything, they look for photo designers. Like, explain, why do you need photo designers?
Instead of a designer, they should ask for a physicist.
Exactly. Like, bro.
So he can produce the reality instead of a fucking image.
Yeah. They even now give us the Photoshop data they used they did use to do the Blue Marble.
What if they paid the NASA employees to not talk about it at all? Like the Earth was flat, and like they knew it, but then they didn't like tell anybody because they were paid to.
There was a guy here. He said his father was did work at the NASA engineer, and they knew about it. You know, the Earth being flat, and they were forbidden to talk about it. But there are a lot of most of these NASA employees. They are compartmentalized, separate. So they just some of them just work in these rooms, So they have a patch, and if you don't have this color of that room, you are not allowed to go in this room, And some of them they just do a part of, a part of these space programs and follow orders. There was this guy, Matt Powerland. Let me see. So he did work at there, and they did contract this guy because he was, he could painting anything, and you couldn't see the difference if it was a painting or a photo. So. And there was a but YouTube decided to censorship. I saw a video. He had this. Let me see. I'm gonna post. So he was shooting this thing, and he is asking, "Is this a photo or a painting?" And then he comes from the back of this camera. Oh, maybe I missed this spot. And YouTube decided to censorship that. But there was a video. You did talk about these two guys top guys, from NASA. They one day they talk to him about Earth being flat, and they were smiling, and to him, and at that time he didn't buy it, But then he did connect all the dots, and yeah, so it makes sense why they contract these artists, painters, and and photorealist guys, to fake it. There was another lady. Okay, so this I'm gonna post. Sometimes this guy uses this name, Matt Borland and Matt Boylan. Anyway, Matt is a real name. There was another lady. Let me see, and she talks about what I said. She did work at there. And suddenly there was at this door at the GPL laboratory, and there was two guys talking to each other in this room, with the door open, and they were talking about flat Earth, and they were talking why people don't wake up the moon landings being hoax. Let me get it firmer. Cindy Holland. So this is the link. There was a guy. Maybe it's not available anymore. Okay, another censorship. But anyway, have the video. Let me see. too big, 500 megabytes. Let me see another one. Oh, this is 16 megabytes, so I can post it. So there was someone talking. Oh, I don't. He did a search on Google, but trying to see in his Facebook account about talking about she worked at NASA. But then I did research and I found linking in, this social network where people,
People argue a lot of things, man. That's the thing. Because they argue a lot of stuff, man.
Yeah, so in this account, linking in account, it's when people connect to find more work, and that's it. I found this, and let me see more. She's talking about in his curriculum, talking about in the year from 1996 until the year 2000, she did work there. So it matches, she did work there. And I have this photo from her. These two photos. The first one was, okay, at work, at NASA.
So, Miguel.
Yeah.
What is the circumference of the Earth?
Almost 25,000 miles.
What's the speed that the Earth is rotating at?
At the equator, 1,000 miles per hour.
1,000 miles per hour.
And we couldn't feel anything moving.
All right, man.
Let me see. I have something talking about that stationary.
Telling me the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles per hour.
1,000.040.
1,039 miles.
Almost there. The problem is that if you a airplane pilot, without wind at that day, perfect conditions, weather conditions, and this airplane can go to one airport and going to back to the original airport without feeling any difference in time distance.
See how that works?
That doesn't match with the globe.
See how that works? You got to know something.
Yeah. And they never construct airports according to the Earth movement,
So, if the Earth is in a vacuum chamber, how is the Earth just standing, just staying there? Is it floating or something?
Yeah, that was my question.
So how is it floating then?
How can they show to us an experiment, laboratory experiment?
How is
to show it? Yeah, so it's all a fairy tale story. It doesn't work.
Sheepdog. Sheepdog, you there?
Yeah, I'm at the gym with her.
Oh. Sheepdog, do you know why the Earth is...
Why the Earth is what?
How is the Earth floating in a vacuum?
Why would it be floating in a vacuum?
Yes,
How is the vacuum there?
Yeah.
Nobody's
Explain
even
how
showed
you
that the
can have-
vacuum is there.
Explain how you can have gas pressure without a container. I'm waiting. Hello?
Hold on, what was the question again?
Explain how you can have gas pressure without a container, a physical container.
You can't, I think.
So why the fuck would there be a space? An outer space vacuum? Why would there be? This isn't the third disk from the sun, dude.
So
The
then
word-
how is it just floating?
The word planet means wandering star. All you're seeing in the sky are lights. That's it. You can't verify that they're physical. You've never been there to verify that they're physical. So the best that you can do is assume that they're lights. But you can ask me more questions from the .ws website. I don't mind. Sorry about the hot mic from y'all. I can't mute and unmute. He's going to ask me questions. Y'all get to hear my gym workout. So is that what is going on in your mind right now, thinker? Like when you picture the flat Earth, you picture the third disk from the sun, you picture water falling off.
No.
Off the edge.
No, I'm asking the question. Like I'm thinking, like if the Earth is a ball, what is keeping all the water from just falling out?
I mean, it's not necessarily that the water would be falling off if the Earth is a ball. It's the fact that it's spinning. And anytime you have centrifugal forces, what does water do on the surface of an object with centrifugal forces? It goes flying out in all directions, right?
Yeah.
More importantly, it goes flying into the direction of the axial rotation. So that right there is a violation of physics.
Not only that, but now we have these guys talking Earth being oblate. I mean, NASA is showing to us a perfect circular sphere, but this guy is now talking about oblate. I mean, if that was the case, then the water at the equator, it will be always water, not land, and we can there's a land at the equator, so that's not possible on that globe, water globe idea. So yeah.
Anyway, what else we got going on in here today? I don't mind talking as long as I can. If I'm heavy breathing or something, just let me know. Doing here with people right now. Doing pretty good though. Lost 25 pounds in 3 months. And I owe it to the carnivore guys. I don't know about the ladies out there, but there's a guy out there and you're exercising, you can eat carnivore. Good. They'll be eating at Trappy Walmart stuff. Go to the grocery store. May the good Lord bless you. Areas before about it because they're learning loud. How are you doing today, Satoshi? Nobody's gonna talk. I guess I'll put on some music.
You are cutting
Well
off.
said.
Am I cutting off?
No, it's okay.
Trying not to cut off. Trying to keep the conversation going.
So you see this animation, the thinker. So if we have this ball circling, so and there's this guy Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's they say there's water, in this equator Earth, but we see land at the equator, so that's not possible on that globe. We will have water there.
But yeah, but there's always a reason to why they're saying it. Like, I want to know what their reason is why the Earth is a bowl, how the water's not. No.
But you're never going to get the truth, man. You got to accept that. They're not going to tell you the truth. Truth is never told, it's only learned.
But what's their reason, though?
Who cares? They're liars. Why do people lie? Huh? Why would somebody lie to you about something they did? To impress you, to convince you that they're better than you. Why would they lie? They control you, feel like they have something over you. Sometimes they just lie just because they lie.
To hide some inconvenient truths, like Earth not being a ball, and so on. You saw that documentary from Al Gore? Inconvenient lie, I think. And yeah, but is part of the system. So
when you focus on why they lied to you, you're still missing out on finding the truth. Like you would rather harp on one truth than go and discover a multitude of truths. Be like, why would somebody steal money from you? Why would somebody steal your money? If they came up and robbed you, why would they steal your money? You answer that, thinker? Why would somebody want to steal your money from you?
Well, there are many reasons why people steal money. One, maybe it's because they don't have money. Two, maybe it's because they want to do it for fun. Three is because they're evil like that. I don't know. There's many reasons.
Right. So if somebody were to lie to you, why would somebody lie to you?
What do you mean? Hold up. Say it again, because your mic is like low.
If somebody were to lie to you, why would they lie to you?
To keep you from knowing the truth.
What else?
Not wanting
to control you?
No, because they don't want to tell you something.
Why did slave masters lie to their slaves? To control them, right?
Yeah.
Why do other people lie? Control. That's the main reason why. So when you ask why would they lie, why would they keep the lie going? There's a lot of money and a lot of control at stake here, dude. But why? But why? Who cares? If you don't get it at that point, then it doesn't matter. You'll never get it. So when you keep asking but why, even though the answer is given to you, even though it's a vague answer, you may not like it. It's the truth. But to me, that tells me when you hold on to that, when you keep saying but why, you're saying I'm not ready to let go of the ball yet. I need a better reason than this. So if you need a better reason than the evidence that's presented before you, then you're just going to keep believing what you believe.
You know, when we see these documentaries, space documentaries, it's all CGI animation, and yeah, and so on. And you know, you have to accept these lies, you know, to move on, because you will not wake up to this reality that we are all living in this plane of existence if you don't accept they lie to us. They lie to you, to me. So you have to accept, you know, NASA lies, and you know, to find out the truth.
It's even worth noting that the government doesn't just lie most of the time, but most likely lies all the time. So I don't know, man. That's part of the government. That's the government space program. Choice to believe them. So, did you ever figure out how fast we're going around the sun? What do you think, for a thinker?
Uh, 450,000 miles per 450,000 miles per hour.
No.
Correct?
How fast are we orbiting the sun? You can Google this stuff. I want you to learn it. You should know it.
Dude, I'm new to this flat Earth stuff, man.
You got to learn the globe first in order to understand why it's flat, dude.
Kilometers something. 1,108 something.
And that's how fast it's spinning. 1,038. How fast is it orbiting the sun?
$67,000 miles per hour. Meanwhile, Earth orbits the sun at 67,000 miles per hour. According to Ask an Astronomer, a blog.
And that's an average, all right? Like that's an estimated average. What they're neglecting to tell you is that it's 56,600 miles per hour.
56,000. Okay.
No, 66.6 thousand miles per hour. They love their numbers. They love their numbers.
The cross. Counter. Can also be a straight counter. That's an interesting one.
You know what degree of tilt the axis of the Earth is at?
The axis of the Earth.
Axis of the Earth tilt.
The what?
The Earth tilt. T-I-L-T.
23.5 degrees.
Scroll down 2 websites and read what it says in there.
Earth's axis is imaginary. In astronomy, an axis refers to the imagery line that the object uses as a planet rotates.
Yep. They talk about the tilt.
As Earth's rotational axis is an imaginary straight line that runs through the North and South Pole. In our illustrations, Earth's axis is drawn as a straight red line.
The reason why I say that is because they changed that. That's the new top search result. But the old one is 23.4. And the inverse of 23.4, if you take 90 degrees minus 23.4, what do you get?
What did you say?
It is 90 minus 23.4 equal.
$66.6.
Yes, that's what the degree of tilt was up until about a year and a half ago. They changed it because everybody was figuring it out.
They had to change the tilt because it was obvious that they worshiped Satan. So they changed it a couple numbers.
We got a new guy here in Discord.
I'm sorry as well, y'all.
LV Paul, you want to introduce yourself?
I can mute up if somebody else wants to talk to them.
Or I was chatting to someone in Discord private message. I had to click back. Hey, welcome, Paul.
Oh, your microphone's coming in real low, just so you know.
Who's low?
Yeah, it sounds really loud. I can barely hear anything. I mean, I'm at the gym, so it could be just me.
Who, me or Paul?
Paul, you're coming in low too, though. Maybe it's just me.
Yeah, I need to up my. 1 second.
Is this any better?
A little better, but it's still low. If you have to, just leave the voice and then come back and try again. It needs to be reset or something.
No, I think he just lowered his mic volume or something.
I mean, every time I have an issue with my mic, I just leave and come back.
Yeah, I think I got it turned up all the way, so this is just the max it will do.
Anyway, Paul, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
I'm going to leave my mic open just so that way I can talk to you if nobody else is talking to you. I apologize ahead of time.
I think you just have to crank him up a bit from Discord.
Okay. Well, I'm going to leave my mic open. I apologize about the music in the background. I'm at the gym, so I'd be more than willing to talk to you. I just want you to know that I can't unmute myself whenever I have way too much.
All right.
I mean, if you want to take a stab at it, let's say you're more than welcome to. I'll mute us and just tell them whenever I have more time.
So, Paul, how did you find the Discord? I think you have to mute. Should be able to mute yourself.
I'm mute.
Yeah, it's better, I think, because there's a lot of background noise.
I'm just back on Discord, so I've only just got around to getting voice verified here.
You've been here before in the Discord. This one.
Yeah, for a short while, but then I got wiped with FED, so I've just been able to get back on because they had me Mac code blocked for 3 months for some reason.
Okay. So I'm assuming you're familiar with the rhetorics and everything about the flat Earth, the arguments and such.
Oh yes.
So which side are you rooting for, if you want to say that way?
I'm a flat earther. Yeah, definitely.
All right.
There's no other option.
There's no other option. Yeah. Once you go flat, you go back.
Unless you're ranty.
Steep deep. Slope deep. How long have you been a flat earther then? When did you realize the truth of it?
Last year. Because I didn't look into it until last year.
All right, cool. What gave it away? Debunking the globe, basically.
Well, I watched, that 200 proofs by Eric Dubay. And although there aren't 200 proofs in it, there's enough in there to make you think.
Yeah, raising more questions than answers, yeah. For sure. If you're looking into it.
Yeah, and then I found my way to Nathan somehow, even though it's not that easy to find him.
Nathan Oakley, yeah.
You get many Globers come on? When I say Globers, I mean people who have just joined to talk about it, not people like Bacon, for example.
I mean, it varies, I guess. They on a daily basis. So yeah, we do get. They mostly hang out in the lobby, I would say. Not many of them are proponents of speaking.
I get a feeling that some of them might be algorithms, though, rather than actual people.
Who knows? You know, there might be even bots in the in Discord.
They won't reply to images and videos posted sometimes. They won't even comment on them. It's almost like they can't see them.
I mean, it could be like a version of Chat GPT, you know.
And they're definitely an artificial intelligence. Very similar in that regard.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the people typing in lobby, they do sound like bots. But yeah, they usually run out short on the arguments for Globe side. And then they just, you know, stop typing after a while.
And they could just use those tools on the answers, things they don't know the answer to. That's what comes out like that.
Yeah, appears to be.
Is anyone here familiar with that Flat Earth Discord?
That's the name of it? I never heard of it.
It's Clearian DPs.
No idea.
Yeah.
What about it?
There's if anyone follows Refracted Philosophy Hammer, there's a show later on. I think it'll be about 6:30 Eastern. Anyone wants to join?
Are they gonna stream on YouTube?
Yeah, normally does, yeah.
Give it a listen, I guess. See what they're gonna debate. Is it a debate or just talking about both sides?
Probably an open panel. Okay. Last time we did a true crime thing, but we switch around, you know. Sometimes we have people come on and do like a flat earth thing. I think, you know, like Ed Freeze and Bacon have been on there before.
Oh, Bacon, yeah. It's been here as well.
Globe proofs and.
I mean, he's merely using a tool, that guy. He's not proving at all any side, to be honest. He's been here many times before, presenting his project, whatever you call it.
Yeah, well, if I'm allowed to post hyperlinks here, I'll put in the website and you can find the Discord and the YouTube from the website.
I can probably post in the chat links or something.
And the voice text above?
Yeah, above the live stream. Live stream voice text.
You should be able to post links, no problem. The images won't embed, probably.
Refracted philosophy.
Yeah, the tagline is thoughts that deviate from the mainstream.
Interesting. Yeah. Who's running the site? Is this yours?
Oh yeah, I just made it. It comes with my server. It's just a free thing. Don't really know how to program a proper website.
That's decent.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas
It's the darkest night you can imagine. Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble. Look, butterflies.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake.
It's all just turned to a mess.
Space is fake.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Yeah, Matthew, but you did intonate earlier that you'd got some form of measurement that you'd then taken to calculation to give you your R value. What's pointing out here is there isn't any measurement or interaction at any point. It's all just in calculation and assumption.
Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius, not to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
The same radius that you said was never measured.
Necessarily come up very often, but that's a fallacy in logic called begging the question.
Right. If you're trying to prove that the Earth is the globe.
Stop. Yes, was your reply.
Yes.
Fallacy in logic is your justification for lying to the kiddies.
It is a fallacy in logic to say that the to use the radius of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Correct. Yeah, so I've conceded that nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth. That the Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius.
You tell the kids that Aristophanes did what? Please repeat.
He calculated the radius.
No, that's not what you said before, though.
I'm trying to explain what I'm telling the kids.
Yeah, I hate you. Yeah, I hate you. You're the reason I homeschool. You're the reason I homeschool my kids, because I don't want people like you to teach my kids. You disgust me, and I do believe you should be fired. The very fact that you've come here, have you taken down your video with the incorrect information that you conceded here when you joined? Have you taken that down?
No, and
Scum! Fire him! He's more than content to continue to perpetuate his bullshit lies that he's conceded. He hasn't taken his video down. He's not got an ounce of integrity. Have you, Matthew? take your video down and put one up with the corrections and acknowledge us in them. Acknowledge me personally for the corrections I gave you and acknowledge the world is flat. I'm not asking you to give your heart to Jesus. I'm asking you to have some intellectual integrity. Do it.
When you don't know the truth and then you tell people things about the globe, you would take a look at that as just somebody thinking that the earth is a globe. They're not lying. But when you know the information is not valid and you still say it anyway because you think that the earth is a globe based upon your bias, then you become a liar. That's the difference. You become a liar. You're not so much a liar before when you thought it was a globe, but you are a liar when you acknowledge that the information is out there that stands against what you're saying because you can't validate what you're saying. So he is indeed a liar at that point and a deceiver even. So he's a teacher at school, but he's also a teacher at church school. And so my, I guess, fury or righteous indignation came from that. It was stirred up. Because how dare you, willfully knowing the truth, go ahead and still continue to do this lie? Because it is a lie, but you don't, it's not necessarily one when you're just saying it when you don't know. But here's the thing. He's been sitting in these chat rooms for how long? And how many times have people already told him this? So, and then you still don't change your ways and you still don't take down the information and you still leave it up and you're doing all these things. Like, these guys know the answer, but they choose to believe the information of the globe. That's the part where we are upset about. The deceivers are the ones who willfully want to continue to lie to people. Not that fact that the lie is something that they were like ignorant about, because they if you come into here, you're gonna know that the whole thing is just, it's fabricated. There is no truth in it. So once you do, it's like you already start to know that something's wrong, and then you don't correct it. Then that means that you just want to stay with the lie. You don't ever want to leave. So that's interesting too. That's like the human psychology part of it that I think I get into when people are in here. And like, just like yesterday, this lady named Fresco was in here and she was like, well, all I need is a picture from NASA. That's good enough. And I'll just believe. And it's like, well, if that was the standard, then any image will do of anything to cause a belief system to happen. But why isn't that the case? Why is it only this particular arena? Because it's backed up by people, with a majority of people actually believing one thing. That's why. Not because she believes that that image is true, but because a lot of people are saying that it's true. So if the whole world was saying that the image of King Kong on the Empire State Building was true, then she would believe that the image is true, based upon more people believing that it's true. And that's all that is with these people. They want to go with the flow. They don't want to like stir any trouble up. They don't want to cause anybody to think about things. It's just like, so long as everybody agrees on it, they're good, whatever it is. And Matthew is a prime example of that, somebody who's been conditioned their whole life, grow up to be an educator, and all of a sudden, when in the education field, comes in here and then tries to reason with the information, finds out that none of it is validated, yet still remains to say that it's true. That's the issue that we have in here. That's not the fact that the information that he's not seeing what we're saying. It's the fact that he's willfully knowing that it stands against what the reality of the situation is. Right? You go out to the beach and you don't see a globe. You don't measure a globe. Yet you want to still preach the globe to children, to people that are listening to your information because you're an educator. You're someone who stands up in academia and you're saying things about the earth without challenging the young minds as to if this information is true or not. You're not leaving them any room to think about things. You're just saying this is how it is. This is settled. So you must believe this. Because we have greater minds that have been looking into this. And so the person takes that information on and just builds a worldview upon it. And then it just like another belief system built on that person's mind, and just they then perpetuate that and tell somebody else, hey, the earth's a globe. And somebody asks them, how do you know? Well, my teacher told me. That's it. And then we're living in a world where really no one cares about that information, because you ask somebody, and the person who you tell about the earth being a globe, if it is or not, if you tell them like, well, how do you know the earth's a globe? I don't know. The earth's a globe. It just is. We learned that back in 3rd grade. What difference does it make? We go to work tomorrow anyways. I still have to put on my pants the one leg at a time. Like, so what? Like, so what difference does it make? It makes a person indifferent because they're so unknowingly going through life thinking that they know everything, but they don't. So that's the purpose, like people that come in here, make this server a passion. They want people to realize that the stuff that they think that they know, they really don't know. So it's elucidating that fact, right? It's getting people to realize that. And we've had all walks of life come in here: cosmologists, astrophysicists, science communicators. Mick West was in here. Like, we have all kinds of people, right? And we deal with every mind individually. Sometimes you can help them out. Sometimes you can't. It just depends who it is. But as you know, I changed my name from Miggy to Mayhem because of that. I got tired. It's enough. I'm going to ransack the globe for the rest of my life, wherever it is. Anybody that thinks about the earth being a globe, they're going to have to provide evidence, empirical. Playtime is over. Enough playing footsies and debates and all that other garbage. This isn't a debate. This is a rejection of the truth. Plain out, simple. There is no debate whatsoever. The debate happens when we built up this false dichotomy that the earth is a globe and then the earth is flat. Let's see what points are going to win the crowd over. I don't believe that. The earth is what it is to you, me, and everybody else. It's displaying itself to us as flat and stationary. And tomorrow, if I change my mind, I say, you know what? The earth's a globe. It's a globe. All that flat earth stuff I was talking about, just kidding. Yeah, right. Doesn't matter if I do that. It's not going to change the fact the earth is still flat and stationary. It's going to remain flat and stationary. So all these, well, I used to be a flat earther, but now I'm a globe earther again because this one picture convinced me. What a freaking idiot. Well, yeah, it's what? So what? Does it measure globe? I mean, that's people. Well, I seen a rocket, uncut footage, go all the way up into space and come back down again. Earth must be a globe. It's not. It never will be. It never was, and it never will be. We have some new people in the server. Welcome, welcome. We got Exonaut in here. Let me see. Exonaut, do you have any roles? No, you don't have any roles. I'm going to unmute you right now, server not, or Exonaut.
Hey, what's up? I was just curious about the place, I'm going to check it out. I'm a glober, definitely. So be aware.
Oh, I'm not aware. See, this is a very interesting thing, though, this conversation that we have in here, Exonaut, for you and everybody. It's and I'll take this conversation just depending on what you say. Are you very savvy with the globe information? Do you understand that you live on a globe, or do you just think you do? Because there's a difference between you knowing that you live on a globe versus you think you live on a globe, right?
No, I don't think there is a difference there.
I do, and I can point it out to you.
Because I couldn't figure it out, right? Like if I was to think I did, no, right? But I don't truly understand it. I won't have the insight to figure it out, right?
Well, which one is it? Do you truly know that it is, that you have the insight to figure it out, or you don't?
Well, I hold the belief that the Earth is round, right? I think that's a true justified belief, in my opinion, right?
Yeah, but what gives you that true justified belief?
Like the main piece of evidence that I would,
There has to be something that holds you to it.
Mm-hmm. I guess the reason is that, a rejection of the globe would necessitate a huge international conspiracy of an order of magnitude I don't see justified in whatever anybody could gain from claiming such a thing, As in, how would you...
The reasons that there's no empirical evidence that stands in your way, it's more to deal with people's feelings. That the reason why you couldn't believe the Earth's not a globe?
No, there's also a lot of physical evidence as far as I'm concerned.
No, we're talking about the physical evidence. Like if there's physical evidence for the Earth being a globe or it not being a globe, then I think that's what we discuss. I think
What's the current state? I remember processing gyroscopes was a thing that Flat Earth was looking at intently a few years ago. Is that still a thing that,
My friend,
what's the current explanation?
The Earth has been flat and stationary ever since you were born, ever since I was born. There's no one single point in time where the Earth just suddenly became flat. It's always been this way. The perception of you and I to this Earth that we live on, from the vantage point that we're at here, has always been flat and stationary. But man's mind, however, has changed it into a globe. And they looked at the stars and pondered what we are in the universe. What is the cosmos? What are we, So that's what changed this information of perceiving the Earth to be flat and stationary into a globe. It wasn't that was the other way around. It wasn't a globe and then turned flat. It was always been flat and stationary. And you can look this up in history. This is how it's been. Because that's how the globe is the new kid on the block. It's the new way.
I mean, I agree, right? But what about the processing gyroscopes, right? The thing, no? Or do you reject them like processing? Or do you think the procession isn't related to the shape of the Earth or something?
Processing gyroscopes are a man-made device. Would you agree with that?
Sure. So you would contend that they are manipulated potentially?
No. What I would contend is that, would you consider a processing gyroscope to be natural science? Let's just get a basis for what the processing gyroscope actually does.
Natural science, as in because our experimental setup is man-made, we wouldn't be measuring a natural phenomenon.
Ah, interesting. You understand a bit of this, right? So I
understand what you're saying, but I still think you're wrong.
Well, no, it's not about me being right or... See, here's the difference, though. It's not an agree to disagree position. What it is people actually understanding what natural science is. And it's not what you think it is or it's just what it is. Natural science, the world around us, is observing a natural phenomenon.
Right. But whatever we do in terms of machines, obeys the same laws of physics, right?
The audience, because I think you want to interrupt, which is fine, but I think that you don't understand clearly what we're dealing with here. A natural phenomenon has to deal with nature itself, displaying itself to us as in certain phenomena that take place. We want to determine what the cause is for the effects that we see. So if we see an effect, we're going to want to determine what is the cause. And let me see if I can manipulate that cause to then determine to see if that cause is affecting the thing that I see happening with that thing. So if I'm going to do that, and a processing gyroscope is the thing that you're talking about, but I'm not observing something in nature any longer. I'm observing a man-made device. You understand? So this is the issue.
I get what you're saying, right? But everything is in nature, right? Man-made devices, our presumption is they operate under the same physics, right, as natural phenomena, right?
No, that's incorrect. That's I don't know where you're getting this.
Correct.
Incorrect. A gyroscope is not something in nature. You don't see.
I'm not saying it's a natural phenomenon, right?
You don't see precession.
Like the existence of a gyroscope. I understand that they don't grow on trees, right?
Right. Well, that's the issue. If it's not a natural phenomenon, then why is it introduced as something that we can use to determine something in nature? Nature is going to tell us what it's doing, how it's doing it, because we're going to start to manipulate the tangible things that nature has. So then we're gonna figure out, okay, this is the reason why this happens. Okay. And so
wait. So you reject that physics is the same everywhere? I just want to, because that's the basis of my assumption, right? The basis of my assumption is that physics applies to everything, right?
Anywhere on Earth? Is that what you're talking about? Like, are physics the same
Yeah, anywhere in the universe, right? The physics governing everything should be the same, right? If that's not true of the physical ideas that we have, we should reject them, right?
So let's not go too grandiose with the idea. You're going already to the universe. Let's just stick with the Earth for now, because if we can't even determine anything to happen here on this Earth to be truth, then why are we going to go out into whatever else our minds can take us to in the cosmology? Like, there's no reason.
Right. Fair enough. But you think that the physics on Earth, if we make a physical theory, a hypothesis, right, it should apply the same everywhere. The same to a natural object as well as a man-made object, right?
Are you talking about
are governed by the same laws of nature, right? The same laws of physics, right?
The same laws of physics as determined by here on Earth. If you were to think about something different than Earth, like another body that exists outside of Earth's ecosystem, it might work differently. So
I'm talking about the physics between where a gyroscope, a man-made artifact on Earth is, and a few meters next to it where there might be a natural tree. Both locations experience the same physics still, right?
On Earth, of course. So then the gyroscope itself, though, and the reason why it does what it does, and trying to figure out the cause for the effect, has to do more with what man has constructed. So he made a precise gyroscope, but you're not determining a natural phenomenon at this point. You're identifying what the device is doing in its habitat, what it's when you create it, like whether it's a cold weather, whether it's hot weather, and you're trying to see, like, you're putting it under different variations of variables there to try to, like, figure out how this device can operate or function in a different different environments. So, but like that is separate from what we're saying here on the idea that we're observing a natural phenomenon. So in the case of what they're saying the gyroscope's supposed to do, right, is measure rotation, right? So,
so would you reject a similar experiment where you take a man-made ruler or other measuring artifact, right, and you go out into nature to help you observe those natural phenomena, right? Would you reject that on the same basis?
What are we determining, though? Like, because of the thing that we're determining has to be something applicable to something in nature, right? So, like,
right. Like, let's say water pressure, right?
If you're inside of your house and it's cooler, when you walk outside, you're in the sunlight and it's hotter, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's something you can actually feel. Your body can feel the difference in temperature when you go from one place to the other, right? So it's something that can be measured, right, and observed. And you can also do things to kind of manipulate some of these variables to figure out, like, how temperature affects that. And so, like, a thermometer would be something like you would discuss, like in this case, right?
So a thermometer would be an admissible artifact.
It's not
for measuring natural phenomena.
Thermometer is not something we see in nature, though, right? So you're not going to go with
right. Would you reject it then?
A device. I'm not. Listen. The reason why I said the rejection of this is because of the causation and the effect. So the causation of the gyroscope spinning and the causation of a temperature thermometer is not going to be this. They're two different things. So one thing, the one thing you're doing here is measuring temperature variance, and the other one is actually measuring the actual rotation of a planet.
Right, but do you understand that, like, phones, for example, have gyroscopes, right?
Yeah,
and when we rotate phones in our hands, right, we can observe a similar type of precession, right? The precession that comes from rotating the gyroscope, its frame of reference about its axis, which we then measure, and we can observe that with our own hands and whatever. We can put ourselves in a large rotating sphere, take a gyroscope, even a macroscopic large one with us, right, and observe a similar phenomenon, right? And so we can conclude that gyroscope's precession and movement is somehow related to the movement of its frame of reference, right?
Yeah, but you keep forgetting that there's other variables that are involved here when you're trying to determine the cause of an effect. So if you start to say that you've already narrowed down every variable and now just given only one outcome, and then you determine that it's the actual Earth that's moving, then you're going to have to provide the natural phenomena by which we understand the Earth to be spinning on its axis. So if you're standing on an Earth that's supposedly moving, we're going to all have to be able to detect that it's moving by some form of device, and that has never been done. So the idea
by the gyroscopes.
No,
the gyroscope is such a device, right?
The gyroscope does not do that. Okay, so we can take it back to it's a begging the question. Okay, so it's what it is. It's an affirming the consequent, begging the question, formological fallacy. So the idea that you're processing with the gyroscope is already begging the question that the Earth is a globe spinning around, like it's tilted, it's spinning around. So you're already assuming that you made the Earth a globe already, and that it's in motion. So you forgot one step. You have to first provide evidence that the Earth is a globe in the first place. If you're going to determine that your outcome for this understanding, for any reason that you're going to measure some kind of movement, you're already determining that it's a globe. It's like you jumped over step one and went right into.
No, not at all. People have been observing gyroscopes for a very long time, right? They've been doing experiments with them and trying to figure out why does it move the way it does, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because you're begging the question already. Do you understand that, Exonaut? You're begging the question. Yes, you are. Because if you say no, it doesn't matter. Step one has been overlooked. Have we determined that the Earth is a globe?
Yes. I mean,
how?
Sure.
How? We didn't
direct observation, indirect observations.
No, we didn't.
Millennia.
When you, yeah, we'll get into that. Well, when you start saying that the precessing gyroscope is telling us that the Earth is in motion, you've already skipped step one. You said, we didn't have to look at the Earth being a globe. We already know it's a globe, and then we're gonna now see that the Earth being a globe is in motion.
No, this is a philosophical razor, right? We have multiple different competing hypotheses, right? Like the Earth may be flat, the Earth may be round, right? And taking the precessing gyroscope into account, the globe would integrate that feature nicely. Whereas with the flat Earth, we would need some other variable, as you've rightly pointed out, right? We need another variable to account for that, right?
I continue to ramble when I'm telling you you're incorrect.
No, I'm responding to you.
And understand why you're incorrect. You're incorrect. There's not multiple competing theories here. It's just one understanding of the Earth representing itself to you, me, and everybody else. And then people making up ideas as to what the Earth is, right? We got the hollow Earth. We got the concave Earth. We got the globe Earth. We got all kinds of people thinking the Earth is something that it is not. Okay? It is not what everybody's saying. It's what it's representing itself to you, me, and everyone. Even some people who think the Earth is a globe will all say that the Earth represents itself to you, me, and everyone as locally flat. You can't disagree with this, because then now you start to disagree with.
No, that's totally true. I agree with you. It appears locally flat to us. Yeah.
So everybody can see this, right? To determine what it is, what do you think you and I would have to do? Because I don't care whatever theories and ideas. What can determine if the Earth is whatever you say it is, a globe, concave? It doesn't matter. But if it's something other than our base axiom, then we're going to have to determine how do we reach that point where we're understanding that it's something else.
I think I could give you many different ways that I think would be, convincing to me. But I don't know what kind of limitations you're placing on what we're allowed to measure and how, right? Okay. So I think it would be most useful if you gave your take on how we can...
Empirical evidence. The one thing that I want, you're going to have to provide this, right? If you want the Earth to be what you say it is, as far as a geometric shape goes, if we're on a geometric shape, an oblate spheroid that's got a radius, diameter, and circumference, you're going to have to give me drop over distance. Now that I said that, I'm going to need a primary source where this information came from, right? That's number one. You might want to jot this down. Primary source, I need a citation, as to where it says this, so that we're going to look into this, right? And I need a demonstration as to how we can do this information, each and every one of us, to determine that the Earth is indeed a globe with a drop over distance. So we're going to start with the primary source. You're going to tell me how the information is given to us so that we can know who said this. Who's the first one? Who's the first guy or people to say that the Earth is a globe? And so we're going to look at what they've said. So primary source, who do you got? Where did this all begin?
So you want the first person who
Primary source.
showed,
What does primary source mean?
in a way that you can like feel it or something?
Primary
what's
source. What do you think primary source means? You sound like you're pretty educated, so you know what I'm talking about. So I don't have to
Yes,
go in.
I know what primary source means, right? I'm not sure what you're looking for though. That's the problem, right?
Give me the primary source where the information began. The first person, the first people. Who are the first ones that tell us the Earth is a globe?
I don't know who literally the first person to say that was.
Primary source. Citation. You got a citation? Where does it say that the Earth is a globe?
Oh no, you asked me for a citation for the very first person to ever make such a claim, right? Which is not something that is
I'm giving you an
same,
answer.
right?
Listen,
you're asking for different things.
Okay, so
and you're not given a clear definition of what you would accept as an answer.
You couldn't give me the first one, so you know what? I'll take any citation. Does it say it anywhere? Does anybody said that the Earth is a globe?
Has anyone said whether the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
All right. Barack Obama has said that the Earth is a globe, I believe.
Okay, how did
maybe I don't even know it. Did he publicly admit to it?
Now that you use Barack Obama, he's the citation you're using, because I let you use anyway. You chose Barack Obama. So how did Barack Obama tell us that the Earth is a globe by way of demonstration? Because I'm going to the third point. You just want me to move on to... I will. I gave you a chance to give me a citation, and this is who you chose. Now you're going to have to tell me how he gave us a demonstration, how he showed us the Earth is a globe. Go ahead. What did he
right. No, I don't actually know if he did he ever comment on
Listen, this is what you guys do. You joke about it, you don't take it seriously, and I'm telling you, you're on this stage right now. Everybody's listening to you. You have your opportunity to present to everybody how the Earth is a globe, and you're going to squander it by joking. I'm telling
because you're not actually giving an opportunity for that, right? You're asking me to give something that is obviously, a standard that cannot be fulfilled by your own measure, right?
No,
you're waiting for a reaction or something that you can then, use. Which obviously, Barack Obama doesn't fulfill your criterion, right?
I'm asking you if he does fill it.
There probably isn't anyone who does.
Demonstrate. Exonaut, if he does fill it, then demonstrate how he has given us the information. You're the one that it came out of your mouth. I didn't say it. I asked you for a citation. You said Barack Obama. You're squandering the opportunity to tell me the truth if you're not going to give me the demonstration. So
there you go. I'm not going to give you a demonstration.
Why? Because you don't got it. Neither do you. Neither does
because any demonstration that I'd give, right, you would reject anyway.
Okay,
so what should I redirect you to, right? Should I redirect you to,
you don't hold the crystal ball. You don't hold the crystal ball, and you can't divine my thoughts. You can't get into my brain and say, okay, I can't tell him this because he's going to say no. I can't say that, he's going to say no. You got to say it, and then I'll respond to what you say. That's the way to go about this.
Miggy, let me ask Exonaut. Exonaut,
I do want to get him on the point as soon as you're done, Elijah. As soon as you finish, I want to get him back.
I'm not changing anything. I'm just wondering if anyone was wondering. I mean, because you're trying to have a conversation with him, and he's telling you that if he were to engage in a conversation with you, that you would reject it. So there's a problem here in a communication between human beings. If I were to walk up to someone in the street, it would have to be something less confrontational, right? Now you're in this place. I don't know exactly what that's for, because if it's for conversation, then I would think you'd be a little more amicable towards Miggy. Because if not, like I don't go places I don't feel welcome, right? I don't go places where I don't feel I'm gonna get any benefit from, right? So here we are benefiting people with information. Are you interested or are you not?
Me? You're asking me? I came here to just check out the place, right? I kind of expected this sort of debate going on. I think I saw on YouTube, I forgot what his name is, but this kind of flat Earth debate.
Thank you for
summit.
thank you for answering the question, but back to the topic. So we were on about you not providing me evidence using a weird citation with Barack Obama. And I asked for a demonstration because you said I could just name anybody and you named him. And I don't know why, but after I asked you for the demonstration, none was provided. And you said, after that, I cannot present a demonstration. And then I'm like, well, that's par for the course because nobody has given us a demonstration. So, being that as it is, you currently have a belief that the Earth is a globe without any proof whatsoever. And you said, it's too high of a standard. I can't provide such things. Well, then, how do you know the Earth is a globe? You just believe it? It must be just a story that somebody told.
I'm actually certified in satellite trajectories, right? So I can use.
That makes it even worse. Worse. That makes it worse.
I've actually been involved in planning microsatellite missions.
Whatever.
Right?
You send satellites into low Earth orbit, Leo. Yeah, that's great. You know what? You're doing all these wonderful things with space. That's great. But then you have all that knowledge. You're probably working somewhere where we're going to send this, satellite in low Earth orbit, and it's going to be great. And yet you're in a Discord server, flat Earth Discord server, and you have no information as to how we have primary source, citation, or demonstration that the Earth is a globe. So those are big problems for somebody who's working in the field that should know this information. Is coming up tits right now. That's pretty much.
I can tell you that I had access to a satellite which is orbiting Earth, taking weather information, right?
Yeah, that's great. That's great. You're going to tell us a story about how something is going around the Earth in space, and you have no idea where you live right now. You didn't give me any information, and you want to tell me a story about what you're doing in your job, sending satellites into a place you think they're going because your belief.
Well, I'm actually curious, what do you think I was doing, right? Like, what was going on at my job, right? Was I being deceived by my employer? Who was providing the data that the satellite sent?
Sounds like it. You're probably working in front of a computer. I don't know. But what you deal with right now is information that's only probably just on the specific thing that you do. You probably make a part for a satellite and think that you're some kind of like expert or something.
No, we were planning the entire mission, right? Like mission requirements, and we were able to observe the operation of the.
How did you vacuum test all your parts?
That's akin to me saying
CubeSat, right? CubeSats are assembled from finished parts, right? You just buy them from suppliers, and then.
No, dude. Would you chill? Like what I'm saying is I'm trying to give you an understanding. What you're telling us right now in the audience is that you're shooting up to go to Middle Earth. You're going to go do some battle with some orcs. You're telling us a story right now, and then we're all listening to you, and it's like, yeah, that's great, man. You're shooting up to go do some kind of funky mission in a pretend land. So do you actually know? Have you been to that place? Do you know what's over there? No.
Place?
Know any of that stuff?
The satellite is? Or like in orbit, you mean?
No, yeah, in orbit. Like you're sending satellites up. Where do you think they're going? They're going in space and they're hanging out there. This is what you believe right now. So this story that you've so far in the part of your life that you really think is happening, you think you're working at some place and you're putting things together and plans are a conference room and everybody's just talking about how this thing's going to be orbiting the Earth and you're just like all giddy and excited. But you don't know that place exists. You only hear about it in stories. And so,
right. But you think that I'm honest, right? You wouldn't say that I'm like intentionally lying, right? You'd say I was deceived, right?
Yes.
So I would wonder, right? What is it? What is the structure for that, right? Like, was my employer involved, or
no?
Was the party that was deceiving us, right?
It's simple.
Culture.
It's simple. You want the structure for that? I already gave it to you. It's in the previous part of our conversation.
Because someone must have been coordinating all these companies that we were working with.
Exonaut, if you have proof that you've been deceived, does it matter what the method or mechanism of it is?
Yeah, so I was telling him right before Mimus, I said this. I was like, so we're going to need the primary source citation demonstration. Before you entered, you know what his citation was? It's going to blow your mind. Barack Obama. And then I was like, dude, you're going to squander the opportunity to tell me of a citation, and you're going to use Barack Obama. Obviously, you're not taking this seriously, because then I'm going to need a demonstration of how Barack Obama showed us how the Earth is a globe, and you don't got that. And for sure, and he said, no, I don't got that. Your standards are too high, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, check this out. You're going to ask me how, if this thing is that I'm deceived, how is it that everybody is deceiving me and stuff? I'm like, dude, because first of all, in the first part of our conversation, you didn't have any of the stuff that you should have given me if it's empirical.
I understand that you think, I don't even care, it's fine. I don't think
Exonaut, I build houses. Exonaut, I build houses. So if I had a carpenter, Exonaut, hold on a second, Exonaut, I'm talking right now. If I had a carpenter working for me and I asked him what the measurement of the master bedroom was, and he said, I demand too much evidence, would I keep him or would I fire him? All we're talking about is a fucking measurement.
That's it.
A measurement. And you're saying a measurement is too high of a standard. What is your standard?
I didn't say that at all. What
is your standard? You want someone gobbling your balls? What do you want?
Your body told
what do you
me that
want?
gyroscopes
What do you want? You want someone choking on your shaft? What is the standard? What is the standard of evidence? What is the standard of evidence for any claim? What is the standard of evidence for any claim? Excellent. What is the standard of evidence for a claim?
The globe.
Give me the standard of evidence. Give me the standard of evidence for a claim. Give me the standard of evidence for a claim. You can be monotone and soy as much as you want the way you talk in your little monotone way. I am asking you, what is your standard of evidence?
What is it?
My standard of evidence?
Yeah.
What is it?
It depends.
No, it doesn't depend. It doesn't depend. How about reality? Measured reality. That's my standard of evidence for everything. How come we are more materialist than you? How come we demand more physical? Yes, I am. I guarantee you I am. All of your beliefs are spiritual in nature. You believe people. You believe ideas. You believe stories and narratives. I don't believe any of those. I only believe what can be proved to me by the observation and testing of reality.
Right.
So,
from
my point of view,
parts, assembling them, sending them to space, and receiving transmissions.
Where is the measurement? Okay, well, that's not. First of all, that's not how that works. And you can overtalk as much as you want. You can overtalk as much as you want.
You're screaming over my
because you don't just get to say. You don't just get to say we send parts to space, motherfucker. That's not what happens. It's not how it works. How do you think your? Tell me how your cell phone works. Tell me how your cell phone works.
Which part?
Your cell phone. Tell me how it works. How do you make a phone call? How does it work?
Which part?
What does it connect to? What does it connect to, Exonaut? What does your cell phone connect to?
A mobile cell tower.
A mobile cell tower. And the mobile cell tower is connected to what?
Depends.
No, it doesn't depend. It's called a network for a reason, you stupid European. You Euro trash. It's called a network. How is it networked? It's solid wires. Eurotrash. Every time. Every time.
He dipped?
He dipped.
Which part, he said?
Which part?
It's like, how obvious? Like, question is just like, how does the cell phone work? I don't know. Which part are you talking about? Like, the part that you're actually holding in your hand, the device?
Yeah. That one? I didn't ask him how it was assembled. Christ.
Mornings, everybody. Just so you know, a little mayhem in the morning. That's all.
What was his name again? Euro what?
Euronaut. And he had a little avatar of looked like a space helmet.
Exonaut.
Exonaut. Yeah, I call it, or Euronaut. Exo.
Morning. It's 1:15, 1:25 in the afternoon.
1:25? No, man, we got 12:25. Still lunchtime over here.
Oh yes, so not morning.
Well, it's for me because I just got up, but like it's fun.
I hope he's not so bitch made that he comes back and tries to explain something. So he was going to sit there and try and spin me a story. I'm not going to do that.
I see you in a sparring forum this morning, meme. That's good.
Oh yeah. Well, I heard that you're that dull kind of effeminate European drone, and I was like, oh man, that's something I hate.
Yeah, I know the hairs on your arm are probably standing up. You're like, oh, dude, I gotta get some.
Triggers me. Triggers my masculinity. Like suddenly, I feel aggression. I'm all for another brother war. Believe me. We need to take over Europe.
Yeah, he quit the server.
That's crazy. I mean, the kind of stuff I was asking him was just like straight up, and I just felt like he was everything. What I was saying was just it sounded like he wanted to know the detail. Like, well, what do you mean? This? It's like, come on, dude. And he's like, and then your standards are too high. It's too high. Two standards. Come on.
Well, I was scrolling through the chat and I saw that Morvis had said, where is it? He said, is he reading through Golden Globies for ideas? And I said, I got to see what this is.
Yeah.
What? Well, I mean,
he assembles parts for satellites and then sends them to space.
No, he doesn't.
What the hell?
Probably doesn't. Okay. So you sit in this clean room, or let's be honest, it's a cubicle. And you put slot A into spot B. You hand it off to the next guy. I build satellites.
Yeah. And
his proof was, yeah, they go somewhere and then you can get data from them. That's what he said.
I see Santa Claus every year on the Weather Channel, and NASA has him on the radar, which is odd. Like, how do they get him on the radar? He must really be there.
I gave him the globe Earth roll before he left, so he has permission to come back anytime he wants.
Yeah.
Oh, we have Indigo that's in here. Indigo, what's going on? VC verified? How you doing? Indigo?
Don't worry, Indigo. If you're not a bitch, this will go great.
She's nice. Talked to her yesterday.
Oh, it's a her? Oh, I apologize for using the term bitch. I thought you might have been a man.
Huh. But yeah, she's sure.
Cool.
Yeah, that guy, I felt like I've heard him before in here. His voice sounded very familiar.
Oh,
probably.
Sounds like every other European
satellite creator.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. I build satellites. I'm like, dude, like how many of you guys are? Because it seems like every other iteration of your voice, the person who builds a satellite. What do you mean? I built satellites.
So you put a Raspberry Pi in a box and you put it on a balloon?
Hmm. I laugh at anybody who thinks they're sending up satellites. Even if it were the case that everything they believed was real, they're still not sending up satellites.
They're in a cubicle.
Yeah, they're in a cubicle. And what they're doing is they're sending up very high altitude temporary launches that come back down. They are not sending anything into orbit because they are not part of the space program, the quote unquote space program. It's kind of like if I was building a car in my garage, but I also watched like NASCAR, and I said, "Yeah, I work at NASCAR."
I think he might have been triggered because I was listening to the Matthew Learns clip with Nathan Oakley.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Nathan was lambasting him, saying how him being an educator and not providing any evidence. He's like, "You're the reason I homeschool and I don't send my kids. You should take down the information just based on your integrity." Telling him, like, of course, Matthew's not going to do that.
No.
But based on that, I was talking about how these guys don't have any information, and I was on a bit of a rant, and then Exonaut pops in because I'm pretty sure he got his undies in a twist. So he's up in here talking about being someone who works on satellites, and like as if that's gonna be like, ooh, well then you should double know how the Earth is a globe. If that's the case, you should be telling me what's going on with this Earth, and I'm telling you, that's weird.
Did you say double no?
Yeah, as in the average person should know. This guy should know even more than the average bear. He should be one telling them what's really going on because he works for a company that puts satellites into low Earth orbit. So he should be telling everybody, "Nah, you got it wrong. The Earth is a globe. Check this out, man. Because the satellite goes into orbit, we can understand or whatever." He didn't go into a spiel, which I was hoping for, but that didn't happen. He was just another one of those pseudo intellects who want to just feel like they're important because they sit somewhere putting a part together.
Yeah.
Putting a part together in SolidWorks, nonetheless.
How come it is that we demand more material evidence? Like, how come it is that we look at the world objectively through a more material lens than any of them?
That's weird.
And they all claim, like 90% of them, try and get on the, I'm a skeptical type. I don't believe things, and I'm atheist. And none of them are materialist. Not one of them. Not a single one of them. They are the most religious people I've ever met. I demand evidence for everything.
Yeah, that's so true. The thing that bugs me the most is, and the guys last night we were talking about somebody similar to that guy. It could have been the same guy. I don't even know. I don't keep track anymore. But I just took over the conversation. Like, look, fam, why are you here? And when you start asking them questions, the questions that they're supposed to be focused on, all of a sudden they can't be quiet. All of a sudden they can't speak good English. All of a sudden they can't hear you. All of a sudden they want to disrupt you enough to calmly talk about their red herring or non sequitur total conversation. And it's like, no. And it's like, the more you tell them, no, we're going to talk about this specific thing because this is what matters, not what you thought matters, they get all upset and they leave like that.
Whenever you get them to a point, they're like, sorry, my English not too good. You're like, bullshit, dude. You've been having a conversation with me for the past hour. You understand every damn word I'm saying. You just don't like it right now. That's all it is. You don't like it, so you're gonna turn up the I don't speak kind of language, that's a cop out. I know that. Everybody knows that. Well, people should know that. But then you get the sensitive types, and like, oh, he doesn't understand. He's been in here for an hour arguing with me, so he knows damn well what I'm saying. Because he understood what I just told him right now. That's why he's saying, no, well, sorry, no speaky English that well. No, not going to work. The globe, I want to see it all burn. I live for moments where I hear somebody like that's so staunch in their belief. They're just like, no, it's a globe. I'm like, yeah, boy, let's go. Because the audience doesn't know that these people can be that fanatical to the information. And oh boy, it can get pretty crazy in here. So
yeah, it is funny when the roles have really turned. They were the kids in school, like as teenagers. God isn't real, bro. Right? And now they're the ones who are, when they're all developed and adults, getting their worldview actually really challenged. God is a poet.
that man said Barack Obama.
Maybe he was really taken in with the hope and change.
Who knows, man? What did you
change?
What the hell did you even go there for, man?
Change. And he couldn't take a little bit of banter, which that's just the typical European male now, though. I cannot handle your banter. It hurts my bussy.
I swear, Meme, you could be the next Andrew Schultz, man.
Not quite.
He's comedic gold, though, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably my favorite modern comedian. Or him or Tim Dillon. Oh, reminder to everybody that Easter and Ishtar are completely unrelated. I'm sorry if you probably thought that.
What do you mean? We got to find the Easter eggs under the pews at the church.
No, Easter and Ishtar. So they talk about Ishtar, the Babylonian Ishtar. It's completely unrelated.
Oh yeah, it's not the same at all.
Yeah, they're completely unrelated, and there's a lot of idiots out there because the Hellenized form of Ishtar is Astarte, not Easter. Easter comes from Easter, which was European. It was a European like colloquial tradition. It wasn't a religious or anything like that. And it coincided with the time of the death of Christ. But it had nothing to do with any other religion or any other pantheon. Since I know Sunday's coming up.
How about the one where they make the connection to Starbucks?
I don't know. The mythicists make a lot of connections. So I don't know. What's the Starbucks one?
Something to do with the Astarte. I don't.
Starbucks.
And mermaid fish with two wet fish legs or something.
Or maybe it's just a logo. And like actually doesn't like do they ever consider that maybe we're just like all humans share a common descent and come from a common monoculture in the past, and so we share like idiomatic imagery, that doesn't actually mean anything anymore? Like every single culture has mermaids in it? Like I gotta wonder why the mythicists are so like schizophrenic about this. Like it all fits together. Yeah, dummy. It's because we all grew up together. It's like we all came from the same neighborhood. It's a sacred symbol.
I'm still trying to figure out what mermaids have to do with Easter eggs and bunnies and stuff.
I have no clue. There was the tradition. I know the. I have no what mermaid. I've never heard this before. I've never heard of mermaids with Easter.
Because of the Astarte thing, the Starbucks, and then the thing I just said about the weird. Let me see if I can find the picture.
Wait a minute. Somebody actually said this?
No, I was joking about the fact
you were
that they
joking
making
about
connection with Easter, and I'm like, I'm still trying to figure out the connection between mermaids and Easter bunnies. Like, what?
That's a connection right there for somebody to come out and say that, right? Like, they've connected too many dots, and they got in their home. They got that big old, the cork board that's got all those like lines like connecting to, and this. Oh my God! And here it is.
Pepe Sylvia.
Running around on the internet, like, dudes, it all makes sense now. Like,
I saw this old in the 60s. There was this priest that was on. It was a Catholic bishop, I think. But anyway, he was on television in the U.S. and he started talking about how, as a joke, because he was really funny, and as a joke, he was talking about how Napoleon was actually just a retelling of the story of Apollo. And he started like doing all the lines and drawing all these lines and connections. And you're like, yep, okay, so we've been lampooning on these morons for a while now. And he did. He successfully retold Napoleon, the story of Napoleon, as Apollo and his daughters. Like, look at all the coincidences. Napoleon is surely just a retelling of the story of Apollo. And that's all the mythicists are doing. That's all the Wignats are doing right now. Sad that there's a bunch of like so-called Christians who like fall into that. Easter is actually. I let the atheists tell me this. They trolled me. It's like, that's not true. Osiris came back from the grave. Wasn't that through like a corpse dildo though? That was a corpse dildo in a cave.
Are you talking about the green man, the blue green man with the golden? Yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about Isis and Osiris, right?
I was just saying they're one
Horus,
of them.
Horus, that's right. Horus is reborn through. She uses the detached penis of his corpse to impregnate herself, and like he gets reborn. I'm like, nigga, how is that the story of Christ?
He was slaughtered, and then they Frankenstein him back together. She couldn't find his members. They made a gold member for him. So then he has some kind of gold, and he has like some kind of gold spaceship, aethership thing that he can fly around above the Earth with. But that's something else that's unrelated to the reincarnation rebirth.
But this is just an Elder Scrolls game you're talking about.
I wish. I'm just straight up talking about.
I know.
It is what it is. It would make a great game. Why isn't it? Oh wait, they do put it in the lore. Pretty messed up that you can play a video game and learn more about the actual history of this world than if you go watch some stupid show on whatever's on TV or on YouTube.
Yeah.
Or read Lord of the Rings. It's not, the entire thing's loosely based on a true story. Loosely based on a true story.
Lord of the Rings with J.R.R. Tolkien's trying to tell the history of heaven and earth.
Yeah, it's like putting
in a way that people could understand it. Yeah.
Which is that's kind of a family tradition for humanity. We do that. We make stories and parables and allegories and metaphors in order to convey ideas and pass information on down to our descendants.
And we only ever tell one story.
It can't be anything.
Always the same
one
story.
version of the truth. The truth is what it is. Everything else is not the truth. Hold on, I had to put a little censored bar on this thing because it's showing her weird, like, pictured, I don't know, pixelated mermaid boobs.
Pixelated mermaid boobs. I demand real mermaid boobs.
Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, that is censored there. Okay.
Oh, if it's on a wait a minute. Have you posted it yet?
It doesn't matter. I just put the censored thing on as a joke. Because it was easy to grab a transparent censored bar and just go put it up there. But it's a megabyte. I put forth way too much effort for these like memes that I make or random things that I do.
3D says, what do you mean? I saw a Facebook meme on it.
That's what I was talking about. This Facebook meme type stuff.
Yeah. And what did they think this is?
Well, that's a logical fallacy to assume that there's only one mermaid lore in all of the world, and so this must be one thing directly connected to something else through an arbitrary strand. Because there's all the lore of everything everywhere.
Indigo, you don't have to be a flat earther to be here. There's plenty of people who are not flat earthers who are here. So, Starbucks coffee. People see, to me, like I like on the top right, I just see an OnlyFans girl spreading her legs for a cam. Like maybe that's what it is.
Let me see if I can find the stuff related to the Astarte thing, because it's a conspiracy theory thing. Starbucks says it's a siren, which, I mean, at least they openly say it is what it is. That's a type of, like, you know, succubus type enchantress that destroys people. But they're not lying about it. Like, yep, Starbucks siren. Come drink our shit. Straight up.
It could be just
What?
it.
Could be a what?
An it.
An it.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, like,
Pretty sure-
I've referred to girls as sirens, you know, and there's like no, it's. I think it's more like I think it's just a cultural idiom. I don't actually think this imagery means anything anymore.
I was just reading the thing.
I was talking about the image.
Because
I was
there's
talking about that.
yeah, there's.
Hold on a second,
They're
Ether.
saying-
Hold on a second, Ether.
Sorry.
Mike, Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's quiet again.
You have to make out with your mic.
Oh my goodness.
Get close
There we
to your
go.
mic and speak to it
How's
like you're
this?
talking in the ear of a child you're grooming.
How y'all doing? Is
Yes.
this better?
Yes.
All right.
She's at the center of your Starbucks cup. That green mythological creature who's staring into your soul as you drink your latte. The star of Starbucks anniversary blend. But seriously, who is she? It's the siren. She's not a real person, but we kind of think of her as one. She's the biggest symbol of our brand. Really, other than our partners, employees. She's the face of it. Steve Murray said he's a creative director in the Starbucks Global Creative Studio. The siren is like a super mermaid. A mermaid with just with one tail is just a plain old mermaid. Sorry, Ariel. But a siren is often depicted with two tails. She might seem like an unusual choice for the face of a coffee company, but there's a pretty interesting backstory as to how and why the siren came to be. It was 1971, and the founders had landed on the name Starbucks, inspired by Moby Dick. Next up, creating a logo. While scouring some old marine books, something stood out. A mysterious nautical... Okay. So the guys who created Starbucks were really into nautical themes.
Seems legit. Makes sense.
Yeah.
They like mermaid stuff and.
Okay,
ocean
my
things.
ex-wife in nautical themes, I have mermaids and octopuses everywhere.
seeing if there's any other. I'm not going to keep.
So, does your company have an octopus in the logo then?
I think the man listened to his wife.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to redesign my company logo to be a pyramid with an octopus and have like 999 and 666 everywhere just to screw with people.
Yeah, you have your tentacles everywhere.
And Illuminati confirmed?
Yeah, and I'm going to call it Concrete Illuminati Confirmed.
Just on the nose?
Yeah, it's just going to be right on the nose. Give me the secret handshake and it's 20% off.
That would be so great. You should do that, man.
I might do it. Like, why not? God.
You'd be screwing with the truthers like big time.
It's more fun to screw with them.
He's the admin of a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You guys,
they're totally bought and paid for.
Yeah, he's a secret agent. I don't tell him, man. We got to stay in the back chats.
Jesus.
Hey, has anyone called you a shill in here already?
Oh my God, yes. Yes,
it's crazy
people
how
have
that
called me
word
shill
is
so many times. I'm like, where is my paycheck?
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, it's always been a balancing act. Like, how do you respond to someone who is, they're giving wrong information, or they're asking you questions based off of false premises. They might be strawmanning you, or whatever it is, whatever form it takes on. It's like, what do? Do you disengage them because they're not going to receive, or do you teach them a lesson? You know, which one are you guys going with these days?
Oh, I usually just embrace it and I try and make them paranoid.
Yeah, I like to tar and feather them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you what.
The faster they realize they can't trigger you is the faster they get triggered.
Yes, basically. Well, who was saying my name?
I was saying that thing you said a few days ago of like, there's two kinds of flat earthers. There's the ones who are interested in the truth, and the other ones that are interested in just a paradigm change, not really the truth.
They're
it's like
interested in
the ones that are interested in the paradigm change. Well, yeah. But I was gonna say like the ones that are interested in just the different story to follow. I think those are the ones that abuse the word shill and just say, oh, that guy's a shill. Oh, that person's a shill. Over and over.
You mean the guys that see like an oracle in their alphabet soup? Those guys?
Yes. I made my alphabet soup this morning, and the word Cain was in there.
What does that mean, guys?
What does it mean? It means you need lithium. And a nice long stay in a white padded room.
Oh, you got those types too. It's like our side has those types. It's like, unfortunate, but you get some good soldiers fall down to that kind of like nonsense,
Yeah, well, they can't let go. They can't let go of their old prejudices. Like, if you find out that like reality itself has been presented to you by society, by all the people around you as false, why would you still go on to believe all the conspiracies that you believed in? You got to let those go too.
Or even to trust your own reasoning. Your own thinking on it.
You learn to train your reasoning. You learn to.
Yes, I'm trying to get there.
Shut up. I was going to say it fucking first, you bastard.
I got you.
You definitely have to, before you can trust yourself, because obviously there are a lot of flat earthers that trust themselves, and it's like, you shouldn't. The first thing that has to happen is inside you, the question has to arise. Can I trust myself? Because then you begin to go on this journey of what is trusting myself? What is myself? How do I validate things, invalidate things, what things work? That you begin to question your process on reasoning to begin with. How the fuck do I know that I know that shit? Like I did that for years before I was solid in my reasoning and approaching people.
When a lot of
that had to happen first.
When some people wake up, they get the chosen one mentality. I woke up and now I am different from everybody else. Actually, no. You're still just like everybody else. You're still an NPC like the rest of us.
You're still a schmuck.
Yep.
No, you're still exactly the same. I realized, I think it was like yesterday, that I'm the same exact person. Now, I have acquired many different skills. Many different skills. But I have not implemented them in the way that I should. Why? Because I'm exactly the same person. You can learn something and still be the same person. Don't get it fucked up that you can come in here and learn the divine truths of the world and now you're like God or some shit. No, you're the same person until you decide to do something with what you're learning.
Hey, Indigo, how do seasons prove that the Earth has curvature?
I think she dipped out of VC, but she's probably in text chat, isn't she?
Oh, okay. Oh, well.
Where the Glovers at? Exonaut was just a light snack. Oh, yeah, he's not even someone I think contend.
Yes, 3D nailed it. Look at these people, glassy-eyed automatons going about their daily lives, never stopping to look around and think. I'm the only conscious human in a world of sheep. That's the mentality of the average truther. So I always find these Facebook meme religion stuff, I always find them hilarious because you can tell this person is not an artist. I'm a little insulted by stuff like this because I am an artist, and I look at it and I'm like, that's not a goat. It looks like an upside down naked chick. Doobie doobie doo.
Sing to me more, Daddy.
No, son.
You must learn to sing for yourself.
In the words of the movie Friday, who else wants some of Debo? Yo, he played that's a great character, I think.
Yeah, Debo.
I'm so sorry. I cannot let that rock, Miggy. That was a terrible impression of Mr. T, not Debo.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll take that.
Oh, yeah. It's both of our bikes. I was just going to keep it at my house. My bike, punk.
No, but he does it all kind of like nice. Oh, yeah, sure, man. Come right this way. Knocked his ass.
You could totally do that, Miggy. You could be like, oh yeah, hold on, let me show you the flat Earth. Hold on, my flat Earth, punk.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna start dropping the Smokey meme. You got knocked the fuck out.
Yeah, make no mistake though, man. I'm having a great time when I'm with an Exonaut. It was such like, I'm telling you, man. There's nothing else I need to do other than have fun. Like, that's it. That's all I'm doing now. Because they're just rejecting the fact that the information is already, like, I don't need to be telling them. They can go out to the beach and find out for themselves.
Yeah, I'll tell her I want to talk on voice.
Yeah. Here, so. Round one.
See, that's the thing. This conversation is disguised as a conversation when it comes in a Glover's mind. It's actually all a distraction away from the one bit of thing that's supposed to be at least observationally obvious. which is the curvature of the Earth. That's the one thing that they should be talking about, and they don't talk about it anymore. Why? Because they know they're going to get embarrassed if they bring it up. So they try to stay in space religion and whatnot.
Hey, you argued with an angry woman, right?
Well, yeah, you know.
What happens when you bring up facts? Capital FACTS, all caps.
Sex happens.
Suddenly the conversation becomes about you and how you're being bad and you're making them feel bad.
It becomes emotional.
Right. That's what it's like arguing with a Glober. It's like arguing with an angry woman. That's why I always tell these, whenever it's a guy Glober in here who's arguing with us, and he starts to like get up in his feelings, I tell him, or he starts using like these fallacies, I tell him, hey, get out of your feminine, get into your masculine, use logic. Because I'm also trying to help them as men, too, to stop thinking outside a masculine paradigm. You should be, to an extent, emotionless in what you express.
How could I not see him in my mind in a dress? The guy that was just here, like, because I was totally calm speaking to him, because it was only you and him in the room speaking at the time, and you know I say something that was obviously meant for him, and just like a girl, like, oh, you were talking to me. Honestly, I didn't hear shit you said, bitch. Like,
Yeah, I got that. I hate when they do that, but yeah, I got it.
Indigo, there's only like 3 of us talking, though.
Yeah.
Indigo, where are you? I'm looking everywhere to find you.
Hey, y'all don't ban her or something dumb.
All right,
she doesn't want to get on. Don't make her get on.
Let's create a safe space. Nobody say anything. We'll give her the mute button. Like,
this is now a gash-friendly area.
Jeez Louise.
Well, let it be a friendly one-on-one. Who is the nicest of us, or who feels the nicest today?
Clearly, I am.
Kim is. Kim's the nicest one. Where's Kim?
That's what gave me mayhem. Because I'm a nice guy. I'm, friendly as a box of puppies, man. Like,
Where's Kim at? Kim's the nicest one out of everyone.
I don't know, man. That's a lot of mayhem.
Yeah, it's like 1,000 cuts, right? Being a box
I
of
love
puppies.
it.
So at first, it's like you don't know what to expect, and then tomorrow you wake up with all of these welts and scratches, and you can't take a shower. It's like, oh, those flat earthers. Oh, I can't stop thinking about it. It burns.
Yeah.
Y'all don't need me to define to y'all what a troll is again, do you? A troll is someone who is not fighting for a side. They don't technically have a side. They're just in a space to create trouble. They are trolling for reaction. Okay, this girl is not a troll. And most people who are causing trouble are not trolls. They're just partisan. So, just two things that get overused: troll and shill. Very overused. The only time it's not usually overused is when you're saying concern trolling, because that's a specific type of trolling.
That guy divining your thoughts. I would tell you the information, but you're just going to deny it anyway. I'm like, dude, I don't even know what you're going to say. One thing, you might say something that's true. I don't know.
Man, if you get me off this flat earth, I'll kiss you. Please, take me to space. So I watched this show that was produced by Veach. It's called Shadow and Bone? Was it? Shadow and Bone. Okay, so it's got 2 seasons on Netflix. Beautiful show, really well produced, great special effects, interesting story, but the writing is like a young adult novel.
M. Scott did it.
Well, I don't think he didn't produce the writing.
Oh, he said he was a writer. Last time
he doesn't have any writing credits in it. He only has producer credits. It's funny because I look at the show, I'm trying to figure out who it appeals to. Because I watched every single episode. I watched both seasons of it. And on one level, I enjoyed looking at it a lot. It's a great looking show. It really is. And there is an actual story structure, and there are A plots and B plots and complex characters. And the story is good, but the writing of the show is substandard. So I'll have to give him kudos on how well he made something look and how he made something look beautiful. And some of the characters were written really well. And there was some good writing in it. But a lot of it just felt very young adulty. And I hate everything young adult. Every young adult novel, I think, should be burned, like in Fahrenheit 451. Like, we need to have rallies of fascists just burning young adult novels all over the world. It is a stain on human history, the young adult novel.
I don't know, man. I definitely fucked with the Immortal Instruments series, man.
Like, can you give us an example of a book that would fall in this category? Are you talking about like Twilight or something? What are you talking about?
Twilight is young adult.
Immortal Instruments series.
Yeah, Immortal Instruments. Cringe. Let me think of another one.
Amazeballs.
Wait. Maze Runner. You might have. What's the one where the girl is?
Oh my gosh, the hate meter is building. Continue.
What's the one? Ness or what? What's her name? Breaking Fire.
I know what you're talking about.
Breaking Fire, and there's like
thing.
the game, I can't remember.
Hunger Games.
Hunger Games. And by the way, during the fappening, I found out that she has a body of a brick shit house. Holy shit, it is nice. But anyway, that writing that's young adult. It's like, are you 14 to 20? Are you 14 to 21? Say what?
The 100. I love it. Yes, this is where you will find all of the philosophy that breaks all of the young children. I really still love it though. But I do recognize that this is where it is. It's where the most heliocentrism, like just random globes and spaceship. For no reason, yes, 1,000 billion, million%. They'll be talking about in a book for some reason the stars and the gaseous things in the sky and the wonders of the. Yes, it is the most poison you will ever find, ever. But I do love it, man. I do love it.
But like Multi-Tom says, movies for the MCU generation. I'll say this: MC had a few really good movies, but there's a thing that has come out of the self-aware writing that is just it is the worst thing on earth. And I think anyone who writes self-aware scripts needs to be put onto a ship and sunk. There's nothing worse than this fourth and fifth wall breaks. There's nothing worse than it now. Like they'll say, "Did I just freaking do that?" And I immediately want to put a pistol in my mouth the moment I hear that kind of like language in a movie. I would rather hear the vulgarity of white men can't jump than ever hear, "Did I just freaking do that?" ever again.
So you didn't like Dude, Where's My Car?
I've never smoked weed, so I didn't get the movie. I didn't understand it. I also hate the Cheech and Chong movies too, though. I don't get weed humor. Weed humor is just on a class by itself. That is going to appeal to a certain a niche, right? The potheads are going to love that stuff. God bless them; they can have it. But like this mass appeal thing with the like smarmy, snarky, self-aware, hero protagonist who's actually kind of an asshole and has too many facial expressions. It's like, God, Jesus, please just throw an asteroid at us. I'm just so
but
done
don't
with
think
it.
you're the only one that didn't get the weed humor, because I used to smoke weed and I still didn't get that humor. Like, it was some dumb shit, dude.
I mean, I laughed at it, but it was silly. It was kind of stupid humor. It wasn't really intelligent humor.
I guess since you're a bit older than me, I guess I can go back and appreciate that you cannot stand the teen thing. Because, me being a little younger, I'm like, oh, that stuff is cool. I can now say, oh my gosh, that fucking Daphne show is a load of garbage. Because that's the new teen stuff now. So it's like, I mean, I can see it in the generation now that's coming up. Daphne or whatever that shit is called. Oh man. If you're still a Democrat from 2014 in your mind in 2023, then yes, it's the most absolute best show you'll ever watch.
It's sad.
I mean,
think that.
I'm trying to think about, like, when I was growing up, the only young adult novel I ever started, it was a Star Wars book. I got through about 20 pages and tossed it out. It's one of the few books I just tossed out. And I remember a few years later on the internet reading that it was the worst Star Wars book ever written. And now for fun, I'll thumb through a young adult book and it's the same thing, except now it's selling like hotcakes. I don't understand how it's appealing. Like my daughter reads books. She read Under the Dome, Stephen King, right? And it's just because it was one of the Stephen King books I had laying around. And she likes that kind of writing. And she's read some Lovecraft and she likes that kind of writing. And she's 13 and makes fun of young adult novels. And they're starting from her age to about 21. That's kind of the appeal of the young adult series.
Yeah.
Right? And you read it, there's too many young people in it. You watch maybe a show that was based on something that was a young adult novel, and you're like, there's too many young people in this. Why is everybody in this 26 to 29?
Yeah, it's interesting. I was just talking about this with a group of friends. They were talking about the show Shadow and Bone. And
that's literally the show I was talking about.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I just joined it. I missed
because I watched both seasons. I watched both seasons of it, and it's beautiful, stunningly beautiful, right? It's got great set design, great lighting. I think the casting is really well done. The story is good. The characters they created are good, but the writing is extremely mid to low.
Do you know who writes that, or who says they write it?
Veach doesn't write. He's not credited as a writer on it. He's credited as a producer.
Yeah, he claims he's writing for it, though.
Well, I think he just says he produces it.
Yeah, that's that's what I heard too. He told me.
Yeah,
whether or not that's the case, that's what he told me.
I mean, as far as production goes, he's done a knockout job on the production. But like studios, the producer doesn't really have control over the writing.
Because they throw a lot of stuff in there about science. Like, they call the magic, they call it small science.
Yeah, but I mean, like, that doesn't bother me so much because every single person in that show is religious. There are no atheists in that show.
Oh, yeah.
And I actually appreciated that about the show. I was like, oh, that's cool. They invented all these different religions for these different regions and these different cultures. And the cultures are very distinct and the religions are very distinct. And I thought I really liked that stuff about it. That's something you rarely see. Nowadays, they'll make a show that takes place like in an era that's comparable to a few hundred years ago. And, oh, everybody's enlightened and none of us believe in religion and you're only the kook if you do. And I was surprised that that show puts religion generally in a very good light.
We were talking about it's sort of like a Dungeons & Dragons campaign or like a role play campaign setting.
That is what it feels like.
Yeah, it really has that sort of vibe to it where you have a party and each person has their role and they got their special abilities and their different talents.
Right.
But
it does feel like it was written by a 62-year-old man who writes for young adults.
Yeah. The sexual tension in the show is my take on it is that you got these young adults who don't really have any prospects for a spouse or a significant other, no family, except this sort of kind of cringe bond of misfits that they all have this weird sort of sexual tension with each other. And then it seems kind of goofy why they don't have women and submarines or whatnot, or why there's not women in combat arms.
Yeah, there's a reason.
So you've got this special magical brigade traveling about the world doing great things, and it's a mixed gendered unit.
Like if you're doing the D&D thing, that's fine. If you're doing the D&D thing, that's totally fine. You can explain it away in the world rules, right?
Oh yeah, it all happens off camera. All that romantic stuff.
Well, two, like I didn't detect a whole lot of chemistry. I almost felt like I'm like, the bad guy kind of makes a point. Like the bad guy kind of had a point in the movie or in the show. Like he's an interesting character and he has an actual motivation. And the girl who is, the sun singer, whatever she is, the sun bringer, whatever. I thought, if I was writing this, I'd make them get together. And what's funny is that's what happens at the end of the second season. But she doesn't know they're together.
Yeah, because he's like some sort of weird shapeshifter, immortal something or another.
He's an immortal, sort of, or super long lived, right?
Yeah.
But his power is shadow. And her power is light. And it's like, come on, it's yin and yang. They're going to get together one way or the other, right? Like it makes sense. See, like, you know how everyone hated how Game of Thrones ended with Daenerys Targaryen turning evil? Like, in my opinion, I'm like, okay, it was all written and executed terribly, yes. But that's exactly what I would have done. I would have had her turn into an evil queen bitch who was just a crazy murderer who went over beyond like vengeance to madness. That is how I would have written her. And I would have written her having to be killed in the last season.
Yeah,
I would have written that too.
Yeah, 2 of her 3 children were defeated or killed. She only had the one dragon left. Of course she's going to go ape shit. It wasn't going to be like, oh, you don't get to surrender. You have to get punished, and that's what she did.
And she was covering up the dragons killing people. Right? I mean, they were killing people here and there, and she was like, oh, just keep it quiet. Let's keep it quiet. Yeah, okay. They eat some farm hands on occasion, but they're my babies. Executing people with dragons who surrendered. It's like... She was written as a bad guy from the beginning, actually. Like if you look at all villain arcs, she's written as the bad guy. I don't understand how all the mongrels who are watching that show thought she's so brave. It's like, no, she's a Targaryen, right? In the books, the Targaryens are all evil. They can't help it. They have dragon blood. They're predators. They are born as predators.
Yeah, I thought it was funny too because for a while there, that Darnarius was like a trending name for young girls, babies for millennials. Like, haha.
I love that some of them named their kids that and then hated the show.
Yeah,
or like the retarded millennials who named their kid Harry from Harry Potter and are like, oh no, now I have to kill my child because J.K. Rowling doesn't believe that boys can have a bussy. Don't Google that term. looks like somebody just did. He's like, wow, I got me a new fetish.
Remind me of a meme here. I gotta send you.
Your meme game has improved greatly.
I know. It's worked out because by getting feedback, I know which direction to take it.
Yeah. You're like, okay, so the grimmest and darkest memes are the correct ones. Yes. Oh, Martian Magazine, good choice. Not one step further. Your kind isn't admitted to Hogwarts. Unmolesto. I love that one. Post that in the main chat.
Okay, it's called a transmute.
Transmutation, yeah, it's
but
great.
It's like a mute, like they're muted. Live stream.
Live stream, yeah.
Okay.
Let everyone see the truth. What's he implying?
Yeah, that's a pretty good meme. Return to normal, kid.
Here, I'm gonna post an image. All right, and everyone gets one guess. They get one guess. If you know, you know, but everybody gets one guess as to what it is.
Yeah, I think I know.
Who wants to guess?
That's areas that could take gunfire.
You're close.
Or areas that could take a hit. If it gets hit any other spots, then the plane will go down.
Yes, but it's in relation to something. All of that's correct, but you're so close, but no cigar.
Okay.
Bird. Where the fuel is stored.
Fuel.
Plane
There
pox.
we go. There we go.
Plane pox.
Yeah. Is fuel stored, or is that not right? That doesn't seem like the
P is stored in the wings.
Oh, okay. Yeah, now the tail.
The plane can fly without those areas. All right, I'll give everyone a hint. It's a type of fallacy.
Oh, a sharpshooter?
Nah.
Oh, okay.
It's a type of cognitive fallacy.
The triangle there kind of throws me off. Like, why, like, mid-body and it goes out to the tail?
That's because that Douglas plane had a 2 wires.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Yeah.
It was. I didn't know that was part of it.
Anyone in voice want to try it, or I'll give about 10 more seconds, and then I'm going to tell everybody. Oh, what was that? Somebody tried to open their mic?
No, I can't think of it, dude.
All right. It's called survivor's bias.
Oh, I was getting close. Shit.
Anyone know what it means?
I was thinking all or nothing fallacy. No.
It's like where the survivor thinks that they did a better job than someone who didn't survive.
All right. So they were getting all these planes back. They were losing a certain number of planes, right? And so they started looking at all the planes that came back. And this is the bullet holes on the planes that didn't come back. Or on the planes that came back, these are all the bullet holes, right? And so they said, well, we'll just armor up all these sections since that's where they're getting shot. And so they did that, but then they were still losing the same number of planes. Because obviously, if the planes are coming back with bullet holes in all these areas, they can still fly with bullet holes in all those areas.
Yeah, it seems very counterintuitive. The engines and the pilot.
Right. Oh, look, you shoot the pilot, you shear off a wing, you take out the engines, you cut the fuselage in half with bullets. Then suddenly, your planes don't come back. Yeah, so it was survivors bias. They only studied the survivors rather than the victims.
Testing 1 2 testing
3 4.
Got.
Roger that.
The great Quetzalcoatl.
How you guys doing?
Good. I had a friend named Cuauhtémoc. It's one of the coolest names I ever heard.
Oh, that's cool, actually. Cuauhtémoc.
He was a boxer. And he was like, he was Mexican, but he did not look Spanish at all. He looked like just Mayan.
Oh.
Like, you know, the Mayan paintings, the paintings of like the Mayan warrior. He actually looked like one.
Yeah. That's cool, actually. It's not often you see that kind of.
Plane can't fly without wing.
So he had those tattoos or something like that?
Yeah, he did. He did have a bunch of tribal tattoos all over him.
Okay. Interesting.
So
nice.
He's a cool guy. That image makes me want to go say, "Can you smell what the rock are cooking?"
What the hell? What language is that?
Well, he looks Asian, so I was being a bit racist.
Oh my god! Come on.
Yeah, like a pro. I this is funny too. There's a guy at work I used to work with who was a wrestling fan, and he would do. You hear him say like the the catchphrases and stuff. It'd just be hilarious, like.
Let me see what I got on my phone. Oh, here, this is funny. All right, so there's this show, The Last of Us, right? And I haven't watched it at all. And this is a girl that's playing the Ellie character. I usually don't pick on anybody's looks, but come on. Like, this looks like an orc.
Oh yeah, like
she looks like a peasant. She looks like a peasant from 1100 AD.
Like, put the mask on, right? Wear your mask.
I think that we should be accepting of all transgendered actors.
You might have a point here. It is the most beady-eyed creature. They're beady.
She played on the Game of Thrones as well as a lead.
As one of the monsters?
No. As one of the leaders of one clan or something like that.
Leader of a clan?
Yeah. Yeah, she was like the only surviving noble left. Like, all the older siblings, her mom, her dad were all killed. She was just the one person.
So she's an adult now, then?
I think she's been an adult the whole time.
Well, I think in that show that was like a little girl, like a legitimately like 11-year-old girl in that show. Okay. Which means this is an adult. This is an adult who is repulsive. I'm sorry. She looks like an ugly peasant from the Middle Ages.
Like she got hit by every ugly stick on the way down the street.
Yeah, like she looks like a face on a tapestry.
They got stretched out and folded wrong.
The perspective is all off. Jesus.
Well, shit.
I feel insulted.
Pretty good. I watched it all. Pretty good. It's a serious movie.
And I heard people talk about it that the reality because the daily news I post, one of them was about can a fungus like this happen, and there was like a show like the GIF I added was like a fungus growing or whatever, and one of the comments I got says, well, yeah, the fungus could happen, but what is not believable is the level of plot armor that the main characters have. It's like they walk into a building full of fungus. Everyone in their group dies, and they walk away like, no problem.
Oh, yeah. Movie.
And it's kind of hard for me to watch an apocalyptic movie where it's like some characters are just like not in the apocalypse.
If I'm at a point where if I made a show that was about a post-apocalypse, it would actually be a Noble Bright show instead of Grimdark. It would be Noble Bright, where everyone's actually getting along and things are working out, and everyone would be waiting the whole first season. Everyone would be waiting for the shoe to drop, and it never drops. Just completely subvert their expectations. And a post-apocalypse with a hopeful message.
Like Buck Rogers.
The guy Exonaut was talking about a processing gyroscope.
No, he's one of them.
Yeah, that was previous to you entering the chat. Mimas, he was talking. Well, now you might have heard that. I don't know if he was still talking about that when you popped in, but that's what he was saying.
Yeah, Ethergrass is right. Heliocentric lore be like Earth Nazis equal bad, space Nazis equal good.
It's true. Thinking about that. It is true. Oh man, Operation Paperclip. Bring them on over as long as they're helping us blow stuff up.
Here's some stone toss for everybody. Oh, they're so delicious. Let me see if this is the video. Y'all gotta up your meme game.
Looks like everybody's starting to pile on in here. What's going on, guys? Anybody here? Sound up like you got a pair.
Oh,
that was a weak Whoops.
Sounds like the George Jetson dog.
Hey, your tacos are done.
I would love to get loud, but I'm in the living room, so no.
I'm frying my chicken, and that freaking smoke alarm goes off because, like, the smoke from the. We don't have a ventilation system thing, so the smoke alarm picks it up right away.
You turn the fan on your microwave?
I don't. What do you mean? No, it's the stovetop.
I know,
No,
but
man.
there's a fan underneath your microwave. If you hit the fan button on your microwave, it'll like absorb it or blow it away or something. But for whatever reason, it kind of clears out the room a little easier than.
Well, I could open it, but
yeah. But that just means you cooked it good.
I call it bullcrap. What's really happening is that smoke detector recognizes that mayhem brings the heat.
That's probably why it's going off, right?
Damn straight, man.
We want the smoke.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
And we got Elijah here. Like Elijah be creeping in the background. Nobody knows about Elijah.
Elijah will catch you talking crap to somebody from your front door, and then he'll just come in through the back door you left open and be like, bro, your door's open, and then start like fact checking you. Like, you might want to stop being an asshole. We're going to have to put you over here in the timeout corner. He's straight up, though. People like start getting lippy and acting retarded with their it's that duper's delight bullshit, and we can all tell it. Some people can't pick it up, but we know. And he'll catch it quick and be like, oh, hell no.
Elijah will be like, what you really meant to say was, and then he'll drop all of the articles on it.
Yes. Tell him straight up that the logical tell him exactly why, due to the logical fallacies, that somebody's an idiot. It's not an ad hom. It's not an ad hom if you're explaining to somebody why they're ignorant and why they're an idiot. Like, if you actually use evidence, like, this is the topic, though.
You know, if you refute somebody's point and then immediately say, you moron, That's not an ad hominem either.
You have to start with the ad hom first.
Right. The insult. The insult has to be the structure of your argument against the person.
Yeah.
Right. So just insulting someone isn't an ad hominem. Right.
What's
just
funny
an
though
insult.
is this. It's like, all right, these people come in here, right, and it's like they'll think they have space, like their space is their space, like it's their own, but they're renting an area from us, so it's owned by this server. So they'll think all entitled, like, oh, I can say what I want. And the logical, oh, really? What was that you just said? And call people out on their snarky.
That's a good one, Mimas.
Because people are too nice, man.
And I'm a sucker for tattoos, dude.
Oh god,
You're a sucker for what?
Y'all going that
I'm a
way.
sucker for tattoos.
Oh, look. Everybody knows I have a thing for dangerous women.
Yeah, dude. I'm the same way.
Like I can't help it.
Oh, that explains a lot.
Yeah.
It does. It explains why he says what he says.
Like I speak from experience, y'all.
We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. Oh,
I'm like,
Lord.
look, I live a very calm, quiet life, and that's how I get my drama.
By going after dangerous women?
Yes, dangerous women. Like, she has piercings and tattoos. God damn it! I know I should love. I know I shouldn't.
How much money do I have to spend? Okay, all right.
Well, they're usually cheap dates. I mean, the tatted up girls, they're usually easy to get along with.
Yeah,
but,
they just want a great conversation.
But it's like it's like an STD though. It's easy to get, hard to get rid of.
I like
the cheapest dates are the most expensive.
Yes.
When I did speed dating, one of the questions I would ask them is like, "Have you ever been in a fist fight?" And she's like, "Oh yeah, one time I had to knock this bitch out." I'm like, "Hell yeah!"
God.
I like the other one too. Like, would you ever consider carrying a pocket knife, or have you ever carried a pocket knife? And she's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Damn, stop!" Right? You carry a pocket knife, and you like will slap like if some girl pisses you off, you're gonna punch or slap or whatever.
Let's get out of here right now.
The way I see it, it's like men discovered how to create fire, burn themselves, and then just decided to keep on playing with fire and burning themselves ever since.
Yeah.
What about red hair?
Because
is that added in there?
Well, the problem with redheads is there's no sliding scale of hotness. Redheads are usually gorgeous or look like cave goblins.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Think there's something to it though? Are they a little extra crazy? Like natural redheads, not the.
The gorgeous ones are fake redheads.
Yeah.
There you go,
I haven't noticed. Hold on. Let me scroll down to it. Let me see it. It says, told girlfriend that mom is deaf, so speak loud and slow. Told mom that girlfriend is retarded.
Oh, jeez. I was just going to say, you're supposed to take fire seriously because playing with it is how you get burned.
I have become Deatherino.
Who was it? Said teach your children how to do dangerous things carefully.
Yeah.
Safely.
There's that Glober Dave, man. Dave Hinkle. I don't know why Dave keeps coming back. He knows it's not a globe.
Hey, Indio's back. What's up, Indigo?
Oh, it's not. What's up, Indio?
Indigo, yeah.
Oh, Indigo.
Oh, Indigo.
Indio.
I thought you said Indio too. Hey, Indigo.
Indigo.
Well, your mic's on, and there you go.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I closed Discord, and I think that my time was up for the cognitive dissonance. So I just I didn't have access to the VC anymore.
Somebody put you in cognitive dissonance? That's weird.
Yeah, Spake did for 33 minutes as a joke.
Okay.
Twent me.
I liked it though. 33 minutes. That was pretty good.
Yeah. So, Indigo, what was the question I wanted to ask her? Oh, yeah. How do seasons prove the Earth has curvature?
Is she still here? Oh, there.
I don't know. Is she?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Did you hear the question that Mima's asked?
Yes, you asked about the seasons.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, how do seasons prove that the Earth has a curvature rate of 1.22 times the observer height squared?
Oh, I don't know anything about that number. All I said earlier is that what explains the seasons, the intense sun, the intense cold, is because the Earth rotates. The Earth will spin on its axis and also rotate around the sun.
Okay, so I guess my question is, when I open up my freezer, is it because I've rotated? Because it's a colder region. How does temperature prove that there's a rotation or an orbit?
I don't see the correlation with your freezer.
Well, that's the thing. I don't see the correlation between different temperatures and we are moving.
So, you know that at this point, I don't really know what people
would you say
believe in this server. So I'm not sure if what I say will.
We try not to believe. Here's the thing: we try not to believe anything. We have some beliefs, but we try not to believe anything. We only talk about what we can validate. So, would you say that you are correlating the sun with the seasons?
Yes, there's a correlation.
So it's just a correlation.
I mean, correlation. What do you mean by correlation?
Do you know the fallacy of correlation is causation? Okay, well, if you use correlation to say it's the cause, that's actually a logical fallacy. It immediately invalidates the argument.
What I want to say is that. Wait.
So, like Nazis drank water. Everyone who drinks water is a Nazi.
So
there's a correlation. All Nazis drank water. Do you drink water?
Let me rephrase.
Well, if the sun is moving and seasons change also, well, that must mean the sun is related to the seasons. But what if it isn't?
I mean, it just is.
How do you know?
Because I've read it. I've learned this in school.
So it's a narrative. It's a story that you have grown up with culturally and traditionally, like the rest of us. See, like in ancient times, everyone grew up and was taught cosmology and a pantheon. And it's the same thing today. We haven't changed. It's just a cultural tradition that we follow. The humanity of 4,500 years ago is the same humanity today. We haven't changed at all. Let me ask you this. The entire Western world within 20 years decided to tell all their children that there was a fat man in a red suit that comes down chimneys and give them gifts. Was that a conspiracy? What was that? Was it lying? Or was it just the creation of mythos?
I never had a chimney, so I don't know how I got all my presents from him. I could never figure that one out.
Yeah. I always, we never did Christmas in my house. So like I was always, I always knew. So, but like, Like, I don't even think there's any malice about this or anything like that. This is just a cultural, traditional belief that all of us share. And so we all believe it, and so we all reinforce it. And it's just the current paradigm of the collective human experience. This is what we believe as a whole. And it's not the first time in history that we've done this. So for me, the idea that the sun is what determines the season is just a correlation. It's just an idea. It's just a narrative. And all an explanation is a story. It's a story that's designed as an ad hoc way of understanding something theoretically that we don't understand at all. Right? So like the ancients didn't understand lightning, and they'd say it was the gods being angry. That was their explanation for lightning. They looked at the sun in the sky and said, the gods are pulling a chariot. That's how the sun moves. Well, that was as much a valid explanation because that's what it was. It was their explanation. So an explanation is just a mythology. It doesn't have any validity just as a story. Do you see where I'm coming from? That's why we reject explanations. That's why when I say that we try and limit the belief system as much as possible, because you're going to have some beliefs, but we try and limit that as much as possible when it comes to the physical and natural world. Anyone else?
No, I think it's great because she had the question, and now she's got a framework to explore that question. That's the best anyone can give. I mean, like, if you just want to replace a Just So story, she could do that, like with anything. Like, like what QE says, 3-legged, 4-toed gnomes do it.
It always comes down to the unfalsifiable.
Hello, everybody.
Goodbye.
I'm really upset right now.
You doing what?
I'm really upset right now.
What happened?
Dude.
Did Brazzers reject your application?
They're coming again. The Canadian government, that's what happened. They're screwing me over again. This is the fourth time I've pushed crypto exchanges, dude. They keep getting them freaking banned, bro. It's ridiculous.
Somebody is hot micing. Oh, that was Elijah. The infernal sounds.
I think he was trying to say something. Elijah, if you're trying to say something, your mic's kind of muffled.
Yes, hello, how are you?
I can hear you now.
So Satoshi, what were you gonna say? Did your government come into your house and actually violate you?
No. They keep violating my finances, bro.
What'd they do?
What?
They're violating my finances harder than ever before.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, I keep seeing news articles of these quote lingering black holes in space that's going to swallow us. What's that all about?
Well, a black hole is a mathematical equation to explain a gap in knowledge. And that's all a black hole is.
Yeah, all the physicists literally say the reason we have the infinity there is because we don't know what's going on. That's what they usually say.
Well, oh, Indigo's back. Did she hear anything I said? I spoke to her for like 4 minutes. Okay, good. Yes, well, I mean, obviously in here, we all know that black holes are just a mathematical anomaly that tries to fill in the empty space of a model that doesn't work. No problem, Indigo. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, if you've got people at your house. In fact, if you got people over for Easter, go enjoy it. God bless.
Yeah, I didn't have anything else to add, other than what I previously stated, but apparently was debunked, so I guess I'll just stay quiet. But thank you for taking the time to elaborate your insight.
Well, I did want to explain it in a way where it wasn't like condescending. I just wanted to give you our position.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you for listening.
No problem.
Oh, yeah. Ethergrass. Somebody came in here, I think a week ago, and was arguing for that image of the black hole. And they said it was a real image. And I posted the article where they said it was not, where it was an algorithm. And they said, yeah, an algorithm is a real image. It's like,
no, it's not.
I don't think you know what an algorithm is, do you? It's an AI generated image.
I think their thinking level was so low that they see a picture and in their mind they're like, what the hell are you talking about? There's an image right here. And they couldn't fathom what you were trying to explain. Like they probably don't even know what the hell an algorithm is.
Yeah, they spent 2 years doing machine learning with it to create the image of what they thought it should look like. And lo and behold, using the machine learning algorithm, it created the image that they trained it to make. It's amazing. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle of modern science. Only the highest of the space wizards could ever accomplish such a feat.
And nobody wants to look at beautiful photos of Chicago.
I've never seen a beautiful photo of Chicago.
Oh, it is beautiful when you look at me from that part of the Lake Michigan. You can make so beautiful photos.
Oh yeah, Chicago's beautiful from way far away, but once you get up close.
No, but I'm saying real photos you can make, of Chicago. You don't need algorithm.
Yo, leave Indigo alone. She did. I already put her through it. She admitted that we that she sees our point. She even said it was debunked. Y'all, chill. Nice, everyone going after her. Oy vey.
At the best, we only debunked radios, nothing else. At the best.
No, Spake. No.
What?
Has Spake been not listening?
Yeah, he's not listening in. Spake, join voice. Somebody tell him to join voice.
He got it.
Yeah, I'm pretty upset, dude.
Hey, Spake.
Is it what question about season something?
Oh yeah, Spake. She admitted in here that she was wrong about it. That she doesn't have any proof or anything like that.
I don't know if you heard it.
Yeah.
Oh,
So that's why she blocks you, because we're still going after her, and when she had already like talked about it. So yeah, she can't block mods. That's true. But I'll give her a little bit to unblock you, since I was trying to get y'all's attention the whole time.
How do you do that thing with their profile picture where you like bring up the hand and the card?
Ethergrass does it. It's magic.
Okay.
He speaks to old gods. The old pantheon.
Pretty much. I have to summon the ancient powers of technomancy.
The bales of old.
Yeah, I made a template using the red flag card. I actually have a template for a full-size card, for an actual physical card, but haven't really done anything with that one yet.
All right, well, I'm going to take a break, I guess, when y'all start having fun. I'll be back.
We'll be around, man. Peace.
Yo.
What's up?
Indigo, sorry.
Shane here.
Bonjour, Indigo.
She not here.
She's still got me blocked, so she's gone back to cock this. She doesn't even block me. You can't block staff. She's not going to answer the question anyway. I never heard her answering the question in the first place. I asked her that she's moving. She said, I answered it, and she never answered that. So, a meme told me to mic up, so I've been hunting for the mic, but I don't know where it is, so I had to come on my other account. But anyway, Indigo, no, still there. Well, I tried. See you later, Homo sapiens.
Yeah, Matthew, but you did intonate earlier that you'd got some form of measurement that you'd then take into calculation to give you your R value. What's pointing out here is there isn't any measurement or interaction at any point. It's all just in calculation and assumption.
Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius, not to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
The same radius that you said was never measured.
Necessarily come up very often, but that's a fallacy in logic called begging the question.
Right. If you're trying to prove that the Earth is the globe.
Stop. Yes, was your reply.
Yes.
Fallacy in logic is your justification for lying to the kiddies.
It is a fallacy in logic to say that to use the radius of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Correct. Yeah, so I've conceded that nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth. That the Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius.
You tell the kids that Eratosthenes did what? Please repeat.
He calculated the radius.
No, that's not what you said before, though.
I was trying to explain what I'm telling the kids.
Yeah, I hate you. Yeah, I hate you. You're the reason I homeschool. You're the reason I homeschool my kids, because I don't want people like you to teach my kids. You disgust me, and I do believe you should be fired. The very fact that you've come here, have you taken down your video with the incorrect information that you conceded here when you joined? Have you taken that down?
No, and
Scum! Fire him! He's more than content to continue to perpetuate his bullshit lies that he's conceded. He hasn't taken his video down. He's not got an ounce of integrity. Have you, Matthew? Take your video down and put one up with the corrections and acknowledge us in them. Acknowledge me personally for the corrections I gave you, and acknowledge the world is flat. I'm not asking you to give your heart to Jesus. I'm asking you to have some intellectual integrity. Do it.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void? Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Get down there. Say the sky's not the limit. You fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, all the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep open my bubble. Look, butterflies.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void? Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Get down there. Say the sky's not the limit. You fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. fake AF. Two little bitty O-rings. Space is fake AF. It's not what you think, homeboy. Space is fake AF. It's all just start doing it. Space is fake AF. Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
What an escape. Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet. That's why he was assigned command of the Federation's flagship. He's great, all right, but I don't know that he's the best. They gave him command of the flagship because no other captain was as good as he is. Captain Kirk is the Enterprise's commander, and the Enterprise is the Federation's flagship, isn't it? Well, yeah, I guess so. Well, that proves it. Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet. That's why he was assigned command of the Federation's flagship. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of petitio principii, also known as circular reasoning or begging the question. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Arguments employing this fallacy all assume a premise statement which has the same meaning as the conclusion. You essentially were saying that Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet, and assigned to Starfleet's flagship because no other captain was as good as he is. You employed circular reasoning because the phrase no other captain was as good as he is the same as saying he is the best starship captain in the fleet. Oh, indeed. That is not to say that Captain Kirk is not the best captain in the fleet, Lieutenant. I believe he is. It's just that your argument does nothing to prove it. Thank you, Commander Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as petitio principii, or begging the question. It's only logical. Lieutenant Clayton said we should begin the calibration of the transporter system by confirming the alignment of some of the Heisenberg compensators. That won't work. If we realign all the Heisenberg compensators, we won't finish the calibration during our shift. With all due respect to Lieutenant Clayton, we'll have to do it a different way, because his idea is all wrong. Is that right? Is that what Clayton meant? Realign all the compensators. That would take all day. Lieutenant Clayton is wrong then. The whole cal shouldn't take but 3 hours.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact,
it exhibits the straw man fallacy. In other words, misrepresenting the opposing argument. The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid.
Arguments employing this fallacy attack a position via a misrepresentation of the opponent's viewpoint. The straw man argument restates and often oversimplifies an opponent's position, and then attacks that hollow argument. Lieutenant Kyle, you stated that Lieutenant Clayton was wrong because he suggested realigning all of the Heisenberg compensators. In fact, Mr. Clayton's contention was that the alignment of some of the compensators should be checked. Some of them checked, not all of them realigned. The straw man argument is also a fallacy of relevance, since it fails to address the actual proposition in question. That makes sense. Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid,
and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the straw man argument, or misrepresenting the opposing argument.
It's only logical.
Yeah, Matthew, but you did intonate earlier that you'd got some form of measurement that you'd then take into calculation to give you your R value. What's pointing out here is there isn't any measurement or interaction at any point. It's all just in calculation and assumption.
Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius, not to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
The same radius that you said was never measured.
Necessarily come up very often, but that's a fallacy in logic called begging the question.
Right. If you were trying to prove that the Earth is the globe.
Stop. Yes, was your reply.
Yes.
Fallacy in logic is your justification for lying to the kiddies.
It is a fallacy in logic to say that to use the radius of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Correct. Yeah, so I've conceded that nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth. The Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius.
You tell the kids that Aristophanes did what? Please repeat.
He calculated the radius.
No, that's not what you said before, though.
I'm trying to explain what I'm telling the kids.
Yeah, I hate you. Yeah, I hate you. You're the reason I homeschool. You're the reason I homeschool my kids, because I don't want people like you to teach my kids. You disgust me, and I do believe you should be fired. The very fact that you've come here, have you taken down your video with the incorrect information that you conceded here when you joined? Have you taken that down?
No, and
Scum! Fire him! He's more than content to continue to perpetuate his bullshit lies that he's conceded. He hasn't taken his video down. He's not got an ounce of integrity. Have you, Matthew? Take your video down and put one up with the corrections and acknowledge us in them. Acknowledge me personally for the corrections I gave you and acknowledge the world is flat. I'm not asking you to give your heart to Jesus. I'm asking you to have some intellectual integrity. Do it.
Clown.
I don't think no.
Yeah, no. So you're not looking at the mountain.
You're talking about like the light energy coming from the top of Mount Everest?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Let's cut this short. I think what you're trying to say is, when you say you haven't measured Mount Everest, what you actually mean is we haven't measured it that accurately, right? But it has been measured.
It hasn't been compared against a physical standard like in your definition. So I would agree with your definition.
Yeah, that's right. We're looking at the mountain. Can you show us looking at the curvature so you can make
I'm
the
saying that nobody
analogy?
slapped the ruler up on the
pod's on. Hold on.
Yeah, you're still train wreck. You still return right back to your vomit. I am still exchanging energy with that mountain that I'm measuring, right? Show us the curvature to make your analogy
light
appropriate.
energy?
Saying light has no energy?
Let me just summarize. The point being that there's a physical interaction when you look at the mountain to make whatever you're going to call a calculation or measurement. There's a physical interaction with it. Whereas with Earth curvature, there is no physical interaction with it at any point ever. You can't see it.
Precisely, Nathan. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I've conceded that nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth.
Hello.
Right. So curvature of the Earth isn't measurable because there is no way to physically interact.
He's going to keep saying hello, Radwood.
It only exists in the
I want to pause the bot for a little bit.
It's a calculation.
Matthew, but you did intonate earlier that you'd got some form of measurement that you.
All right, the bot is now paused. If you don't see a bot in here, I would say it's probably the thing that says flat Earth. Let me see. What did it say? What's the name of it? Flat Earth Music Bot. You might want to unmute it because that thing is playing like an audio clip. I mean, while you were saying hello. So yeah.
I just came.
But by the way, this is this is a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and we welcome everybody here. Doesn't matter what position you think about the Earth being. So, what is your take on the stance of the Earth being a globe or whatnot? What do you think it is?
I just came here to ask for my rose back because I got banned earlier.
I know, but yeah, did you hear the question that I asked, or did that?
Yeah, it's flat.
Okay. Oh, okay. So your flat earther wanting your rolls back? Why were they removed?
Because this is a new account.
Oh, who is this?
Corlo. If you recognize that. I'm not very active on here.
Okay.
I was active under the dome.
Okay. We can give you VC verified until, I don't know, maybe somebody that knows you can come in here. Like a moderator that knows you. We'll restore your roles.
Does Citizen Z have his roles back?
Citizen Z? He's a mod here.
Oh, I guess I'll have to wait till he gets on.
Yeah, he probably, if he knows you, then he'll just restore you.
Alright. Cool.
You can unpause the bot if you want, Radwin.
Then take into calculation to give you your R value. What's pointing out here is there isn't any measurement or interaction at any point. It's all just in calculation and assumption.
Well, it starts from a measurement and then you use that measurement in a calculation.
And using calculation to get your R value.
Precisely.
All based on what should be, but what isn't.
Oh, your analogy is a train wreck. Have you ever? Well, what do you do when you look at Mount Everest? That is a train wreck, son.
Yeah, sorry. Maybe I didn't explain very well. The point of bringing up Mount Everest is that we use calculations to determine its height.
That's a measurement. It's a measurement.
No,
is the point, Matthew?
When we look at Mount Everest, we're looking.
When you did your calculations for Mount Everest, where did you get your initial numbers from? Did you just calculate them or observe Mount Everest?
You observe Mount Everest and you measure angles and do survey.
Now, when we go to Earth curvature, where is the Mount Everest that we're going to angle to?
Sticks and shadows, Eratosthenes' angle.
They'd require a flat Earth also.
Is a shadow the curving Earth that I'm supposedly measuring, or is it something completely different that's not a measurement of the thing that I'm going to calculate? It's a measurement of something completely different. It's a shadow.
Right. It's a measurement of something completely different. It's the measure of an angle of a shadow.
Right. So is that reasonable? Without
yes, you use
assumption?
That. No, without an assumption, it's not reasonable. Of course, you can't get it.
Not at all. So if the analogy, you don't have a mountain to measure an angle to.
If this Earth curve is only in existence in the maths, and there's no physical interaction to take a measurement of it, and you appreciate that you can only infer it by assumption, do you not see how that seems very unreasonable to any reasonable person after having that explained to them?
Of course. So you have to assume that the Earth is a globe in order to try and get a radius. What sense does it even mean to get a radius if the Earth is not a globe?
Okay. I realise that perhaps in maths this doesn't necessarily come up very often, but that's a fallacy in logic called begging the question.
Right. If you're trying to prove that the Earth is the globe.
Stop. Try that once more. Yes, was your reply.
Yes.
Fallacy in logic is your justification for lying to the kiddies, correct?
It is a fallacy in logic to say that to use the radius of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a sphere, correct?
To assume your outcome. That's begging the question.
Yeah, because it's begging
that's
the
okay.
question.
I'm not a student of yours. Yet when I talk, you listen to me. The one who knows more about your belief in this sphere than you do. I understand the flaw in logic you are employing, Matthew. You said yes, and then started waffling. No. At the point that you concede that what you are using to justify your assumption is the necessity for the assumption, that is unreasonable to assume. It's a flaw in logic. It is a logical fallacy. Yes, that's where we got to last time. This time, I don't want you to waffle on when you say yes. I will berate you for your use of logical fallacy to lie to children when you educate them about the sphere belief that you have based on flaws in logic. Now, I don't see it as reasonable to lie to children about your assumptions based on flaws in logic. Yeah, that's not reasonable. Do you understand my disdain for you and my justification for calling you scum when you justified lying to children based on a flaw in logic?
Yes, I understand your disdain if that's what you think I'm doing.
No, you are doing that. You have just told me how you assume Earth is a sphere because that's the only way you can justify measuring its radius. That is a flaw in logic called begging the question. That's not what I think you're doing, it's what you factually are doing, and it's your justification for lying to students about Earth being a sphere. Now, that is why I have a high level of disdain for teachers in this arena, like conspiracy cats. Because he knows better. We've told you it's a flaw in logic. You've conceded it's a flaw in logic. So it is not a reasonable justification to tell students Earth's a sphere. Comprende?
Eratosthenes is not a proof of the Earth being a sphere.
Eratosthenes, the first word out of his mouth.
So my disdain, my reasoning for calling you scum is because you've justified it with a logical fallacy. Not reasonable.
Not Eratosthenes. Yes, Nathan, or no, Nathan?
No.
No, it's not reasonable to lie to the students based on a flaw in logic you hold.
It's not reasonable to lie to students ever.
So, were you to justify telling the students that Earth's a sphere, having had the flaw in logic pointed out to you, would you now concede that if you continue to do so, it's perfectly reasonable to consider you a scum? Based on the fact you now know it's a flaw in logic that you used to justify this education you thought you were giving them? No, you were giving them flaws in logic. Unreasonable.
You're misunderstanding what I'm telling them. I'm not using Eratosthenes to prove that the Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius, not to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
The same radius that you said was never measured. That radius.
Right. Measure an angle of a shadow from a stick. Why would you assume that the base of that triangle has a curve to it? That is utterly ludicrous.
Oh, God.
I'm asking him why, when he told us he was measuring an angle from a shadow, that in any way, beyond the flaw in logic that he's already used, where he assumes he's measuring a sphere, why he would assume that that angle was actually a curved line meeting a straight line.
We already
Angles are always between straight lines.
We already compromised this dumbass 3 times with that.
You tell the kids that Eratosthenes did what? Repeat.
He calculated the radius.
No!
That's not what you said before, though.
That's not what you said. You said measured.
How did it
He measured use that to calculate the radius.
Wait, angles, that's straight lines, though, isn't it?
Oh, brother.
It is.
Right. So does this cognitive dissonance hurt as a justification to brainwash the kiddies into your religious belief of a sphere? Is this cognitive dissonance hurting?
No.
Well, we've already gone through the angle about, 7 times? You know, I had a little gloat about how I'm a student of drama, like trained as an actor. And it took 6 attempts for me to get you to concede that you're not going to get a right angle out of a curve. But you're now going back to what you've calculated out of the surface of the angle that you measured was curved. That's utterly absurd. We've already compromised you, as just been pointed out by QE. I don't know what you're doing.
I'm trying to explain what I'm telling the kids.
Yeah, I hate you. Yeah, I hate you. You're the reason I homeschool. You're the reason I homeschool my kids, because I don't want people like you to teach my kids. As you chuckle about this. Shut up! Shut up! Stupid man! Telling my audience why I homeschool. Because you, when pointed out and compromised 6 or 8 times, laugh about it. That's why I hate you. And I wouldn't put my kids in front of you.
You think your kids are going to end up as...
I am not going to put my kids in front of you, you lying scum. You understand? So all that matters, I don't care about your opinion thereafter. It's a fact. Not something you can question or query. That's a fact. It's my justification why I wouldn't let my kids anywhere near you. Because you'll lie to them. And when somebody points out how you've lied to them, you chuckle. You think it's amusing. That's why I hate you. hate cats, hate all of the people in this arena who know better, that have been told, like you've been told, that have had to be dragged around by their short hairs with their own bloody words about how wrong they are and how they're using logical fallacies. And at the end of the process, you laugh. You disgust me, teacher. You should be sacked, and you can shut your mouth while I berate you. You disgust me, and I do believe you should be fired. The very fact that you've come here, have you taken down your video with the incorrect information that you conceded here when you joined? Have you taken that down?
No, and
Scum! Fire him! He's more than content to continue to perpetuate his bullshit lies that he's conceded. He hasn't taken his video down. He's not got an ounce of integrity. Have you, Matthew? Take your video down and put one up with the corrections and acknowledge us in them. Acknowledge me personally for the corrections I gave you and acknowledge the world is flat. I'm not asking you to give your heart to Jesus. I'm asking you to have some intellectual integrity. Do it. You can rejoin when you've honoured what I demand you do. That's correct your lies that you conceded when you arrived here. Take down your video with its incorrect nonsense that you've bullshitted around how Earth is assumed to be a spherical radius value-based system with a turn value that's equivalent of a clock. No, my friend. Then you can go away and justify to yourself how you lie to your students with the logical fallacies you employ, while I retain my disgust and disdain for you as a teacher.
What's up, everyone? It's Jaronism again, back with another video, short one for you. And first thing I wanted to say, thanks to everyone for spreading the truth out there. Just keep doing it. Don't let the science preachers change your mind. Use your brain and your eyes and decide for yourselves. So I did want to tell NASA and SpaceX and ESA that it's time to give us our $1 trillion back. And I think Alex Jones sums it up best, my feelings about NASA.
I mean, it's just like scum, Nazi filth, trash, garbage, maggots.
So first things first is I get a lot of questions about GPS. What about GPS? How does GPS work if we're not on a globe? And I need to explain to them that GPS means global positioning system. It does not mean reality positioning system. It means your global positioning system. Where are you if you were on a globe? So that's how it works. If it were a reality positioning system, it would say flat. You're on the flat Earth. So second thing is, again, I always want to bring this up because I think it's one of the best evidences for you to think about. Water will always find its flatness. It is always flat. It can't be curved. It can't have a hump in it. Scientists and these science preachers will tell you that it can because of gravity, but all you need to think about is that from California to Hawaii is almost 2,500 miles, and if you believe in that, which I do, then you must believe that there is a 770-mile high hump of water if you believe in the globe. And if you believe in that, then you believe in make-believe and pretend, and I think you should start believing in reality. Joseph Jastrow, in 1935, said, "Create a belief in the theory, and the facts will create themselves." So if you think about that, you can start to see the deception that they're playing on us. Take a look at gravity, and just think to yourself that all it is a construction of mathematical equations that don't jive with reality. And there's a lot of these equations. They're all over the place, and they don't make any sense. Another example of no sense-making science is relativity. And tell me how smart you have to be to get this one. The theory of relativity says in its equation form that r to the little pw minus half of r to the g pw plus lambda times g to the pw equals, of course, 8 times pi to the g n to the t pw. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Right. Who is this really? What's going on? How come you want me to do all these weird things?
The person who wants you to do all these weird things is people like Neil Tyson deGrasse, who's quoted here as saying, "The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it." So that's fantastic advice, Neil. Thanks very much. I don't believe in it, so if you want to say it's true, that's up to you. Basically, guys, they have every base covered. They have done the work they need to do to make sure that all their math works, and the only tool we have to combat them is our brain and our eyes. So I suggest you try it out. Next, we've got 1984. If you have never read it, if you were like me, which was supposed to read it in high school, and I think I probably got an A on whatever test I was supposed to take, but I never actually read the book until just this week. And if you read it, I think you'll be very, very shocked at some of the info that you'll get out of it. The book was written by George Orwell. It was written in the late 40s. He died about a year or two after he wrote it, and you'll probably see why here in a second. I took about 8 or 10 different parts of the book to read to you right now, just so you can get an idea of why it's important for you to read it. Don't watch the movies. The movies are different. They take out the parts that I'm going to tell you about. The slogan of the Big Brother, or the political party, the party in the book, is "War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength." So here's some quotes from the book. "It isn't very important about the top hats," said Winston patiently. "The point is, these capitalists, they and a few lawyers and priests and so forth who lived on them, were the lords of the earth. Everything existed for their benefit. You, the ordinary people, the workers, were their slaves. They could do what they liked with you. They could ship you off to Canada like cattle. They could sleep with your daughters if they chose." The heresy of heresies was common sense, and what was terrifying was not that they would kill you for thinking otherwise, but that they might be right. For, after all, how do we know that 2 + 2 make 4, or that the force of gravity works, or that the past is unchangeable? If both the past and the external world exist only in the mind, and if the mind itself is controllable, what then? By making him suffer, obedience is not enough. Unless he is suffering, how can you be sure that he is obeying your will and not his own? Power is in inflicting pain and humiliation. Power is in tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. Do you begin to see, then, what kind of world we are creating? It is the exact opposite of the stupid hedonistic utopias that the old reformers imagined. A world of fear and treachery and torment, a world of trampling and being trampled upon, a world which will not grow less but more merciless as it refines itself. Progress in our world will be progress towards more pain. Alone, free, the human being is always defeated. It must be so, because every human being is doomed to die, which is the greatest of all failures. But if he can make complete, utter submission, if he can escape from his identity, if he can merge himself into the party, so that he is the party, then he is all-powerful and immortal. The second thing for you to realize is that power is power over human beings, over the body, but above all over the mind. Power over matter, external reality, as you would call it, is not important. Already our control over matter is absolute. The next few portions are in the book a conversation, so I'll try and change my voice a little bit so you can follow along, but very interesting and telling information here. "But how can you control matter?" he burst out. "You don't even control the climate or the law of gravity, and there is disease, pain, and death." O'Brien silenced him with a movement of his hand. "We control matter because we control the mind. Reality is inside the skull. You will learn by degrees, Winston. There is nothing that we could not do. Invisibility, levitation, anything. I could float off this floor like a soap bubble if I wished to. I do not wish to because the party does not wish to. You must get rid of those 19th century ideas about the laws of nature. We make the laws of nature. But you do not. You're not even masters of this planet. What about Eurasia and East Asia? You have not conquered them yet. Unimportant. We shall conquer them when it suits us. And if we did not, what difference would it make? We can shut them out by existence. Oceania is the world. But the world itself is only a speck of dust, and man is tiny, helpless. How long has he been in existence? For millions of years, the Earth was uninhabited. Nonsense. The Earth is as old as we are, no older. How could it be any older? Nothing exists except through human consciousness. But the rocks are full of bones of extinct animals, mammoths and mastodons and enormous reptiles which lived here long before man was ever even heard of. Have you seen those bones, Winston? Of course not. 19th century biologists invented them. Before man there was nothing. After man, if he could come to an end, there would be nothing. Outside of man's existence, there is nothing. But the whole universe is outside of us. Look at the stars. Some of them are 1 million light years away. They are out of reach forever. What are the stars? Said O'Brien indifferently. They are bits of fire a few kilometers away. We could reach them if we wanted to, or we could blot them out. The Earth is the center of the universe. The sun and the stars go around it. For certain purposes, of course, that is not true. When we navigate the ocean or when we predict an eclipse, we often find it convenient to assume that the Earth goes round the sun and that the stars are millions upon millions of kilometers away. But what of it? Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant, according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink? The old civilizations claim that they were founded on love or justice. Ours is founded upon hatred. In our world there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. Everything else we shall destroy. Everything. Already we are breaking down the habits of thought which have survived from before the revolution. We have cut the links between child and parent, and between man, and between man and woman. No one dares trust a wife or a child or a friend any longer. But in the future, there will be no wives and no friends. Children will be taken from their mothers at birth, as one takes eggs from a hen. The earthly paradise had been discredited at exactly the moment when it became realizable. Every new political theory, by whatever name it's called itself, led back to the hierarchy and regimentation, and in the general hardening of outlook that set in round about 1930, practices which had been long abandoned, in some cases for hundreds of years, imprisonment without trial, the use of war prisoners as slaves, public executions, torture to extract confessions, the use of hostages and the deportation of whole populations, not only become common again, but were tolerated and even defended by people who considered themselves enlightened and progressive. And remember that this is forever. The face will always be there to be stamped on. The heretic, the enemy of society, will always be there so that he can be defeated and humiliated over and over again. Everything that you have undergone since you have been in our hands, all of this will continue, and worse. The espionage, the betrayals, the arrests, the tortures, the executions, the disappearances will never cease. It will be a world of terror as much as a world of triumph. The more the party is powerful, the less it will be tolerant. The weaker the opposition, the tighter the despotism. Those are very few of the amazing quotes in this book. I recommend you read it today, tomorrow, this week. You can go online and just search for it. It is in the public domain, so Project Gutenberg and other places like that. You can get the free ebook. Check it out. I think that George Orwell knew a lot, knew more than a lot of people at that time, and he paid for it with his life. He only lived to be 47 years old. He also wrote Animal Farm, which is another great book. If you have never read that, I recommend it. Basically, the book teaches us that exactly what's going on now, exactly what the government's doing, exactly what the Masons are doing. They have taken us over from the inside, meaning they have gotten in our heads. They have taught us all in schools exactly the world that they want us to live in, a world with 1 million planets and 1 million stars, and we were created from stardust, and we will all live and die, and our existence is unimportant. And if you're following along with my channel and others like it, you'll realize now that that is the biggest lie in the history of the world.
Good afternoon.
Hello, my boy God Rocket. I knew it was you the moment you unmuted.
What's going on, brother?
Hello, I missed you, my brother.
Well, thank you.
I'm to tell you that you may find funny because you're a little older.
Oh, well, maybe you just like maybe you like your grandpa too. I don't know.
I do, but anyways, so on my trading platform for cryptocurrency. This is the fourth one that's happened. The government's up their ass so much. They've been getting these crypto exchanges banned, or they threaten them with all these crazy fines. And now this decentralized one I've been using is closing my account, and I got to withdraw all my money.
Wow.
So now I got to find somewhere else to put my crypto before the Canadian government comes for it again.
Wow. It doesn't look like the future of crypto is looking all that bright right now then.
Actually, this platform is working on separating so it can avoid government interaction, but I'm getting banned for at least 4 months.
Wow.
I think if I get on a VPN, I could get on it, though.
How much do you have invested in it?
Well, I withdrew it all already, but I had close to 25K.
Wow. Well, if you got most of it out, then well, that's a good thing, I guess.
No, I got it all out.
Oh, that's good.
I'm just upset because the Canadian government keeps going after all these exchanges.
Why are they doing that? I mean, what's their reasoning behind it? As far as you can.
Apparently, they allow irresponsible trading because they allow you to trade leverage. That's how I make my money, dude.
Trade leverage. What does
like say for example, you know how I'll give you a good example.
Okay.
Something you understand. Say for example, you have like $100,000 and you want to buy a house. The bank will give you a loan, right, in the form of a mortgage. You know, say you have that money as a quote a down payment, and the bank loans you a certain amount of money to have this house, and then you got to pay off interest. You know, yada yada yada, an extra to pay off the mortgage. With crypto, they allow that same version where if I put $1, they let me trade up to $20. That's how I make my money.
That's interesting. I didn't know that you could do it in that way. That's
yeah, and you can bet against the market. So if you think the market's going to go down, you can pre-sell while it's high, up to 20 times leverage. Just requires risk management. I just find it ridiculous how they keep coming after these things.
I guess as long as you stay right on top of it, and I'm sure that's what you're doing, staying right on top of all these situations going on, so you try to take advantage of it as best you can.
Almost. The people with like low amounts of capital, like below $1,000, are getting fucked actually, because it requires fees to transfer between exchanges, and it's a base rate. It's not like a percentage. So if they don't have a lot of money, they're not going to be able to like switch between platforms as well as make profit at the same time. It's ridiculous what these governments are doing.
Because the fee will be too high for them to make any money out of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can lose money too. You can lose a lot of money. It's really, really easy to lose money, actually.
Well, all I can say is I hope it works out for you, and I hope you can find some way around getting, taking advantage of in that way.
Listen here, I hope God comes soon. That's what we need. We need God.
Well, if he comes, then the entire world's going to change. So, and that'll be obviously a good thing, because we need to get this world needs to be cleansed.
That's right, my brother. Anyways, how was your day, brother?
Good, not bad. I went and spent the night last night with my sister. She lives with my mom. She hurt her back. She broke her back years ago, and then had rods put in it, and some of her
sounds bad.
Fused and whatnot. And then she had to take the bars out because they started giving her trouble. And now she fell down again and hurt her back, and she just been like, she can hardly walk or get out of bed. She like balls half the day. She's in so much pain. And so they got her starting to do some physical therapy, they say, that will help her and make the pain go away eventually. But the physical therapy is so painful. She just, wow. So I spent the night with her last night to help her out, so she didn't have to get out of bed, get her stuff to eat, and just do whatever I could to help her. And it was pretty sad. I just hope she gets better. It's really terrible. So, but other than that, man, my day's been good. It's just, I don't really have any personal problems. It's just that right now my sister's in bad shape. So I went there to help out for a night. But my life I'm doing good. Health, I don't really have much to complain about. Other than what's going on with our freaking government, of course, I'm not too happy about, all that bullshit they're trying to pull. Or actually pulling, not trying. They're actually getting away with it, which is just blows my mind to think that people just sit back and don't want to do anything about it. It's like, I think they're scared, I think you stand up against the left side of the government right now, who knows what they might do to you at this point. I mean, I don't even know, but I just hope it gets better. That's all. Probably shouldn't be talking about this political stuff anyway on here.
I love giving my government money so they can spend it responsibly. That's what I like.
Yeah, I don't know much about Canada, obviously, but
oh, I was joking, dude. They don't fucking spend shit responsibly, bro. They fuck me good. I'm sorry for the language if that's not appropriate for stream. Some mod telling me.
Yo, Rockin', can I talk with you about alternate history sometime? I don't know if we can do it here, but either privately or we're here if you want.
Fuck with me about what?
Alternate history.
Oh, why would you be fucking with me? I don't understand that.
No, I wanted to catch up with you and talk to you about the subject of alternate history.
Oh. Yeah, we could do that anytime you like.
All right, cool. That sounds good.
Are you from Australia?
No, mate, I'm not from Australia.
Oh, okay. Just asking.
Yeah, I have done quite a bit of I guess you'd call it study about our history and what we were taught and what seems to be the truth rather than what we're taught, which seems to be just about all of it, which is really kind of weird.
Am I welcome to talk about it in this channel?
Well, we can go. I don't know. You can just ask one of the mods.
Okay.
They probably would prefer us to go down into the learning curve or somewhere that's not being broadcast live.
Oh, okay.
If you want to go down there and chat for a few minutes, we could do that.
If you're available, dude.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm coming down. I want to listen to this.
All right. See you down there.
Green pea. Oh, green pea, I see you. Would you like to talk to me in the VC? See, you can make claims all you want all day long in a YouTube chat, but the best way to prove it is to come into the VC where you can post stuff or send it to one of us so that we could post it, see what you're talking about. Hey, green pea, can you hear me? Green pea. Calling green pea to the VC. Calling green pea to the VC. Green pea says they have all kinds of globe proof, so I want to see it. So you mean to tell me that you're not even listening? You have the YouTube on. You're not even listening to anything that's going on in it, and you just going off a million miles a second on the keyboard. What? Is that what these trolls do? They just get on this keyboard and they have the YouTube live stream muted or whatever, they turn the volume down and they just troll and say whatever they want in the YouTube live chat. That's literally the definition of, having two ears and one mouth, but like not using your two ears. Just using your two meat beaters to talk crap on the live stream. He said, "Hold on, let me find out why I can't hear." Okay, buddy. Well, the VC will always be waiting for you, Green Pea, 24/7 whenever you're ready. Not like you can hear me. TOSUK, he's been going all ostrich and soy boy mode since he came in hours ago. Let's see. Yeah, I think Green Pea just left. Let me see. Let me find out why I can't hear. And then they leave. As soon as they're called out, they leave. Soy mode. It doesn't matter, Green Pea. Can you hear me now? Oh, green pea. Hey, green pea, can you hear me now? You can hear me now. Okay. Well, you should join the Discord and show me your best globe proofs. Because you can tell me all day long in a YouTube chat, right? But until you can show me, then what reason do I have to believe you? Is that Timbo? Hey, Timbo! I think it's so funny. It's easier to fake things now than it was back then. I don't know. Good morning, Timbo. I hope you're having a good day. Starting it off right. 3:44 in the afternoon where I'm at. Just about evening time. Here's the thing, Green Pea. You don't know that. You said, here's the thing. I already know you won't accept anything I post. But you could put this to bed in a matter of days by proving there is no Earth curve with a very high altitude. It's already been done, hun. It's already been done. Green Pea.
High altitude what?
It's already been done.
High altitude what?
High altitude camera.
What? What would that
Very
prove?
high altitude camera. It's already done, though. What I'm trying to tell this Green Pea is that it's already been done. When Flurf started getting curious and realized that they could launch their own damn balloons, and they realized that a lot of these Earth images have a fisheye lens, well, then they corrected that real fast. See what, Green Pea? Here, do you want to see, Green Pea? You want to see what I'm talking about? As far as you just keep your eyes on the VC here for a second, because I'm about to show you the difference between what NASA shows us and what an amateur would show without a fisheye lens. Green Pea, you can come into the VC. It's not that I'm just going to reject everything that you present, but I can show you why or why not it works. That's the whole thing about it.
I mean, then again, you might just present nothing but false stuff that gets rejected on the merits.
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, you can't present false claims. Like if it can be falsified, then you know. Let me see. Where is? I gotta get my files. I literally have like a file that's full of like probably 500 or more memes, like flat Earth memes, globe debunk memes. Memes are great. Memes get the point across really short, really simple. You think you're gonna debunk a globe with a meme? You damn right.
That's retarded to even ask such a question. A meme is just a format that's copied and proliferated. The content of the information is what matters, not the format of delivery. So if a globe ever said, you think you could debunk the globe with a meme, then it basically means that they're not thinking clearly.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, you damn right I can. So, Green Pea, if you can hear me, and if you're looking at the YouTube live right now, then why don't you look at what's about to come up here? There it is. You see how NASA's photo looks at 100,000 feet? You see how an amateur photo looks at 100,000 feet? Where's the curvature? Yeah, nobody said you said anything about memes, Green Pea. I'm just saying I've heard it from other globe believers before.
Oh my goodness, see, we have an example of not thinking clearly. I mean, goodness sakes, dude.
Yeah, Green Pea says, I said nothing about memes. I never said that you said anything about memes, Green Pea. I said that I have experienced that. That has been said to me by Globers before, not specifically you, Green Pea. So if you want to take everything personal, well, that seems like a you problem, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Hold on a second. See, this is the problem, Mr. Green Pea. I don't even know you. But you said to this lady, you wouldn't accept anything I presented. Why are you talking about me when we're clearly talking about in general? That's the problem. You're fixated on your beliefs. You've had your ego identity fused with your belief system. Okay, I suggest you have that looked at by a professional.
Hey, Green Pea, I'm glad that you think we're funny, but that's actually just an ad hom in a way, because that's you getting defensive, Green Pea. You can get into the VC and you can accept that the reality that was constructed for you is not real. Or you can just hang on to, the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, and all that other stuff.
That's fair, but constantly joting people to join the VC just sounds desperate.
You were cutting out. What's up?
I was saying, constantly jotting people to join the VC sounds desperate.
I wanted to know if he could hear me, because it really seemed, and I called it, this guy was on the YouTube live stream with his volume all the way down, not even listening to anything that was going on in the VC, but just typing in the YouTube chat.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, so I was calling that out. I was like, dude, can you even hear anything that I'm saying right now? Well, let me find out why I can't hear. Probably because you need to turn your volume up, genius.
My goodness, dude. Ay, man. It seems to be you ever notice that this seems to be a running dilemma with Globers?
Yeah, it's a pattern. Like, they can't figure out Discord. They can't figure out the VC. They can't figure out why they can't freaking hear you, and it's really simple. But they think they can prove a globe. He said, you sound super triggered. Nah, not triggered, dude. I'm just waiting for you to jump up in the VC and and tell me what's up. Rocket launch kit. What does that have to do with anything, Green Pea? Yeah, Greenpeace evidence is flawed. Okay. I mean, Green Pea, what do you think about that the meme that I posted though? NASA picture at 100,000 feet or the amateur picture at 100,000 feet? Which one looks more logical? One's a fisheye, one is not. It's like how many 500 mile sections of flat horizontal horizon do you need before you concede to the fact that there's no detectable curvature? Dude, if you got into the VC, you could like probably show us what you're talking about, dude.
Oh man, it's cold. Freaking cold, man. Woo.
AG, that's awesome. I love that.
We got a kind of emoji card game going on that I started making. So anytime anybody's active and
That's
I see that they're a
awesome.
regular on the server, I've been making them cards. And if I haven't made you one yet, I can only make them one at a time. And I also have to do life stuff, so it takes me time.
That's so
But I will
cool. I love
eventually do
that. That's so great. I love that so much.
I need to fix Simbos.
Thanks, man.
If you'd send me a higher resolution copy, I couldn't reverse image search the image that he has on his. That's what I did upon yours, though.
Nice.
I figure most of them come from like National Geographic or something. So, but I wish that this one was centered. See, I know how I could actually
Yeah, I
get
see what you
his.
mean.
I know what I could do. I mean, if you wanted to send me the higher quality one, I could do that, or I can just actually
Ouch.
do a thing. Yeah, but when I reverse image, it gave me a bunch of anything but that. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of kangaroos, but it wasn't that one. Oh, dude.
So,
wait.
we got a new person?
Yeah, you'll go ahead.
Who do we got? It says we got a new person. Tarot, or if they'd like to jump on the mic and tell us how to pronounce their name, that'd be cool. I think it's either Tara or Tarot. Yeah, you think I'm refusing to post a video, Green Pea? I'm sorry, I'm not paying that much attention to you. Yep, ignoring you just like your father.
Oh my goodness.
It's actually a line that I use when I'm out at a Ren fair and I'm working and I'm hawking in the streets and people just walk by and they don't pay me any attention, and then I'm like, yeah, okay, that's fine, just walk away from me, like my parents did 15 years ago. That's why I'm still stuck at a Ren fair.
You cray. Timbo, I saw this random article about a platypus, like an Australian dude who stole a platypus, and it reminded me of a Florida man story, but I'm like, dude, Australian man over there.
working the other shift on the other side of the world.
Yeah.
Doing Australian man things.
Cool story. In the meantime, why don't you explain to our guest that he should go to the VC check-in?
Yeah, which that would be awesome because then we can go ahead and get you a VC verified role. Let me go ahead and share an image of that. But if you look up at the top, it's pretty obvious. It says VC check-in, and I'll hop up there and go ahead and talk to you. These places right here.
Photo memes? Greenpeace. So you mean to tell me that the meme, the comparison meme that I posted between NASA at 100,000 feet and an amateur at 100,000 feet, you mean to tell me that the amateur's photoshopping stuff, but NASA doesn't Photoshop anything? Is that what you're telling me, Greenpeace? You're telling me that NASA doesn't CGI, they don't use CGI, they don't use Photoshop, they don't use augmented reality in anything? Is that what you're telling me, Greenpeace?
It doesn't matter. You want to know why it doesn't matter? Because Greenpeace doesn't know the answer to this question, which is how far away from the sphere do you have to be before there's differential curvature information from your point of view? He can't answer that. So he has no way to determine what he should or should not see at any given height. So he has no way to know what he's seeing is real or not. So it's highly irrelevant. So his opinion is summarily dismissed unless he can answer the answer that I asked for to that question, which is how far away do you have to be to have discernible curvature information? So when he presents us with that math, then his opinion is valid. Before that, his opinion's invalid. It's not even an opinion. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say it's an opinion, but it's more of an assertion, a faith-based assertion. I'm just trusting these ones or that one. So, we're not really interested in who you put your trust in when it comes to whether this is curved or not. We're more interested in the brass tacks, which is the facts.
Yeah, I'm trying to look up this rocket launch that Greenpeace talking about. Simon says you can see the distortion when it's taking off. And you can't, yeah. Let me go look at this. What's it called? Look, I'll post it. I'll definitely post it in the VC. No problem, Greenpeace. I'll post it. What's it called? Rocket launch Kip Dwagira. Okay.
Oh, you mean a rocket launch where the cameras show fisheye distortion before they leave the ground, and then magically don't show fisheye distortion when they're high off the ground?
I'm about to find it.
Holy moly, bros. You guys got to come up with some better evidence, man.
I'm about to find it so that we can analyze it in the VC. I'm trying to there we go.
There's nothing to analyze though. The point's moot. That's the problem.
I know.
So you notice that for the audience is that Jenna's just indulging. It was already explained that these high altitude footages are irrelevant. So what's the point of keep talking about them? Well, the point is you're just indulging people to show them holes in their own worldview. Because if you believe that you're seeing Earth curve, right, but you could demonstrate to that person who believes that because they won't accept the clear mathematical reality that you can't see curve at that height, you could poke holes in the video itself by demonstrating to them distortion in it, and then that will prove to them that the curve they think they're seeing is false in a manner in which they believe. Because a lot of these people only believe what they see on video screens. So you can ask to them, you can present physical principles, and they don't care. They saw a curve on a TV screen or a video screen, therefore it's curved. And they wonder why people don't accept what they present. It's quite tedious and painful, right, to have to go through a video and show somebody that it's clearly a distortion of the lens, because the lens distortion is throughout other parts of the video. The distortion doesn't magically go away when you get really far away.
You have to take them step by step and see here and see here, all the way down the path.
Speaking to the mic, homie.
Oh, you can't. I'm sorry. I was basically saying it's like you have to hold their hand and say, see, here and here and here, and go all the way down the path and show each step, because they can't watch a video on their own. 8-second attention spans.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, though, guys.
Yeah, when you come back, speaking to the mic.
Yeah. I think that I dropped my microphone. Well, my headset was on the ground. I dropped a drink and it spilled, and so my microphone might be screwed up. I don't know. I'm gonna try and mess with it and fix it.
Right.
I'll be back in a few.
You're forgiven. But seriously, it's like the 21st century, and we can't even have mic leveling that's platform based, right? To where I decide as the end user that I want to hear everybody at a certain volume, and it just automatically does that for me. Like, we literally are like in the Stone Ages when it comes to that type of technology. Like, we supposedly went to the moon, but we can't have a setting that just says make everybody sound like 100% sound. I mean, come on. Painful, dude. You know, so like TV commercials are super loud compared to the regular show, and then they had to make TVs that literally turned the volume down when the commercials came on.
Well, hello there.
What's the answer to the questions? That's right. Who knows the answer? All right, let's see. Who is that guy? All right, who's that guy? Lo-fi, that's who he is. Lo-fi.
That's me.
Excuse me.
What do you guys? You guys were just chilling. You weren't having discussions?
No, we were just explaining for the YouTube audience that optical curve that occurs in your field of view is not necessarily physical curve of the object that appears to you to be optically curved.
Right. Would a rainbow be an example of that?
No.
No.
Because a rainbow isn't an object.
Right. That's why I was kind of like, could that be? But you know what I'm talking about, like the reflection. But yeah. Huh. Oh yeah, I never really read the comments in the YouTube.
Yeah, you're not missing anything.
Right, yeah. I would assume most of it's like trolling or something, but I mean, I think people are genuinely curious. They're like, huh. So where does this rabbit hole lead? It keeps going. It just keeps going.
If I dug a rabbit hole through the flat earth. Oh man, dude, thanks for reminding me. I gotta turn around and go back and pay my storage bill. Holy moly. Woo. Crap. Yeah, I better do that right now before I forget again. crap, dude. All right, so we had a new person show up, and we said go to VC check-in, and then who knows what happened since then. Let's see if we can find him. I blame Lo-Fi for everything. Clearly
Yeah.
scared him.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Your electronic testosterone seeped through his internet and scared him off. Oh well. I can't look for him. I'm driving. Too bad for him, I guess. Oh yeah? Yeah. That's right. Interesting. Yeah, but if that's the case, then what about the vector? Exactly, that's what I thought. Ba-da-ba-dee-show-ba-doom-da. Alright, let's see.
Yo, when you're applying for a job, do you when they ask you what they want for your salary, do you highball it, lowball it, or do you go in the middle? I'm genuinely curious because I'm not sure if I should go low or high on this. Because they go up to $210,000. I'm like, dude, I don't need that much. Like, I literally, I'm pretty sure I can make it.
What field is it?
It's media, so it's contract and media work.
Well, then is it an hourly salary or?
No, I don't think it is. I think that might be why they go so high, to maybe like lure people in. It's just an entertainment company. It's just like television.
Well, if you lowball it, they're going to think you don't have a high value of yourself.
Right.
Your general quality of output is not even good enough for you, let alone anybody else.
That's good advice. Yeah. Yeah. So never go too low.
If you pick the maximum, right? They're just going to think you picked the maximum because that's the maximum. So you want to do is pick greater than the maximum by $1.57.
I'm doing a little bit. I'm doing in the middle, but a little bit below the middle. I think that's a sweet spot. That's a sweet spot. So
you're below average. Why would I want to hire a below average guy? See, when I buy things and I buy them on a discount, they don't last very long and they're crappy quality.
Well, shit. So, okay, I can't argue that. Well, I genuinely don't need or want that much because I know what it takes to make that much. So it's like,
yeah. Well, let me ask you this question:
try to drill me to the ground.
Do you know the differential between the tax brackets?
Well, isn't it just 3 classes supposedly?
I don't know.
Low class, middle class, high class. Well, then again, people argue that middle class is low class, but I would argue that if you have some sort of class, you're probably not in a bad situation. Like I don't even know. I've been to the dollar store before. It's not bad at all. It's humble. Like, it's honest. Like, you don't really need that much. You just need food. And then if you have clothes, you know, that you can be set with that for a very long time. And you don't really need much. You just need enough. People have so much, dude. Like, they have yard sales and they have, I don't know, like, bonfires of getting rid of shit. It's just, there's too much stuff in our lives. Or perhaps the collections are great. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. Yeah. Honestly, that's something I'm genuinely passionate about. Like, and I want it for others as well because I think that they would have clutter to clarity. There's just so many. I think we become forgetful, not necessarily because we're getting older, more rather because we have so much clutter in our heads. Like we just have so much that, you know, a person carries so much subconsciously. Like everything. Emails, text messages, phone calls, YouTube, Netflix, and the list goes on. They have so many things flying in their head. Of course they're gonna, like, forget for a split second when they put the keys down. They don't remember, like, where they put it. Like, it's because they're genuinely on the go at all times. It's like they don't even really catch a break. And when they do catch a break, they stay up all night because it's the only time that they have peace. It's the only time they have quietness. It's the only time where they feel kind of calm. But then, unfortunately, that's when you're supposed to rest because you have to do the whole thing all over again. And so it's just an unnecessary loop of stress. America is. Or should I say the whole world?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, yeah, life is wild. Not joking on that. It's a lot.
So, 210 is actually the amount of bullets, rounds, the standard load of 30 round mags. 3 and 3 and 1, right? So take one more gun minus 30 and you're at 80, right? So 180. There you go. That's your word for it.
You're roboting.
$108,000. Be in the top 5 cards, or maybe the top 3%. You'll be desirous to 8% of women.
How's it going? Returned.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, dude?
You know, just navigating life the best that I can.
The same stuff, different day then.
It appears so, yes. That appears to be the truth. Yeah. Whoa, that's kind of cool. How did you do that? How in the world did you do that? That's cool, yo. Yo, that's dope. That's awesome. What the heck?
Yeah, I've made a emoji card game type thing. It's just for the lulz.
Dude, that's one of the coolest lulz ever, dude. I'm not kidding. That's actually a cool one.
the LULZ lol. But yeah, I had to do it sideways in order to get the dog in the picture. Because I was just gonna put it on but he loves his dog, so the dog has to be in the picture, obviously.
Dude. Yeah,
So,
absolutely. Yeah. You got it. That's dope, dude. I actually love that. That's crazy. Yeah, you know, that's the thing. My personal life has blended into my work life. And so that's like that picture, as silly and cool as it is, it also is like the logo of the job that I do. So I have literally mixed work with personal life, and it's very difficult. Yeah. But it's not impossible. So that's one thing. Like, just because something is difficult does not make it impossible. It just makes it difficult. So, are we willing to experience difficulties? And even if we didn't have an answer to that, we're most likely going to be thrown into it regardless. Like, we can't, like, grab the door. Like, we're just thrown into it. Like, we're done. We have to go through it. You have to go through difficulties. And in a weird way, I suppose we subconsciously asked for it because we know that it's like the paddle that directs us into the way that we want to go to. So yeah, like a lot of people don't want difficult. Oh, sorry.
I was just saying, or that we need to. Sometimes that we don't want to, but need to.
Yeah, it's a must. It's true. It's such a necessity. Like, to just take care of your life and like make everything play in your favor.
I wouldn't say play.
Not play, maybe.
Well,
work in your favorite.
You're not guaranteed tomorrow.
I know. I really am taking that in. I'm like, all right, like I don't even think about having a fridge. I don't. I just think about having what meal today.
I was just gonna say, so because you're not guaranteed tomorrow, just make every moment that you do have count.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true. It's actually like I think that's the only truth. To be honest, I think that's if someone was like, "Oh, what is the truth?" Gun pointed to my head, I'd say appreciate every day like it's the only one that you have. I'm not saying go crazy about it. Just appreciate it. Like we all understand it may not be what you want it to be. That's understandable. But at the same time, it's all you got. And you can't shit on all you have. You gotta own it, and you gotta take care of it. Can't neglect it. Like a little neglect here and there adds up. Like a blade to the skin. It adds up quick. And so it's so important to genuinely accept and own your life. Like you can lie to others, but don't lie to yourself. I mean, I would prefer you don't lie to others, but you just have to be honest with yourself. Like never doubt yourself or lie to yourself. Like be honest with yourself and hone in on your strengths. Like really. Like an application there, an email here, a phone call there could change it all. Could change your life for the better. That one thing is what changed it for the better. And so live day by day like it's the last day, because we really don't have that much time. I don't think. I know that's actually, you know what, I'm certain about that.
Oh, dude,
I'm certain about that. Yeah, people are like, "Oh, you're certain about anything?"
Another thing, man.
What's up?
Say people overthink the moment because they're worried about the past mistakes, that they got that stuff circling around in their head, or they're off in fantasy land thinking about what may happen in the future when they have no idea what's going to happen tonight.
Wow. We have no idea what's happening tonight. Yo, that's a statement.
Be here in the moment right now.
Statement. Wow, that's a fucking power. That's a statement. Yo, we don't even know what's going to happen tonight. All right? That's the truth. Wow. I mean, yeah. That's wild to think about. I really got to be strong during these times. Yeah, I feel
it's not about fear either. It's that folks worry about all that crap, and they overthink this, that, and the other thing. It's like, just be here now, and whatever it is that you actually would truly enjoy doing, and it edifies and benefits everybody around you, uplifting life. Do that. It makes you happy and it helps out. Do that. That's what you're here for. Why else would you be here other than to glorify the truth by doing awesome stuff to help other? And it's not just about I need to go do charity. No, that's overthinking it. Find out what you can do that's awesome. It's like your actual particular thing. It's not going to be the same as other people. And then you go after that and do it. You seem to be already going after that with the music thing. You want to make music that's chill, and you want to talk to people about life.
Yeah, it's been horrible though, but yeah, it is what I want to do. It's weird. It sounds like it'd be so easy just to make an hour speech of how you really feel about things, and I choke up every time. I like literally will drive to like the library and be in an open green field, and I for some reason am having trouble like recording an episode or like talking about things. It's weird. Like it feels powerful for once. I'm so grateful for it. And even then, it could just all fail. And like I said, the Spotify payments they pay for everything but rent. Yeah, so like it feels cool to like use my Spotify wallet for gas and stuff like that and get some food, but like I need to make more. I got lost in fairy world, yo. Like
it's like enough to get by, but not enough to survive.
Yeah, like
enough to survive, but not enough to thrive.
Exactly, because I took for granted. I really did. Like I should have taken responsibility instead of taking granted. Because I don't want to live in pain and like experiencing that on the daily. I want to be a little more secure with the roof over my head and the food in the fridge. I don't like the feeling of not being abundant at all. It's not like I'm grateful, but I'm not, and I'm just like, okay, like where do we draw the line here? Because I've seen people have nothing, like way less than me, and they're so much happier. Like they have such a better attitude.
At all times, owning a small chunk of land with a tent will always be more valuable than an apartment that you've gotten for rent.
Dude, I really think I need to hear that because I'm starting to feel like I think society conditions us to be afraid of nature. It's very weird. Like it's like it doesn't want you to be.
You could build your own house in the future too.
I know. I need to think about these, or even at the worst, just get a down payment, like for a mortgage. At the worst. I mean, I know it's a heavy commitment, but
on the subject though, land has been steadily increasing in value. It doesn't go down because they make more money, and then people buy up more land. There's more people. It becomes more valuable. It's a very specific type of investment that has to do with your future, not just yours, but any like descendants that you may create. It's their inheritance, and you plant seeds by building things there or planting actual things there. And that's what I was saying. Like land is more important than rent or trying to fund some like it. And even if it takes a while, it's a little bit hard to set things up. There's ways of doing stuff. There's a lot of different tiny house community type concepts out there that are readily available to go. To kind of
oh my gosh, I almost get like I feel excited hearing you say that because it reminds me of like a sense of community, sense of happiness, not even purpose. Yeah. Like you don't even have to have a damn purpose at that point. You're just there. It's just you're actually alive. It's what a wild vision to have. Like I genuinely think that's what it is. That's probably the honest way of living, and a lot of people are just they're slaved up to paying a lot a month. Like
I'd say that the purpose of death is to end life. The purpose of life is to continue life.
Yeah, and like there's no reason. And is there a reason for that? I don't know.
I didn't make the rules, just how things seem to work. Life does its best to try and continue living, or creating descendants to continue living for it.
Yeah, what's up?
How it was created to be.
Oh, well, yeah, sure. Yeah, all right. Hold on a second.
You gotta go. I understand them.
Hey, sorry, what were you saying?
I figured you had to go. You're good. If you had to head out, man.
Oh, yeah, well, I think there's something going on outside, so yeah, hold on. I'll be back in a sec.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Dear NASA, it's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Chemtrails, massive shells, dollar bills, pharma kills that keep you ill. It's like this. It's like this. Tainted blood, no one's flood, pyramids, Gotta make the world go round, 'cause the earth, it don't spin, no, it don't spin. Books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick, sick, sick. They're so complacent. They worship 666 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic. Following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic. Made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now? Right now, oh, they really wanna hate right now, but I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, well, you better get brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. 'Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin of this. Don't know what it is, but you gotta keep it like a secret. You can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me. They're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me. They're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, but I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Light things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density. That is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow the spinning ball. It makes us stick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball earth?
Gravity sucks. Gravity pulls. Gravity don't follow no rules. Spinning ball makes a stick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the Sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks. Gravity pulls. Gravity don't follow no rules. Spinning ball makes a stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Clearing away stumbling blocks. Yeah, we moving the obstacles. Water seeks to find level and stopping it is impossible. May as well say this is just like where's Waldo? Being born into the last, not your fault though. You still think you're living on a ball with your friends. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles an hour. Never felt the earth spin. Space wizards claim that they landed on that moon, then destroyed the technology like a congress of baboons. Mankind became tools. Now everyone is oppressed. Took God out of schools. Now these fools need some new vests. Why do you think there are so many churches? When you make some things common, they start to become worthless. Why would they lie? So you would pay for your sins. So crazy for eternity is what devil's stealing. About their father's business, still destroying, killing, and stealing. Now there's hidden knowledge, and you're living by your feelings. Reaction's just a product of external stimuli, but action's always something that you get to decide. Every action leads to reaction, and you can't even lie. Speaking of lies, did you know that's a means to deceive? Propagating the faith and orchestrating belief. Predictive programming on perpetual repeat. Which trying me with signals as you walk down the street. If the earth is a sphere, then where's the drop over distance? Without a fishy lens, Earth's curve has never been witnessed. Scientific means that this thing must produce knowledge. And models require measurements you won't find in your college. Always begging for a model like you needed to live. Meanwhile, scientific role models don't even exist. You keep watching cartoons and thinking this is what real is.
Without measurements that produce knowledge, there is not a scientific model. The word modulus means measure. Scientificus means producing knowledge. The scientificus modulus of Earth does not exist.
them was the key. To think we touched the moon. What I like of it most is that we had the technology, but now it's all been lost. Eyes don't believe, 'cause NASA never lies. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see too far, kumbaya, kumbaya. We see this now, kumbaya, kumbaya. The earth is flat. Hakuna Matata. It's flat. We don't live on a spinning ball. Not from where I'm certain. 'Cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown up hard to be true, but my senses always knew. I just want to scream, the earth is flat. So good to me. I'm working every day with this mind full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally found to be true. don't live on a spinning ball.
Is silent hour? Shh. It's silent hour. Don't talk.
Hey, what's up, Record?
How are you?
I'm doing just great.
Nice.
I'm on break at work right now, but I'm doing all right.
Are you working today? What?
Yeah, I'm on break.
May I ask what you're working?
Yeah, I work at a meat processing plant.
Oh, okay. Yeah, by the way, how did you get into this job?
I applied for it.
Okay.
Nah, yeah. Not that it's a. You mean as a career choice, or what do you mean?
Yeah,
Just how
yeah,
to? Yeah.
somewhat, yeah, and I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I was doing this job way before I even knew the Earth's flat, like the understanding of it, anyway. So.
Oh, okay.
I was already doing this. Yep.
Oh, nice. I mean, someone has to do it, basically.
Yeah, I don't mind. Manual labor is pretty good. I'd rather be a content creator, though, to be honest with you. Which is what I have my channel and all that. I just started, so.
And what means in YouTube, Twitch, or this kind about?
All of it. Yeah,
okay.
Everyone. If I can get on all of them, I'd do it. But right now I'm on YouTube. I'm getting on Rumble. I'm probably gonna get on Rockfin, maybe D Live. All of them.
D Live. What was that again?
It's another streaming platform.
Okay, I mean there are many platforms right now. Even Kick is new to this day.
Yep. I love doing this. I live for this. How about you?
I'm not working at all.
Yeah, good for you. From the Netherlands?
No, I'm from Germany. I'm basically fed up with the whole system. You know, it's like I have enough of this.
We were just talking the other day that we don't have enough people from Germany over here. We got Sasha. Sasha's over here, but he's from Croatia. He moved to Germany.
Okay.
But it sounds like you were born in Germany, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, good for you.
I mean, the whole world is basically going to shit. Pardon my language, but it's like wherever you go, it's like there's something that someone might not agree with, and this insanity that is going on right now is ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
you don't even know how to fight this, you know.
Well,
because
that's what the server is here for.
I mean, the problem generally is that once you start to approach people, you either have someone who may be listening or someone who is totally ignorant and totally blind and is like, I'm defending my camp, you know, screw you. And it's like, how you are supposed to talk to them if they are all against you? They're basically your enemy. If they are not listening to any sense and common sense and totally lost their mind.
Yeah, the reason why there's camps is because there's these dichotomies that are propped up. So, I'll give an example. The Earth is a globe, or the Earth is concave, or the Earth is flat, or the Earth is whatever. So all these things that are propped up are camps that people are in. But the Earth is going to describe itself to you, me, and everyone as it is. Self-evident.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's not a debate. It's more of like we have to come to the realization of what it actually is and then reason with each other. Because if we don't, then we're just fooling ourselves. So if I say I'm a globe earther, then I'm going to have to bring some evidence. Because there is no such thing if there isn't any empirical evidence.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, we basically come together to reprove the global Earth theory. In terms, we basically even mathematically are capable of showing their mistakes they are doing, and they, even though we present the evidence for this, they are not recognizing it. They are totally ignoring it. So ignorance you cannot argue with. It's sad, and yeah, it's a whole bunch of people, and even who take pants and concave and not concave. What did you say earlier? The other shape form.
So there's concave, convex, hollow Earth.
Yeah. I mean, when you say concave and convex, all that comes to mind is for me is when NASA shows its their videos when they are starting a rocket or what have you, or even SpaceX and what have you. It's like once at a certain point in frame, the Earth is convex, and then it lines up, and then it goes convex. It's like, dude, do you not seeing what is going on right now? This is a manipulation of your sight, basically using fish lens.
Yep.
So yeah, and no matter how you argue, and then they say, oh yeah, in military and such, when they fly their fighters and such, you have the same. And it's like, no, those people are manipulated also. They use the same technology and do not even know what equipment they are carrying when they are recording something. It's like
That's funny you say that. I seen some video footage of some airplanes, like some jet fighters. They were flying like really close to the water surface and probably close to the speed of sound, just below that, because there was no shock waves on the water or whatever. But if they had to adjust for the curvature, right, the water beneath them would be curving down, or they would be gaining altitude relative to the water surface. But they're just flying level at such a high rate of speed, but gaining no altitude.
I mean, it's not the rate of speed, but the angle they are flying towards on. They are basically...
Well, if there's no angle, let's say they're just flying straight, right, in a straight line with no angle up or down, no nothing, just maintaining level flight, the ground beneath them should be curving down. So they would gain altitude relative to the ground or to the water because it's curving downward into the shape of a ball. You get what I'm saying? Like, in other words, if this was all real, they could just maintain level flight and go into outer space if that was a thing. There's no reason to go vertical and then tip over at the apex and come down again, which is funny, but there would be no reason for vertical flight. Just fly level and just maintain level, and you would eventually reach outer space if this was a ball.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if they were intelligent, they would us show just the few seconds when the exact curvature they wanted to have for every presentation, those snippets, But they start usually a flight, and you see how it's developing, how it shapes its shape on the ground, on the horizon, basically. And it's like, dude, what am I watching? And just like I said earlier, you cannot reason with people who believe in this stuff. Really believe it. They live it.
It's a spell. I'm telling you, there's some kind of witchcraft where otherwise intelligent people, like my brother, my older brother, is a globetard, and he's an engineer, and he doesn't see it, right? He's not a mechanical engineer. Well, he draws parts. He does computer design and everything on computers. And I was trying to reason with him, but I haven't. The thing is, he doesn't want to hear me because I'm the younger brother. He doesn't want to concede that I could be right about something that he's wrong about. So he's holding on to he's holding his ground. He doesn't want to concede a point out of, I don't know what, stubbornness or ego, whatever. Because he's college educated and I'm not, right? He thinks, oh, well, I went to college and you didn't. So you can't tell me anything. Like, all right. And he also got the jab, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't talk him out of it.
Yeah. I mean, this is a problem we also have with the younger generation trying to educate older generations who are wrong, basically. They have been indoctrinated. When you even don't start with anything that has to be about the tape or something, when you present facts about something, then they say, yeah, I don't want to look it up and such. And it's like, dude, you have to do this in order to believe this stuff, You have to make your own mind up. It's like, don't listen to anyone who tells you something. It's like, I can tell you the shape of the moon is, I don't know, a hexagon shape, but due to the atmospheric pressure and such, the corners become round. It's like, I can tell them anything and they would believe it because it would somehow fit their doctrine. It's ridiculous.
I think it takes a special person, and all of us have one thing in common, that the globe believers, right? They don't have this ability that we have to look at something unobjectively, right? Unbiasedly. They have such a strong bias that they're not able to consider just the evidence for whatever reason, and just the way they're wired. And I have a major distrust of anything governmental, and they follow what they see on the media. So there's a line between us and these other people that, even though it's so painfully obvious, you could present all the evidence in the world, and an otherwise intelligent person they won't believe it. There's something there, and I think it's some kind of witchcraft or something. I can't explain why. It's so painfully obvious to us, but they don't get it.
If we would go into the Bible stuff and such, it would be called a reprobate mind. It's like they don't have any kind of measure but following their own heart. It's like,
the brainwashing is effective with them for whatever. They have Stockholm syndrome, right? They don't, where you take your captors and you respect them, right? Instead of hating them. Like me, I don't have one drop of Stockholm syndrome in me, right? I just don't.
Yeah.
But some people are more susceptible to that for whatever reason.
I mean, it's the same with the development of this transgender bullshit and such. It's like, dude, it's like, stand for something, but not this.
Well, that's the thing. There's people that will stand up to that and other things, but they're only willing to go so far. Like people that know about the Federal Reserve, right? There's a lot of people that know about the Federal Reserve, about printing money into existence. They know about that, but they just won't cross that threshold to flat Earth. For whatever reason, they know, they're like, yeah, the world is controlled by central bankers. They get that. I'm like, well, take the next leap. you don't know how controlled. You don't understand how thorough the control of these bankers is, right? You think Russia and China are independent nation states, Russia, China, Iran, against us. Those countries are completely controlled by the same all-powerful entity that controls all of us. Like, there's no difference. If they want the United States to go to war with China, it will happen regardless. Like China, the top leadership, even in World War II, the top leadership, they were all in bed together. They were not. None of those guys was going to war. None of their children are going to war. Like Zelensky and Putin. I guarantee you, they're best friends, and everything is a show.
Of course,
they will sacrifice between the nations. They will sacrifice their own people because they're not them. There's the elites and there's the peons, and that's just how it is.
What is the thing called where all the nations and lands came together to sign the Antarctic Treaty? You know what I'm talking.
Yeah, that was.
You know what I'm talking about. It's the same thing. They all agreed on this, not to overstep this boundary, but they are all in line with one another, regardless of what they are playing. It's like Republican and Democrats. It's the same thing. This is just a playground for people to observe, but they know what they are doing and they work together regardless. When there's war, they're not fighting against each other, even though they may be at war with each other. But behind the scenes where we can't look, they shake hands still and laugh us off while we are fighting their fucking wars, you know?
It's called frenemies, right? They pretend.
Frenemies, yeah.
They pretend to be at odds and hate each other. Putin bad, Putin bad. You hear that shit all the time. In reality, they're all in on it. Like, so they're just playing a role. Good cop, bad cop. Here, let's play good cop, bad cop. And these people that believe our media, they're going to believe whatever we put on the media. And we're trying to argue with these people. And I think it's almost futile because the brainwashing is so powerful, and the number of us, we're so few, and we have such a small voice. It doesn't mean we shouldn't try to alert people. We should, absolutely, but it's a Herculean task, right? Like, for us to overcome this giant media propaganda machine. I just don't know how we're going to do it. We need like divine intervention almost. It's like, I don't think, because I've been trying it, and a lot of people I know have been trying it, and it seems like we're gaining ground, but the average person you talk to is they're just still lost. They're totally blind to it.
Yeah.
I mean, on the street, it's just, I don't know how we're going to reach it.
I mean, when you look into Jeremiah and all the prophets in the Bible, and also the revelation that came from Joshua himself, talking of Jesus, then he told us that some things in the latter days must happen. Basically, there are rumors of wars and what have you, but this is just the beginning. This is not the end.
Yes, the birthing.
They will hand you over to persecution, speaking of Christians, which is basically also, I see this happening with all the transgender stuff, because they are targeting churches right now. From all this, and those are mostly kids somehow. Why have to be at kids to target churches?
Ripcord, what is your native language? I could tell that you have some accent.
Yeah, German.
So Germany is divided between communists, the East and West, and I noticed that the East Germans are more. I don't know. I'm not. Well, no offense if you are East German, but what I'm saying is they are more prone to brainwashing than the Western.
I know. This is. I noticed this when I look on the charts on the coronavirus deaths and the counting on people. I basically said those who had the most are the most stupid, and those who had less. Because by saying less, those people were intelligent enough not go to the what is it called, to the physician of their choice and have themselves recognized. Basically, they just went through it like it was the flu. And in the Western, where I am right now, in North Rhine-Westphalia, it's very low. It's medieval